Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 18th OLF Conference and our first virtual event. We're really excited to be here with you today. But first, I'd like to share some of the story with how we got here. After our event last year, like many years, so much energy goes into planning the conference for you. We take a break and come back to the event, usually anywhere from a few weeks to a month or two later. And last year, our last event was no different. We contracted with our venue partner, who we've been working with many years now, the Hyatt Regency in Columbus, Ohio. And we thought of it like any other year. We contracted for our typical financial commitment, food and beverage, the rooms, the hotel blocks, and got a tentative date set, and we're ready to execute. Some time went on, and we had the pandemic hit in the United States around March 2020, and we talked about it as a team. And at the time, well, our event being scheduled now in November, we didn't think a whole lot about it. We thought we'd be able to have another event like any other year. And in fact, we thought it fortunate that our event being scheduled a little later than we typically like. We like to be closer to September than November, but thought it worked out in our favor this time and in your favor as well. A few months ago, we realized we had to make a decision. Really, the two goals were very clear. We wanted all of you, our attendees, our speakers, our sponsors, to be safe. And secondly, well, we didn't want to go bankrupt in the process. Our contracts with our venue partners have a lot of financial liability. And typically, if we cancel them after a certain point, we're responsible for the bulk of the financial commitment. And this year was no different. So as your team, we had to sort that out. And it took us a while to sort that out. And fortunately, the Hyatt was able to work with us, and they agreed to let us delay our commitment into 2021. Because like us, they didn't want to see anyone get sick, and large events were still prohibited by the governor here in Columbus, Ohio. So at that point, we didn't have a whole lot of time left until the conference, really only a couple months. And having never hosted a virtual conference before, we had a lot of things to figure out quickly. What technologies do we use? Do we use the best technologies that are available to us, or do we try to build our own things using open source? Everything was on the table. And in the end, we had to make a lot of quick decisions focused on creating a conference experience similar to what you're used to, but also taking advantage of the tools we have available to us now in the virtual world. So you'll see that throughout our program, where we have a similar conference experience as we'd have in person, but some parts of the conference are a little different, and we're trying to take advantage of our new world. One of the things that I always appreciate at a conference is having the opportunity to talk with and interact with all of you. Shoot, that's half the reason. Learn from our smart peers and respected colleagues and hang out together. Our Slack invitation is intended to help create that experience. So if you registered as an enthusiast or above on ShowClicks, you'll have received a Slack invitation. And I strongly encourage you to accept it. We started last night and will continue throughout the program, where as we have speakers talking, you'll have the ability to talk with speakers, talk with attendees, and have that hallway track experience. The main conference program is going to be focused in Zoom for registered attendees. If you're registered for our conference, you will participate in Zoom. That's also where we will be curating questions and answers for our speakers. Some of our sessions today and tomorrow will be recorded, but in all cases, if we're taking questions and answers, our speakers and panelists and participants will be available to answer your questions live. Please direct your questions in Zoom. We will not be actively curating questions from other sources. We also have a live stream, true to our open source philosophy and open community philosophy. We want to make sure that our program is available to as many people as possible. And unlike our in-person events, where it would cost a whole lot to hire a team to record every session, we have the luxury of every session being recorded by default, being a virtual presentation. So with that, the entire conference program will be broadcast in YouTube as well. Today, Friday, it will be on the OLF Conference YouTube channel, and tomorrow, through our partnership with Geek Beacon, which you'll hear more about, it will be on their YouTube channel. Do know that if you want to actively participate in the OLF Conference, you will have to be registered through ShowClicks, and that is what will get you invitations to participate in the Slack and Zoom. We hope you're understanding. We figured this all out very quickly, and it's our first time doing it. So not everything will go perfectly, and that's okay. We're doing our best we can, and we appreciate your patience and understanding. With that, we're going to do our best to improve as we can in real time and next year as well. So we always welcome your feedback on the program or anything we're doing, because ultimately we're doing this for you, and your feedback is really important. In fact, a good part of the program and how we're doing things today is based on the survey that we sent out earlier this year. Your feedback influenced how many days, how many tracks, what kind of content, and many other things in the program that we curated for you over the next couple days. Well, that's a little bit about how we got here. I hope you appreciate it, and we're looking at it as an opportunity. It's really cool that we can record all the sessions, that we can broadcast it to everyone on the internet. And we have speakers from all around the world. In many cases, we have speakers from around the world, but they have to hop on an airplane, and it's a lot more work to come here to Columbus to be a part of our program. We've taken advantage of that and invited people and accepted presentations, and they're presenting from their local locations. So we're going to do our best to highlight people and their experiences and where they're coming from. I think that's a really cool part of what we're doing now. Well, really, that's the bulk of my opening thoughts. I hope you've enjoyed hearing about our journey. I should mention, for those of you who don't know, my name is Warner, and my role with the event is VP and Conference Chair. I'd now like to bring Beth Lynn Eicher on to talk a bit more about her perspective on our event and how we got here today, being virtual, as well as sharing her thoughts on OLF Conference and what it means to her and us, our vision and values as an organization. Please welcome Beth.
Thanks, everybody, and welcome with us as we make the journey to online. And it's not just going virtual. It is the task of being able to replicate a lot of the community feel by integrating technologies such as video and audio and connecting it into a live broadcasting experience. And it is engaging in me skills that I haven't utilized since, quite frankly, I was in high school. I would like to thank abundantly for the knowledge sharing in the spirit of free and open source. Our co-host partners of Geek Beacon and Nixie Pixel for mentoring me, yours truly, along the way of delivering these types of experiences to you in the virtual format through Zoom, Slack, and syndication on YouTube. I'm really excited that you are all here. I want to give a couple of special thanks out to our sponsor of Oracle for believing in us and financially supporting us, as well as our training partners of Red Hat and LPI, who continue to work with us to make our OLFI program a continuing success within the virtual format. It's a program that we believed in for professional training that is ongoing right now. And I'm very happy to be able to see that spirit continue and to be able to continue with the same level of high level of professional instructors that we've brought to our attendees. I'd also like to thank the city of Columbus. Really, truly, we all miss it. I miss all of your smiling faces, but I also would like to thank our community partners at Experience Columbus by working with us to see what parts of Columbus that we could still bring to you in a virtual way, because even though we are calling this year's event Open Libra Free, in a lot of ways, we will always be the Ohio Linux Fest. I am Beth Eicher, the conference organizer of the Ohio Linux Fest from way back. However, I am currently the president of the Ohio Linux Fest Corporation, who is putting on the show today. I am so glad that you're here. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the vision of Open Libra Free that I set out very prophetically so in the closing remarks of last year's conference. Some people get confused whenever they hear the term of FOSS or free software versus open software. I've personally become to have appreciation for both the Open Source Institute and the Free Software Foundation, which was definitely something that inspired me to put forth this vision and philosophy of Open Libra Free. If you take a look at what it means to be truly open, it means to be fully inclusive and without any discrimination, regardless of what operating system that you use. The Ohio Linux Fest has always been open to working with our partners in the space of BSD and bringing along people who use proprietary operating systems into the fold of using free software. Without being open and inclusive, then we cannot expand our community. Therefore, open is a core value and a way to go. Libra. We care about the liberties set forth in the GNU Manifesto, such as the capabilities of reading the source code, writing new source code, and modifying it, and executing it, and copying it, and sharing it. Yes, share with your neighbors. Make as many copies as you would like and share it on your repositories, because that is exactly how the freedom will spread to all people. And let's talk about freedom. Yes, free. Yes, really free. We care about free software, but we also care about free hardware, free knowledge, and other freedom of creative works. That whenever I first started in the free software movement, I saw a lot of developments come to pass, such as the release of Mozilla project to enable web browsers across all platforms to be free. That was a special treat for those who were able to join us last night for the preview night of a watch party video. Yes, we partied like it's 2020. And we'll continue to party like it's 2020 throughout this entire conference experience. I am so privileged that you've all joined us for Open Libre Free, Ohio Linux Fest, whatever you want to call it. I'm just feeling the love, and I hope that you are too. Have a great day. Have a great time with the BOFs tonight and the game night on the Geek Beacon Discord. Have a fantastic time with the lineup of talks that we have tomorrow. I am so enthusiastic about the fact that, one, we could have a conference under the current circumstances. Two, that we will continue in the same spirit and the same values that we've always had. Three, that we could and not necessarily install, but lift up the values that we've always had as an organization and put a name to it: Open, Libre, Free. Thank you so much for joining us. I am so excited that you are all here.
Well, thanks, Beth. Really, really appreciated your thoughts on the values of OLF Conference and really what Open Libre Free means to us. It's easy for us in 2020 to forget about how we got here, how we got to a prolific internet where many and much of the world is connected and we're able to communicate freely. The fact that we can conduct business and operate our lives almost completely on the computer. And that, the freedom of information, our ability to learn anything with a few keystrokes, that wasn't common 20 and 25 years ago. And it's really open source and free software that brought that to us. I truly believe that we would not have the power that we have available to us without open source software. It's great to have all of you here with us today. Please share our YouTube link where we will be streaming both today and tomorrow, and invite people to register if they would like to participate in our conference program through Zoom and Slack. We're going to take a quick 8-minute break before we resume our program and introduce our first speaker. Please join us back here in 8 minutes at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to OLF Conference. I'm happy to introduce our first speaker, who you will soon see has a fantastic band t-shirt collection. Zak is a software engineer who has been with Cooper Tire and Rubber over 5 years. Today, he will be talking about bare metal RISC-V Renode. We'll explore the line between hardware and software by writing code to control the hardware using an open source toolchain. Please welcome Zak.
Hello, thank you all for attending. It'll be fun to adjust to this virtual conference experience. Can everyone see my screen? I should be sharing my presentation now. So I'll be talking about bare metal RISC-V Renode. So first I'll give an overview about what each of those terms mean, and then I will go through some code examples on how to set up kind of a basic environment and how you can run some of these examples yourself. Okay. Can you see the slides now? Oh, okay. Good thing I double checked. All right. So I'm Zak Kohler. Originally, I went to school for chemical engineering. I've been programming a lot longer than before I went to college. And my day job used to be a materials engineer, and I've really turned into a software developer. Some of my interests that are relevant to this talk are programming, electronics, and retrocomputing. And some of my not so relevant interests include drawing, punk rock, and making cheese. So what is my motivation for this talk? So computer systems are built off of layers and layers of abstractions, and these simple interfaces allow complex systems. So every time you send a text message, you don't think about the radios involved. You don't think about the kernel on your phone. All of this is considered good because it allows you to do something very complex using something simple. When you're looking at doing anything with a user application in a computer system, you're interacting with this very top layer, the application, and that'll talk to an operating system. At the layers of the levels below that are kind of invisible to most software developers, and everything below the application is kind of transparent to the end user. So kind of what motivated me was I didn't understand how kind of CPUs worked and how what an instruction set really was. I kind of knew how assembly worked, but I wanted to learn more about hardware. And so over the last couple of years, I've been building some simple hardware projects where I breadboarded a motherboard and connected a CPU to one chip of RAM and kind of single step that hardware CPU. That was a Z80. And I just built kind of a toy clock and ran it at about 1 hertz. So every time I pressed the button, it was 1 clock cycle. And then after that, I kind of moved on. I said, okay, that's a CPU, that's a microcomputer that was used in early PCs. What if I built my own CPU and I could kind of look inside of that CPU as it was going? So I built this simple CPU in Python where you kind of could connect memory, you can connect the CPU, and you can code your own instructions. And I actually built a assembler for that CPU. And so this talk is kind of my next step on this journey of understanding the interface between hardware and software. So bare metal RISC-V Renode. As I said, this is my next step, and it's kind of a vendor-free environment to write and play with these toy operating systems. So operating systems sit right between the application and the hardware. Before I was kind of messing around with the CPU architecture, and now I've moved up just a little bit. I'm kind of like playing in this area. What sits between applications and the hardware? So you have drivers and you have an operating system, and fundamentally, the Linux, it's a kernel. It's the operating system. It talks to the hardware. So what does bare metal mean? Bare metal is if you compile a C program into an executable. Normally, if you just run GCC and then all of your C files and header files, you compile it into a binary and executable, but it still relies on the operating system to host that executing process. It allocates the stack and memory for you, and it takes care of some, anytime you need to interact with hardware, you can make a API call or a system call to the kernel. So you don't have to write something to access a disk. You don't have to write something to access a file. When you compile bare metal or with GCC, it's dash freestanding. You're telling that compiler that you're going to run this C program and there's not going to be any operating system that you rely on at all. So why would you do that? Well, if you're writing an operating system, you're not going to rely on another operating system. So when you compile a Linux kernel, you'll do dash freestanding, and that says, you know, there's no main, there's no entry point. That has to come from somewhere else, like a bootloader. You're just writing a binary blob that has CPU instructions. Also, if you need to write something like a driver and you need to access the hardware directly, or you're doing an embedded system where you don't want to rely on an entire operating system, you can also compile this way and have your own bootloader. So this gives up everything that Linux gives you. But when you do that, you can use it to learn a lot more about why you really should love Linux. Sometimes when you need something lighter weight, you don't want a full Linux kernel to be shipped on an Internet of Things device. There are also minimal, very small operating systems that are kind of taking that role of sitting between you and the hardware, and those are called real-time operating systems. And they have a different performance trade-offs than a kind of full desktop Linux. But we'll talk about that a little more. So what is RISC-V? When you read it, it says RISC-V, but it's actually pronounced RISC-V. It's the 5th iteration of an open standard instruction set architecture. So basically, if you think like Intel CPUs and AMD CPUs are x86, and then mobile devices are almost all ARM, and then you have all these different ways that you can compile an executable and tell a CPU how to compute certain functions. RISC-V is kind of the 5th generation of this open standard that they've made, and it's finally been tuned. It was more of an academic thing until it got to this 5th iteration where they realized we've learned a lot over the years from things like Spark and MIPS and Alpha, and we're going to take the best of all of these closed source worlds and put these concepts into an open architecture that can scale from embedded all the way up to supercomputers. So it's kind of poised to be the next big architecture. I just saw they released a dev board for a PC in RISC-V a couple of days ago. So it's kind of a very nice orthogonal instruction set to learn on, and it's probably going to be the future. So what is Renode? It's a simulator designed for testing and debugging embedded firmware. So you have QEMU, but that's kind of classically used for running desktop applications across architectures on Linux. But Renode is a little bit more friendly to embedded devices. I found it has a really nice tool set. You can add LEDs to blink. You can add serial controls, and it's all configured by a very simple configuration file format. And you could even set up networks of multiple devices and simulate that all as a whole. You can And you can also like piecemeal out, simulate some, and connect real hardware to some. So it's kind of like a hybrid simulation environment, but it's growing in popularity among a couple different sets of people. Embedded and like FPGA embedded also you can run using Renode. You could think of a emulator when you're playing a video game. It has a certain one single processor and a certain graphics card and a certain way to produce audio. And all of those are tuned. Like if you have a Nintendo, it acts a certain way and it's always configured the same way. Or some other platform would be kind of like a static. Renode, with the configuration file, you can say add the different pieces of the CPU to whatever you want into that system, and then put it in and load your ROM onto that system. So what is my tool chain? I use the GCC RISC-V tool set. So in order to run RISC-V, we're going to need to make a cross-compiling tool chain. So you can't use the GCC that comes with your system. You have to build a special GCC that will run on x86 but compile to RISC-V. So once you build the tool chain, it takes a while. You can pull down the sources and compile from scratch. And the thing that you'll be running will be of many others, it's calls, but it will look like this, RISC-V 32. So that's the architecture. It also comes with the GDB, bin utils, and other executables in that tool chain. So Renode, it runs on the Mono framework, so it's actually a .NET app, but it also has some native components. You can also compile this from scratch, and basically, once you get it compiled, you just feed it this hardware configuration, and you could set up a custom hardware platform for whatever you're simulating. So if you have a certain development board, you could tell it how much RAM, tell it what kind of CPU, and plug in different levels of emulation for each of those components. And it does like the logging and input output for that. So the first thing we're going to go over is a simple example. We're going to blink an LED. This is the fun part of the talk. So basically, if you pull down my repo, this is the bare minimum you need to get started, is if you get into the _blinky folder, activate the tool chain and call make launch. You start up the Renode emulator, and this is the monitor terminal that controls Renode itself. And you can see I've turned on logging, and this is the LED blinking. I don't have a physical LED, but I'm logging out whenever the LED turns on and off. And the really cool thing about running this in Renode as compared to, say, putting it onto actual hardware is it's very easy to recompile and change and make it do something different. And it's also very easy to debug. So I've also set up the debug commands so that it has started a GDB server here, and I can go in and see exactly where in the assembly and in the actual compiled binary we're stepping. And so now at this GDB prompt, if I wanted to step through the instructions one by one, you could see we're in the delay loop. It's a very big delay loop when you're going at 1 Hertz. So what we're going to do is set a breakpoint, and at the toggle LED location. Let's see if I got this right. Okay, so now I've set up a breakpoint here, and now I can continue. And now it's running through the delay loop. It's slower because I have GDB attached, but finally we get here and we break, and we're going to step through these 4 instructions. We're going to read in the old LED state into a register from RAM. We're going to XOR with this bit mask here. So this is LED 1, 1 and this is LED 0. So we're only going to be toggling LED 0, and you can see where it says LED state changed false, state changed true. And we go through here, I will say step instruction. So now we read the state, we've applied the mask, we swapped it out, and then we write it. So we got the state change, and now it says false. Now we go through and we're back, we're stuck, we're in that loop again. So if I say continue, I get back in there, and we could do that again. So I'm going to quit here, and it ends the Renode session, and now I can exit from GDB. And if I wanted to change that bit mask, come in here, and you can see where we've said how much to delay, but here's the mask. So I'm going to just change this to a 1. So now it's masking both LEDs. And come over here, I can recompile. So it ran this RISC-V GCC bare metal, and now you can see both LED 0 and LED 1 are both blinking alternately. And so as you can see, it's a very fast iteration environment where we can go through and change your software, change the firmware, reload it into hardware and test. So if you're building something substantial, this is great. You don't have to wait, make some image, flash it onto a chip, and then get some feedback. And then how do you debug? You know, and typically you'd hook up an actual hardware debugger or some sort of JTAG so that you can get GDB on the real hardware. But for the first 95% of integration, it would be really nice if you could do it all on your laptop, especially if you have a fast emulator. So what did I just run there? When I say there's a configuration file for Renode, this is what I'm talking about. This entire thing specifies the platform, the system. So I say we have memory attached to the system bus at location 0. And the memory is, this is hex, but it's a certain number of bytes. It's way more than I need. And we specify that we connect a CPU also to the system bus. So basically, it's like kind of like plugging. You could think of system bus as plugging into the motherboard. And then the only thing that's in the motherboard are these 2 LEDs and a piece of GPIO hardware. And you can see where it says at system bus with a certain memory location. What that's saying is it's memory mapping your GPIO port onto the memory at a different location. So if you were to write an assembly to read and write to memory, or to one of these locations below 40,000 hex, you'd be manipulating an actual stateful memory. But if you interact and use your CPU instructions to read and write to this location, you're writing to the emulated hardware and putting the state of what you want the LEDs to be into this location. So what we were doing in that assembly level program that we just looked at, we were reading and writing a byte to this memory location, and that byte was being then taken by the simulated hardware and put out onto the LEDs. This is showing how to make a connection. The arrow means connect this GPIO port 0 up to this LED that's defined here. So here we say we have LEDs, and here's where we say make the connection from GPIO to the LED. And then we turn on debugging for that LED. And so that sets up the hardware platform. Initializing the hardware platform, so actually loading in our firmware and doing everything it takes to run, is this simple. Basically, we create a machine. This is kind of like boilerplate, load platform description, and this Vex RISC-V Renode platform, that's this file. So basically, it's a script that's saying, you know, we're going to create a new machine and we're going to load this platform. And so we have one instance, we have one machine. You know, we're not creating a network here, but we could. This is a single machine. And then we load into that machine an ELF image. So it's actually the same exact file format. We don't use a custom bare metal format or raw binary. We use an ELF format. And Renode knows how to load that and put that into memory for us. So it knows where the memory starts, and we are able to load our image directly into memory. And then the CPU has a certain location where it knows to start executing from. So it's not main, but it's a actual memory location, I think 0, or maybe it's a different jump address. This starts a GDB server. So this is like plugging in your JTAG, and this is turning on logging, so we can actually see the LED blink, and then start is just start. Any of these commands could be typed into that little black Renode prompt that you saw come up, the monitor. But this lets me do it repeatedly every time when I do a launch. And the program we already kind of peeked at. So now that you understand kind of what the hardware register looks like, here we're defining a constant of what that memory location is. And we're saying, read from that memory location. We put that in here. I just leave that in register A5. That's not how it would really be done, but that's how I do it in this small example. Stored into register 5, and we read the values from it, apply that bit mask, and then rewrite it to that memory location. And then the simulated hardware or emulated hardware will pick up that change when we write and toggle that LED. So everything that it takes to make this ELF binary is right here. So right now we only have an assembly file, but you can also compile C to bare metal. That's very easy, as standard. I turned on GDB so we can have all the symbols in reference, so that when you're in your GDB console, you can reference particular spots in memory. Turn off optimization so that your instructions can map directly to lines of code rather than jump around or inline some functions. This gives you kind of verbatim what you've asked for. Name of your output file, and we tell it don't use main, don't assume we have an operating system, don't rely on any header files having the same semantic meaning, and don't use a standard library. So it's basically mechanically translating C code into machine code in RISC-V. So now we're going to make a serial port or a serial connection, and we're going to write a driver for it. In Linux, you kind of have an interface that you would implement maybe a character or block level driver for a device. Here, we're going to talk just directly to the hardware. So there's no abstraction for writing a driver. It's not a module that we can load or unload at runtime. It's just we are talking to the hardware register just like we did with the LED. So this is a more complicated example. I'm showing the code at the same time. Let me move this preview. So first, I'll talk about the assembly. What do we need to do to get a serial driver running? Here is the memory location that we're going to be accessing. So this UART base, UART is universal asynchronous. I'm not sure, but it's a serial connection, or it can be put over serial. And each of these are the offsets for receive and transmit, and then different signals. So if the buffer gets full, or if there's nothing to read, these signals are turned on. And writing ones and zeros to each of these registers, which are offset in memory from this base, allow it to read and write to that piece of hardware. So it's memory mapped IO, and it's going to be a serial port. Other things that we didn't have to do when we were just doing a blinking LED, one of them is set up interrupts. So all of this code from line 17 down to 42 is turning on interrupts, saying where to jump in the binary when you do hit a machine level interrupt, so the handler for that interrupt, and setting up a stack so that we can use C functions. And when you do a context switch, it'll take all your registers from your CPU, put it into the stack, and store it for later. So when you return, you can put those back. For a while, I didn't set up the stack, and when I'd call a C function, it would just keep overwriting the same spot because there's no stack pointer. And so basically, there was no stack, and I couldn't return out of the function, so it would just go execute off into nowhere. It was kind of mysterious behavior, but that's what you don't get any of those luxuries. You have to set that up yourself. Everything we're running here is at like the machine level or M mode, so it's not supervised mode. This is like running in like the ring 0 or ring 1 of the in like the highest privilege ring in x86. That's what machine mode is. We don't do anything with making other processes. We're running kind of as a kernel here. And all the driver is this. MTVec is whenever we get a machine level interrupt, right now we're just going to assume that it's the UART, because that's the only piece of hardware that's attached. It's the only thing that could throw the interrupt. And so what we're going to do is receive that character, and we're going to call this function. This is a pseudo instruction that will call this, which is defined in C. And fancy character basically says we have this character array, and we're going to plug in a single character. So kind of surrounding a character by a bunch of hash signs. And we had to write the print function, loop over those characters, print them out, and make sure we get the right UART base in there into the register that we're going to use. Because you can see we're putting the UART base into register A2, and then this putc that relies on that A2 being your UART base. And we're saying, write this character, this byte, into the register RXTX. And then it fires off with the hardware, and the hardware knows how to connect that to my GUI. So let's run through this or do a demo. So hit make launch, and we're going to get the monitor window here again. And over here, I'm going to connect via telnet to a telnet server that Renode has spawned for me that connects up to that virtual UART. So the UART has an interface to say, hey, connect this to a virtual serial. And so now when I type into here, it receives the character and echoes it back to me. Hello, OLF. And it just prints it back, echoes it back, but fancy. So all of this is just to handle that interrupt and get back to you. So that's that example. Let me close out here. Okay, so let's bring it all back together. So kind of the theme here and motivation is understanding how operating systems work. Kind of take it for granted that you plug in a hard drive and you can partition it and just start writing files. But there's so much more. And the reason that operating systems even exist. So I always like to say the first operating system were human operators. It was literally a system that they followed. Everything was batch processed, and you had kind of one set of instructions that you would run on a new set of data over and over again. And every single program had full control of the system, like I just did. Any instruction could write to any bit of memory, and it would just run through straight, and there were no interruptions. Things changed when you finally had like a PDP-1. It's an interactive system where you could say interrupt the program and have something else happen. And so what an operating system gives you is a way to get away from the hardware. They give you standard interfaces to talk to the real world. These come in the form of drivers, memory allocation, file systems, and processes. So the example I just showed you didn't have any processes. So that's kind of the next step that I want to take. I want to start building a real-time operating system that you would be able to take a small another program and load it at runtime. Like I could type into my serial terminal a command and load in a new program that runs and interacts with that virtual operating system, or the small RTOS. the other thing that operating systems do is instead of doing one thing all the time, so right there, I was sitting in a polling loop saying, there's nothing to do, I'm waiting for an interrupt. Back in the batch processing days, you wouldn't do that. You'd sit there and run all the way through. When you timeshare and you have a whole bunch of processes, you could have two programmings running at once, and it's kind of like chopping up the time of your program, saying, okay, run this for a millisecond, run this other program for a millisecond. You have 200 programs running at once. And so it's kind of interesting to think, like, if you had to change your card deck 100 times a second, it'd just be impossible. So other things that I would explore in this kind of area is how to do process control. What would it take to make a simple program that could run on the bare metal and display you up a little menu and allow you to run another ELF? You know, it could be the loader for the next ELF program. So what is the minimum amount of code where you can make a loader for another program? It shouldn't be too much. Concurrency. So instead of just loading one other program, how could I make it split the time of the CPU between running more than one other program at a time and share the hardware? That's a much harder problem, but it'd be very interesting to understand that. So one method is kind of a simple polling loop, but you could also do something more fancy. Memory management. So how do you say this program, you get this little piece of virtual memory, and this other program, you get another piece of memory? Basically, you work with the hardware and tell the hardware, this is running under this context, and you only get like the small amount of memory. And it looks like it has control of an entire world, but really it's just kind of a subset. How do we handle it when we do like a divide by zero, a software interrupt? Something bad that happens in the CPU, you need to recover from that. So all of these things could be explored by developing an RTOS, or a real-time operating system. Just something very minimal, a toy operating system, just something for learning. You know, there's production RTOSs like Zephyr, but I just want to build something to learn. And after that, I'd love to, you know, run it on Renode and then run it on real hardware. There's a whole bunch of people that they build. They have hardware development boards for their hardware, and then they build the Renode models for you, so you can pull in their platform, test. You could test and develop software and not even have their hardware. So I want to know what that process is like. So thank you. I'm not sure on my time here, but I want to cover basically what I've covered here is available on my blog, or will be soon, and I'm going to be covering building kind of a real-time operating system and following some more of these follow-ups just to learn more. There's a very good YouTube series. If you search Miros or Miros Samick, you'll find it's like a 17-part series on building a real-time operating system after he teaches you the fundamentals. And he doesn't use Renode and he doesn't use RISC-V. He's using ARM and he's using real hardware. But it's a really good introduction to modern embedded development. So I'm going to kind of make a RTOS in the spirit of his RTOS, but with RISC-V and using Renode. And if you want to follow that, I'll be announcing those on my Twitter handle, Y2KBugger. Thank you.
Well, thanks everyone for being part of Zak's presentation here. We do have some time for questions and answers, so we'll pause here briefly. If you have a question for Zak, please put it in the Q&A section of your Zoom session right now. And just a reminder for those of us who are joining on the internet at large via our YouTube stream, if you would like to participate in the OLF conference experience, ask questions of speakers, participate in our Slack, please be sure to register on our website under the registration link on olfconference.org. Looks like We have, well, someone expressing appreciation. John Hall said a great job. So thanks so much for that acknowledgement, John. It's cool. We focus so much on the higher level aspects of programming these days, but lower level is still as important as ever. A lot of the advancements we've gotten in modern history have been with RISC and embedding software and hardware. We have a question from the audience. Jonathan S. is asking, what specifications, I'm guessing hardware specifications, do I need for testing on an old personal computer?
So
what do you
I think if you don't have to compile the toolchain, old hardware is very fine. I did all this development on a 10-year-old laptop and everything was fine. I thought upgrading 10 years into the future. It's a 10-year-old i3 I used, and I upgraded to a brand new i7, and it didn't really save much. So, I mean, it's running so fast that really doesn't matter. Unless you mean old in something other than first gen i3, and then I don't have experience with that.
Well, thanks, Zach. Any other questions from the audience?
I see we had someone wants the slides, so I'm grabbing the slide link right now, and I'm going to post that into the questions. Can I type an answer? Yes. Okay, so I'm responding to the slide question now. I posted a link. You guys can see it. That'll also be on the blog when I post it.
We have another question from Brian Cooney. And Brian, thanks you for your insights. And I'll just read verbatim. Most of this is pretty far over my head, but I definitely increased my understanding a little. Can you use Renode to run Arduino or MicroPython code?
So I have never done that, but I have ran Zephyr, and I know people, I'm pretty sure, even run Linux within the Renode environment. Right now, there's a FPGA toolchain that I've been messing around with since last year. It's from the Tim Videos project. Now they call it Litex Build ENV. And basically, you're giving a hardware specification in a high definition or a high level hardware definition language, and you provide a platform at that specification, and then it generates the Renode configs and also configs to go to actual hardware. So basically, they build an FPGA toolchain that allows you to create a virtual CPU and run Linux on it, or the other output is a Renode. So you could kind of write your software and test it in Renode, and then the next step is getting that working on an FPGA CPU. So I'd imagine some of these guys have gotten 1,000 RISC-V cores, or 1,000 minimal cores on one CPU, and a lot of people have been running Linux and actually developing software. So I'm pretty sure you'd be able to run an Atmel Arduino processor.
Well, thanks so much again, Zach, for your presentation today. I appreciate all your insights. We are going to transition to a brief interlude in our program. And I'm sure, Zach, I hope you don't mind me speaking on your behalf. I'm sure Zach will be available on Slack, at least through some of our program. And so feel free to reach out and engage. We'll all be hanging out and chatting about this and other topics. So thanks again, Zach.
Definitely. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank our sponsors, Red Hat and Oracle. Without our sponsors and all of you, we wouldn't have OLF Conference for you today. Now, with that said, too, we're always looking for supporters from the corporate world. So if your companies or any companies you know of would make a good partner for OLF Conference, we'd love to chat more about sponsorships. And you can email us about that at sponsors@olfconference.org or ohiolinux.org. One of the things that I'm excited to be able to do with you today, that's always more difficult when we have 5 or 6 concurrent tracks, is we have a team of 8. A team of 8 throughout who works on OLF throughout the year. And it might not seem like it, but a lot of work goes on leading up to the conference. All the details about things like what speakers, or whether or not we have swag or badges, our venue, all those little things make a big difference. And our team throughout the year works on them to bring the program to you. And I'm honored to be able to introduce our team members to you a little more personally throughout our program today and tomorrow. I'd like to bring on Vance, and Vance has been an organizer with OLF since 2006. And Vance has done so much between in the early days in 2006, helping record our sessions. And he's served as our speaker chair multiple years. And that is one of our most challenging and time-intensive jobs. And I could always trust on Vance taking care of all the important details that matter so much. Vance is going to be hanging out with us for a few minutes now and just share some of the work with the Birds of Feather sessions, which he's chairing again this year. Welcome, Vance.
Thank you very much, Warner. Appreciate you giving me this chance here. For those of you who may not be familiar with it, a Birds of a Feather session tends to be more of an interactive type of approach rather than a presentation like you just saw. And it's really a way for people who have a common interest to be able to get together and talk about a subject. And so far, we've got 6 of them that are lined up for tonight. They're going to be between 6 and 9 p.m. This evening. And we've got ones on Vim, and many of you who've been to previous years, we've often had one on Vim, but this one is actually going to also feature VS Code. We've got one on containers. We've got one on Wayland. We've got one on other subjects. We've got one on cooking and neurodiversity and mental health. So you can look it on our webpage. If you look under the program link, you'll see our Birds of a Feather is one of the options under that. And you'll see what we have scheduled. And you'll also see at the bottom of that page, there's a form where if you want to suggest a topic, go ahead and do that. And we'll get you slotted in somewhere. We're being able to hold this virtually this year with our partners at Geek Beacon. They're going to be hosting us on their Discord server. So you will need to be able to have a Discord ID in order to join that up. I would suggest go ahead and do that sometime during the day and let us know what session that you want to propose. And hopefully you'll be able to find a bunch of friends, new people that want to talk about the same subject with you. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it back over to Warner.
Thanks so much, Vance. You know, as we go throughout the day and learn about things like RISC and other topics, it's one of those things where you might have a question or want to have more of a conversation. How does this apply to me and what I'm doing in my organizations or in my work? And the BOF sessions are a fantastic way to continue that conversation. It can be as formal or informal as you want. And there's still a window to curate and influence what sessions we have tonight. We'll share the link to do that in our chat. So keep an eye out for that. And of course, it's all on the website, like Vance said before. Now I'm pleased to introduce our next speaker. Robin has a passion for front-end development and making it accessible to everyone. He has worked across industries, including education and broadcasting, and making their websites work for everyone. Robin's talk, One Sprint to Drastically Improve Web Accessibility, will be walking us through an outline on how we can fix common accessibility issues in one sprint cycle. Please welcome Robin to the virtual stage.
Thank you, everybody. I'm so glad to be here. I'm so excited to speak at Ohio Linux Fest. This is actually my second year. Last year, you might have seen me give a talk on how to integrate junior developers into your team. And that was a talk that I was excited about giving because I was a junior developer not too long ago. And I was integrated all right into my team, and I've seen some great executions of it and some not so great executions of it. But one thing that I've also seen great and poor executions of are web accessibility. So what I'm going to go over today is how you can quickly and drastically improve the web accessibility for your website in about one sprint. So what we're going to be talking about for the agenda is the who and why of accessibility. Why is it important, and what exactly is it? Let me double check that my screen is sharing correctly. Okay, we're all good there. And then accessibility tools that both the users of the platform will use and as developers that you can use. We're also going to talk about an element by element rundown of the different site improvements that you could do. We can't get into everything that you can do to make your site more accessible, but we can get into the vast majority of things that'll quickly make it better. And then we're going to talk about how to integrate this all in one sprint. And I'm actually going to leave you with a Trello board that you can copy and paste into your own Trello area, or like steal all the improvements from or the acceptance criteria and integrate them into your normal sprint cycle. So who am I? Well, my name is Robin Clower. I'm an associate consultant at Workstate Consulting. We're a Columbus-based firm, just a little bit north of North Market, but pretty much on right next to North Market. We're currently hiring. If you're interested, we're looking for full stack like .NET or Angular developers, also people who have interest in DevOps, which is a role that I previously did. But what I've primarily worked on is front-end development, and especially Drupal. Currently, I'm a maintainer for about 7 or 8 different sites, mainly working on the front end for a large broadcasting company. Then I've also worked on some Liferay. And during my time doing front-end and back-end development, I've improved accessibility for 2 different sites. One of them was a relatively small school in upstate New York for students with autism. And then one of them is a broadcast channel, premieres every single day. And their site actually was sued on account of accessibility, and they had to bring it up to standards. And so I was working on all the different requirements to get that up. And thankfully, we are like 99% of the way there, and we had until this year, the end of this year, to get it done, and all we need to do is migrate video players. All we need to do. We've been working at that for a while. So the who of accessibility. I'm about to show you a video. It doesn't need sound or anything, so if you can't hear the sound, it's fine. So that is a Twitch streamer. He goes by the name of Rocky No Hands. And as you could probably guess by the name, he's actually paralyzed from the neck down. He can't move any of his body beneath the neck. And so what he does is he plays video games, which he was really passionate about before getting disabled, using this controller. You can see actually it's pretty much a joystick that he can control with his head movements. And it's got 3 little pipes. And each pipe you can either blow or suck at, and that'll register different inputs. And then you can use any combination of the 3 pipes in order to register different button presses. So he has them bound to his keyboard or to his controller input, And he has it mapped in such a way that, for instance, if he blows into the center hole and not the two other holes, then he's able to shoot. Well, that's the most frequent action, so that's the easiest one for him to do. But he might also have reload bound to, like, if you pull in your breath from the left two holes, then it'll do something. So accessibility is normal people. They like to do the normal things, the people that need accessibility options. However, they just need a little different way of achieving the same thing. So there are a whole bunch of different common forms of disability, and we kind of have to design for all of them, because somebody with one form of disability might not be affected by other fixes. So for instance, an auditory disability like difficulty hearing or deafness, you would need captions on your videos. You wouldn't be able to hear what they say. A cognitive like ADD or learning disabilities, they might have a harder time focusing or understanding ideas clearly. So they need clearly demarcated areas of the site, like obvious headers, things like that, to guide them through the page. Neurological diseases like Parkinson's or epilepsy, they might need things like no rapidly changing elements. So slideshows that don't flick through the site really quickly, or menus that don't disappear if you accidentally hover off the menu for like a quarter of a second if your hand shakes. You also have physical disabilities, like we saw with Rocky No Hands. He's able to play video games with other players. That was Call of Duty Warzone, with able-bodied players, and he's able to play at such a highly competitive level, even though he's fully paralyzed below the neck. And for websites, a lot of times that translates to being able to navigate using keyboards or different button maps instead of just the mouse. You also have visual, which is things like blindness or just difficulty seeing, or even color blindness. So for this, you need well-labeled web elements in the HTML, like not necessarily things people can see, but make sure that all of your tags are what they're supposed to be used for. And then also good use of pictures and colors. A disability doesn't just affect those who have dealt with it for a long time. You can be temporarily disabled in a whole bunch of different ways. So you could like break your arm or get a concussion that makes it harder to read or focus on things, harder to use a screen. For instance, at one point, I actually got pink eye. My second day of student teaching, I got pink eye over the weekend. And I had, my entire room was completely dark. I had no lights on. I even unplugged all the idle lights in my room because they were so bright. I had double blackout curtains on my window. I had my phone at completely minimum darkness, like as dark as you could get. And I had downloaded a second app to make it even darker. And the screen was still too bright for me to use. So I just had to sit there doing nothing for the entire time. If I had known more about accessibility options during that time, I could have actually navigated using the voice command on my phone and using the text-to-speech options on my phone. And I could have navigated and still been able to peruse websites and everything like that. You also have elderly people who are trying to use computers, and just because they can't see as well, maybe you need ability to make your site have larger font sizes. And then also, accessibility options aren't just for people who are disabled. It's really anybody who likes to navigate the web using a different option. So for instance, navigating using keyboard. But why is it important? Well, it has potential to make life better for everyone, not just people with disabilities. Like I said, when I watch YouTube videos, I like to speed up a lot of videos really quickly so that they're 2x speed. I can do that with a keyboard shortcut instead of navigating through 3 menus. That's an accessibility thing, but it's also something that I utilize. Accessibility options definitely make life better for people with disabilities. There are some websites that they straight up can't use because they don't have the proper options. And so this will allow them to use it. And then also, accessibility is a legal requirement. Like I said, I'm currently working on a website that was sued for the Americans with Disabilities Act because it's a public-facing website, and Title III of the ADA says you can't have discrimination on the basis of disability in public places, and that has been interpreted to mean websites. So if your website is a place that somebody could go to interact with your content or to shop, that's a public place. That's an area that people are trying to use, and you need to have it enabled. So it's not just it would feel good if we did this. It's actually a legal requirement in the US. So what is accessibility exactly? Well, in the normal world, it's making traditional mediums usable for people with disabilities. So for instance, adding a wheelchair ramp, you can't just have a staircase, or you might have to have an elevator or something. Having elevator buttons that have braille, so that way they can read what blind people can read what floor they need to go to. Closed captioning on news channels a lot of times at like airports and stuff. It's nice that you can read it from afar, but you actually really need that if you can't hear. And then in terms of web specifically, we have the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. And these pretty much say what you need to do in order to make your website accessible for pretty much anybody with a disability, regardless of what type of disability they have. And there actually is no federal statute that says like these are the different requirements. The federal statute for ADA basically just says we need to use the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. They're created by a nonprofit, but they're the ones that are federally recognized as what you need to adhere to. So accessibility tools for computers. Well, people who are disabled can use things like keyboard navigation. I've talked about that a little bit. Using tab to navigate through a website instead of using your mouse, or shift tab to go back up. There are screen readers like Orca for Linux is a global screen reader that works for all your different applications. There are also browser specific readers like Chrome Vox is an extension that you wouldn't know about because it ships with Chrome, and you can enable it using some hotkeys, and it's just anytime you install Chrome, you have the ability to turn on your screen reader. You can also set different browser settings or default options. So for instance, you can automatically make your zoom scale 150% or 200% for every single website you go to. There are browser extensions that you can use for helping make sure that you have accessibility figured out. And as a developer, there's something like Site Improve Accessibility Checker, that's for Chrome, and that will do an audit of the page that you're on, and it'll tell you all of the different areas that need improvement for accessibility. So for instance, oh, this you've got a repeated ID, or you have this other image doesn't have the correct tags. Then there's also Color Contrast Analyzer, and that will tell you where your colors aren't distinguished enough for people with color blindness or difficulty seeing to be able to use your website effectively. So now we're going to talk about some common site improvements. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through a whole bunch of different areas of websites that have normally some problems with accessibility. And then I'm going to frame it in terms of, at the end, how you can fix that all in one sprint. So before we get too far into it, I want to do a little exercise. So if you'll please go to, you can minimize the screen. I'll talk out loud. I'll read the instructions out loud. Go to bbc.com on your favorite web browser. And then click on the first news article that doesn't have to do with the US election. And don't click anything else after you click on that article. Okay, go ahead and now click Tab once. And look in the top left-hand corner of your screen, you should see a little box up here around the BBC logo. And click Tab one more time. A little button should have just appeared that says something like skip to main content. And that button, it wasn't there before, but now it's there. Go ahead and click enter once. So your screen should have shifted down a little bit. And now you should be like maybe on the first hyperlink in the article. So maybe like the author's name or something like that. All right, go ahead and refresh the page and don't click anything again. Now click tab. And instead of hitting enter when you get to that button, just keep on hitting tab until you reach the same place that you reached originally. So just keep on hitting tab until you reach that author's name hyperlink. Okay, so that probably took you like it took probably around 3 or 4 button presses in order to do it originally, and now it took you like 20 to get through, but just because there are so many menus. So that's the power of good accessibility that you honestly wouldn't know about if you'd never seen that feature before. And you can come back to the slideshow now. And somebody in Slack chat said there are some video players that like automatically hide the volume when you mouse over it or things like that. And yeah, features like that, they're annoying for people without disabilities to use. And they're absolutely infuriating and or unusable for people with disabilities. So in tabbing, the general principles are you only want your interactable items to be tabbable. You don't want to have to tab through like every single thing on your site, especially there are some like ads that get in there. And apps have like 50 billion different elements wrapped up in one iframe. And if you had to tab through every single one of those, it would be horrible. So generally links are automatically tabbable, menus are automatically tabbable, but divs, headers, paragraphs are not tabbable. Keyboard navigation should progress logically across and down the page. So if you start in the top left corner, then you're going to go all the way across to the right-hand side and then go down, and you're going to go like a normal reading order. If your stuff skips all over the page, then that's going to be really hard to follow where your cursor is if you don't use a mouse. A common area that I see this is people will have their logo in the top left-hand corner and then like their social items in the top right-hand corner, and there's a menu between them, and it'll skip from the logo to the social menu to the regular menu. That's a no-go. It should go from left to right. Another thing that should not happen, menus should not open if you click tab over top of the menu. So when you were tabbing through the BBC, but there was like a more menu with like a little down thing, but you didn't have to tab through the entire submenu. And that's really important because some sites, especially like university sites and stuff like that, have like 50 billion submenus that are just completely impossible if you had to tab through each one of those every single time that you wanted to visit a page on the site. Hyperlinks shouldn't be repeated. And what I mean by that is if you have two links leading to the same place and they're close to the same place on the page, then only one of those should be tabbable. So for instance, this is a common feature, a card on a lot of sites. Normally you would be able to tap on the image with your mouse and that would take you to the article, or you could tap on the headline. Normally the paragraph you probably wouldn't be able to link to the article from. And then this culture thing is a separate link, and that'll lead you to like their culture page. So if you're clicking with a mouse, it's fine. You want to be able to click on all of this area and have it go. If you're tabbing through, you don't want to have to tab through like 30 cards in a row where it highlights this image and then it highlights this text and then it highlights here. If you could remove one of those, that's ideal. So one way of doing it is to have this entire card be tabbable and remove the link here. Another way of doing it is have this first one be tabbable and then remove the ability to tab to this one. So another thing that you need is invisible items should not be tabbable. And this is a problem, especially with carousels a lot of the time, is you'll have 3 items on screen that you can see and then like 7 items off the screen. And you actually tab through the first 3 items and then it actually tabs through the remaining 7 items. And you can't actually tell where your cursor is because they're completely off the screen. Or modals are another area where this faces problems. You have like a hyperlink for like a newsletter sign up or something in your modal, and you try and tab around and then all of a sudden your cursor just completely disappears. It's because it went to this hidden modal that's not even visible to the eye. So make sure all of that's not tabbable and then use JavaScript to enable the tabbing when it's there. And then also, like we saw in BBC, pages should have a skip to main content item at the top of the page that'll skip past like all the layers of menus because most pages obviously have a ton of menus. So here are a couple HTML properties that you'll need to shore up on if you want to make your tabbing accessible. There's something called tab index, and that can be set to -1 or 0. If the item should be tabbable, it could be 0. It's set as a default, like tab index is automatically 0 and it's not even there for A tags. But if you want to change that, then you need to add tab index equals -1 or 0. So for instance, like I talked about with the carousel earlier, you would want to have all of those items that are off screen have a tab index of -1. And then when you hit the next button on the carousel or you swipe to the right on the carousel and those new ones appear, the old ones should get a tab index of 0 and the new ones, or of -1, and the new ones should get a tab index of 0. So that way you can tab to them. ARIA hidden tells whether or not, and these ARIA labels are something used in accessibility. They basically tell screen reader additional information that might not be obvious. So ARIA hidden tells is an item hidden. So we have like the tab index set to -1 on the carousel, and we're also going to hide ARIA hidden equals true, that item from the carousel, so that way your screen reader doesn't try and pick up on that information. Another one is ARIA has pop-up, and that'll tell you, especially with menus, like does this menu have a submenu? And ARIA expanded, if it has a submenu, then is it expanded? So for instance, if I'm using a screen reader and I go to this site, it might say a list with 4 items. 3rd item, healthy living, button collapsed. And so what's that telling me is, okay, I'm on the third of 4 items in this menu. It's called Healthy Living and it's a button, but it is collapsed, which means that there's stuff that can expand out from it. And so if I click down and expand it, it says list with 4 items, third item, Healthy Living, button expanded. So now we know there was a state change and it is now an expanded item. So we want to make sure that our menus are logical. So we've got a demo menu here. It's got an about, an admissions, and an academics page. And then this menu has some submenus. So remember earlier when I said you want to make sure that only the top level menu items are naturally tabbable because you don't want to have to tab through a whole bunch of submenus. You can see what they're doing here is they have their A tag is a menu item. It has a pop-up. We know that it should expand. ARIA expanded should be set to true. I took the screenshot at a slightly different time because it is currently expanded. And the tab index is 0 because we want to be able to tab to this top level menu item. However, the menu beneath it, like overview, it should have a tab index of -1 because we don't want it to be tabbable. And then it also doesn't need to have anything like ARIA has pop-up or ARIA expanded because it's not, it doesn't have submenus. But you can see the facts should have ARIA has pop-up true, ARIA expanded false because it has a submenu that's not currently expanded. And so these are the type of things that we'll need to change to dynamically with JavaScript. So if you like hover over the menu item, then all of a sudden it should change those different tabbing indexes and ARIA has pop-up, ARIA expanded, etc. So that way the users are told about the state change. And it shouldn't just be for hovers, it should also be for focus. If that item receives focus, then we're going to change those. Bonus tip, flyout menus like this, if you hover over them, they should have a slight delay before collapsing. So I think we've all probably done something where you hover over a site and then you try and go down to the next part of the menu and it like disappears on you on accident because maybe you moused out of it for a little bit, maybe it like didn't stick around. If there's an ever so slight delay, it doesn't look quite as great, but it means somebody who has like a shaky hand, like Parkinson's or something, the menu doesn't disappear on them when they accidentally swipe out from the menu. Okay, so next up, we're going to talk about headings. So there should only be one H1 tag per page, and there should be exactly one H1 tag per page. So this is really easy on most sites. If you have like an article, the article title should be the H1 heading. It's a little bit harder on the homepage of some sites, like on a news site or something, you have a whole bunch of different articles all there. Maybe you just make the very first like presidential election results. That should be your H1, and then all of the other ones will not be an H1. Now, here's an example from BBC, and a lot of my examples are from BBC. Just I haven't worked for them or anything. I just chose them because I needed an example, and I figured it's a relatively neutral news site, so I wouldn't catch any flack during this election season. So this area right here is made up of, it's pretty typical. We've got a card, it's like a card large or something, and then a couple card smalls. So in your mind, think about for a second, what are all of the headers that you see in this area, and try and pick out how all of the headers that you can think of. Okay, and so now think about, with what you know about headers, which ones are your like H2s, which ones are your H3s, which ones are your H4s, etc. Okay, I just revealed them. This top one, even though it's smaller than this next one, is actually an H2. This one, even though it's larger than all of these, is actually an H3. And if you inspect the BBC, you'll actually see that. And that's because headers should progress logically through a page. So H2s should be nested under H1s. H3s should be nested under H2s. And I know when I started development, I always wanted to use the one that closest matched what was the styling we were looking for. So like in this, I probably would have said this is an H2, this is an H3, then these are H4s or something. No, it should progress logically, and then you use styling in order to change all of those elements. So this one, even though it's the exact same as these, it's an H3, it's styled slightly differently. But what this tells screen readers and navigation is that this is the next most important thing. This is a sub menu or a section, and all of these are sub areas of that section. I'm getting quite a few Slack pings, so I'm just going to double check that everything's still working well. Okay, we're all good. Okay, and then assistive text readers are able to skip based on this, and they'll tell you like header 3, the cell that saved 10 million lives, and you know, okay, that it makes sense logically. Next up, we're going to talk about colors. There's a popular game right now, you might have heard of it, it's called Among Us, and the characters in Among Us are denoted mainly by their color. It's a social deduction game, kind of like Mafia, if you haven't heard of it, where there are a couple imposters among the crewmates, and the crewmates are trying to solve things. But generally, you have a period after you see a dead body that you're trying to figure out who the person was that killed him. And in Among Us, a lot of times you say the person's color, like, oh, I saw red kill the person. Well, that's all well and good if you do not have color blindness. But this red definitely doesn't look red to somebody with this color blindness, for instance. It looks gray. It looks the exact same as this color and this color and this color. So you're just not going to be able to play the game pretty much unless you have very specific character names of the people playing. And this is important because 8% of men are colorblind. For some reason, there's actually a pretty big gap. It's like 0.5% of women are colorblind and 8% of men. And so you need to make sure that your website is designed for people who have color blindness. A good way of doing that is making sure that colors should have a contrast of 3 or greater. And what that means is there are websites like this. That's what the hyperlink leads to. It will tell you how contrasting the colors are if one of them is in the foreground and one of them is in the background. So for instance, this is 3.2. It's the minimum requirement is 3. The ideal requirement is 4. And you can see it's very clear reading right here that how to use. It's pretty easy still reading this area, but there are some sites that I've seen that just use like a light yellow background and then white text or something. It's just, I can't read that text and I don't have any difficulties with my vision. Another thing that's important is links can't just use color. So you notice this link right here has both a color difference and it has an underline. And that's really important because somebody who is colorblind might not be able to tell that the link is any different color. And so they're just going around and they're like, oh, I wish this article had some hyperlinks. And it's like, well, the article does have a ton of hyperlinks. You just can't read them. And you can style it pretty cool. You can have cool underlines and a lot of stuff, or you could even make it like bold, or Wikipedia obviously has the normal like annotation thing. Those are different ways that you can indicate that there is a link there. And then also forms shouldn't just use color for info. So if you got rid of this is a required question right here. I failed this form and I got a red outline here and then a red underline. But if you don't have the ability to pick out red, or red looks like green to you, then it looks like this was a successfully submitted question if you don't have the this is a required question element. So make sure your forms don't just use color for info. The next thing we're going to talk about is images. And this is my adorable little puppy, Bernie. And if you look at them for a while and think about it, what's the difference between these two images? What do you see that's different here? So there's actually no visual difference in the images. The only difference is, if this was on a website, the one on the left has an alt tag that says adorable fluffy dog sleeps. So if you're using a text-to-speech reader and you're panning through and it says image, and then you go to the next thing and it continues on, then that means that image didn't have an alt tag. And so the person would never know that they just looked at an image of an adorable fluffy dog sleeping. Instead, they would just hear it's an image and they would be completely lost as to what that image was. This is especially important on like blogs and stuff. You have an image of maybe the beautiful meal that you cooked. You're talking about cooking this meal and you don't describe what's happening in each step of the image. So like, oh, I saute the onions, and then you have a picture of like the onion sauteing, but instead of using oil, you're using butter. And that's very obvious in the image, but then you don't say that. Some people might try and use one instead of the other, for instance. Now, you can have images with alt tags that are blank. However, that should be only used for images that are completely decorative. So let's say you have like a flower off in the corner of your your website that just floats around with you and it doesn't matter at all, then that can have an image of alt tag nothing, but that should only be used for decorative images. Next up, images. Screen readers can't understand images without alt text, like we said, but they also can't parse words inside of images. So for instance, memes with its big impact font, if you're blind, you can't read that font. So you need to have the alt tag that would say, this image says such and such. It's the normal meme, and it says this thing. Or alternatively, you can use your normal HTML elements and overlay them over top the image. And that's the better option if you're developing a website. So for instance, on here, again from the BBC, we have a header and a paragraph and then their kicker. All of them are overlapping the white background of the penguins, but you'll notice there's actually like a gradient that goes from the bottom of the text about halfway up the screen of the body of the image. And even though the science and environment is like a pretty light gray text and is pretty much the exact same color of the snow as the background, it's still very clearly readable. So this is a great way of making sure that your images, people using screen readers can understand everything that's happening on the page and not have it distracting. A couple other random things that I want to talk about. What is the difference between these three buttons? And now they're all styled with basic Bootstrap styling. They're all called button primary or whatever, button default. So the first one is a button, and it is a closed button. The second one is a link that takes us back a page or something like that. And the third one is a submit button. So they all have very different features and different reasons to use each one. And if you confuse them, a lot of times like, oh, I have a link that I want to look like a button, I'll use a button instead. There's a distinct reason, and it's because of accessibility. Buttons are for actions. So something like a X to exit out of a modal should be a button. That's an action, you're closing that modal. Or like on a carousel, the next item should be a button. A's are for links. So even if it's styled the exact same way, if you have a link that's leading somewhere, it should always be an A tag. And then inputs are for your forms. So input type submit. You don't want to be submitting a form with a button because somebody might be expecting something else like that to happen. Focus and hover are pretty much synonymous and should be made synonymous in all your CSS and JavaScript. So like I said earlier, if you're hovering over a menu item, you also want to make the same thing if you're focusing on that menu item, you want to expand it as well. Somebody using the keyboard isn't necessarily going to hover over all the elements. Instead, they're going to be tabbing through all the elements. And so you need to have the same behavior for both. All IDs on your page should be unique IDs. You shouldn't have any duplicated IDs on your page. This helps people navigate the website. It also helps with your labeled attributes. Like you might have a form item and the label is labeling it and it's labeling this unique ID element of the form. So if we're talking in terms of fixing everything in one sprint, carousels in general are a nightmare for accessibility and they're really hard to do. They're out of scope for the sprint. I would say probably like half the work I did for the website that I was improving that had been sued was for the carousel that we were using. And then also videos are hard and out of scope for the sprint. So videos, you're probably not going to be able to make accessible short of completely revamping your video system and swapping to a new video system. Now, there are some that are already utilizing accessibility features. So if you can use, for instance, a YouTube embed instead of your own proprietary video software, then that'll allow you to have an accessible video on your site, which is probably a better option for a small team. But if you're a site that's based on ad revenue and everything like that, then honestly, you need to have a frank discussion with your product owners or whoever's in charge of your site to get a video system that is accessible. Because like I said, it is something you could be sued for. This is an instance of the CSS. You've got your A hover and your A focus should all have the exact same things. Every time you have hover, have focus right next to it for both JavaScript and CSS. So putting it all together, I made you all a Trello board. And so what you should do if you're actually wanting to follow through, I hate those text inside images mains. I have to copy type them for blind friends. Yeah, exactly. There's the standard, there are some questions that have popped up. Open Standard for Building UIs for Accessibility. The WCAG standard is the one that you want to follow, and they have pretty informative links. And a lot of them are actually linked in the Trello board. So here is my Trello board. I'll address that in a second. So for instance, we've got our forms, and here's the W3. They're the people who actually make the guidelines. And they tell you all of the different elements that you should have with forms. So labeling controls, you need to have your form with controls labeled. You should have multi-page forms instead of all of your stuff being on one huge long form. So this Trello board has two elements. First, you can duplicate this board. And if you're logged into Trello, there will be like a show menu over here, and then there will be like a duplicate this board. You can copy, duplicate the board, or you can just copy and paste all the different elements. Then what you're gonna have to do as the person who is interested in this, or you'll have to assign somebody to this, do a spike and audit all the different elements that you'll need to fix in the to-do column. So there are some elements that on your site you're already going to be good for. You've already finished. There are other elements that you didn't know were a thing and now you learned. And so you're going to have to go through and manually figure out all the different problems on your site. The good thing is that you're going to be able to use some tools to use this. So I talked earlier about some of the Chrome tools that you have. One of them is something called Site Accessibility Checker. So I'm going to go on to skinnytaste.com. It's not a site I've worked on. It's just a site that I get a lot of my recipes from each week. And they're my example because for the most part, they've got really good accessibility. If you're on their mobile site, they have a little pop-up that has accessibility options. But we're going to do a little audit of their page. So I'm going to click this, and it's going to show up all of the different areas on the site that aren't quite great. So you can see it shows up things like use of color. Link is identified only by color. Let's see where that is. It's this like find out more. So if I look on here, I think it's one of these elements up here. You can see this like via email. That's a link, but it only distinguishes itself via color. Or enough time. It's making sure that there's enough time before you navigate through the different sites. There are some other elements that you might have. And again, like I said, this site is pretty good for accessibility, so there's not a lot that's on here. Images of text. So we talked about, is the image free of text? And these areas right here, this is a pretty big flaw on her site. We've got Skinny Taste Meal Prep. It's a book, it's a link, but it doesn't have any way of distinguishing what this book is to somebody using a screen reader. So it just says order now on Amazon, but what am I ordering? Am I ordering her air fryer book, her one and done book? Am I ordering like an actual air fryer? She should have some sort of text that tells what these things are. And again, she does good for the most part, and I'm just using this as a little example. Another tool that I really like is a color contrast analyzer. So I'm going to pull that up right now. So I'm going to capture just a little bit, and we're going to look at this region right here. So she distinguishes all of her recipes using these little elements, and it says whether or not the recipe is like paleo or if it's vegan or things like that. But you can see some of them are pretty hard to read. This paleo, there's like a little P inside of that yellow. Honestly, it's pretty hard to read for me. Some of them are great. This pressure cooker, I think it's great. It looks exactly right. Let's see. I'm pretty zoomed in, so that's probably causing a problem. Let me kill this and then color contrast. Okay, so I don't know why it's offset, but you're able to see it did like a little mask. So for the minimum requirements, we can scan it and it'll show all of the elements. Obviously, we've got our text is perfectly readable, but we can only see the PC and the K for keto and pressure cooker. We can't tell what the KF is or the FM, and we can hide the mask and look at those, like the GF, the gluten-free. It's this lightish pink and a white background. You can't actually distinguish what that is if you have difficulty with colors, or even sometimes if you don't. So as a developer, one of my favorite sites is this contrast ratio, and it's the one that I showed earlier. And you type in 2 colors and it'll tell you what the ratio is. So this 2.7, that's not accessible. It's like especially really hard reading this, and I have to highlight it in order to read it well. Some of the other things that she has on this, like one of the yellows that she uses, that's even more difficult. Like I straight up can't read anything aside from how to use without some serious eye strain. Or the red that she uses elsewhere against the white, okay, that's actually pretty good. We can actually read that. And if we look at the site, that's that Q. Okay, that Q is pretty visible. So this will be an easy way of checking. And you can also change, like, what happens if I use black font? Okay, that's pretty understandable and pretty readable, especially if I use it against a yellow background. So what I recommend their web designer does is about half of these logos can be like they are, the keto, the pressure cooker, the kid friendly. But then the others, I would recommend changing to a really dark gray font or something like that. And it won't look too out of place. I've done it for some other sites, but it'll make sure that all of this is readable. So on this Trello board, there are also some things like the headers that talk about you should have exactly one H1 tag. You should have the H2s nested under H3s. The styling can be used to replicate. And so you can copy all of these different elements. Now, I saw a question come in earlier that I want to bring attention to, and it's pretty much, how can I convince somebody from a business owner that this is a good idea to improve their site this way? And that's the beauty of this talk. You don't even necessarily have to have one sprint dedicated to it, because you can actually use all of these different elements and bring them into your existing sprint and just do like one or two kind of sneaky points at a time. You don't necessarily need to have all of the different things done exactly on one sprint, although that would be pretty ideal. Instead, you could just say like, okay, this week we're fixing all of our links and we're making sure the link styling is consistent across the page. All of the links have the different elements, and we're just going to do that. It's going to be like 2 or 3 points. It's not going to really add that much to our sprint commit, and it should be something that we can knock out. And if you do this really incremental thing, instead of just saying, hey, we need to take a full sprint to get all of this done, you say, hey, we're just going to do a little bit of work on here, then that'll help make it much easier. Yeah, so Bariga comments that they don't know the last time they saw a QA talk about testing headphones or anything. We didn't either when we were designing the site. And the site that I had to improve was actually a site that I helped make. And we didn't have our QA doing anything like that. And now I'm getting tickets like, oh, if you're using the text-to-speech on your Android device and you navigate to this very specific area, it's not reading out loud. I actually had to like install a Mac VM on my Ubuntu machine in order to test the things out on the Safari that they said, because I don't own a Mac. These are things that until you're sued, you probably wouldn't know about. You probably wouldn't recognize that it's a problem. But once you're sued, it's like, man, our site is really quite horrendous. And one thing that I would recommend you do is just try out different, especially text-to-speech things. On your phone, it's a default setting that you have in both iPhones and Androids. You can turn it on from your accessibility options in your phone settings and try and experiment what it's like to use your phone with accessibility and what elements are easy for you to use and what elements are hard for you to use. And if you try out the more of these tools, like I said, Orca for Linux is something. It's just sudo apt install Orca. If you use it, then it'll tell you all of the things that are happening on your Debian-based system. Like for instance, the second I turn it on, it says, we're in the terminal window, Orca was just enabled. And then it'll tell me like a brief description about everything that's happened on the screen. And if I swap between screens, it'll tell me everything that happened on the screen. So Slack, message, somebody just joined general. Let's see some of this other thing. Yeah, so accessibility is a lot of times, like I said, it's something that's relatively forgotten about, but it's something that if you build your site around from the very beginning, then it's going to be really easy. If all of your links have good color contrast at the beginning and you're setting all your default SAS files to have this color for link text, then that's great. If you need to do an audit halfway through building a site to make sure things are accessible, then you need to do that. And especially the extra time that you can do to figure out which carousels are accessible or which video players are accessible, then that's really important. Because if you custom build a carousel or if you use a carousel library that's out of date, not accessible, then that's going to cause you problems later down the line. Let's see, Harvest is a good text-to-speech for Linux, but semi-assembly. Yeah, I don't really love the Orca default voice, and what I really like is Chrome Vox's voice is pretty clear, but obviously that's only usable for Chrome specifically. Let's see some other questions. If you have any questions, feel free to throw them out. That is actually pretty much the majority of what I was going to talk about, but I'm more than happy. Any questions that you have about accessibility or what I've done or anything like that, then let me know. It's good to have an accessibility seminar at Linux Fest. Yeah, Windows license. Yeah, and it's really nice. When I started using Orca, it's not the greatest text-to-speech reader, but it was so quick and easy to install if you're used to the Linux operating system. It was just, like I said, an apt install, that we're so used to doing these type of things that it's second nature. I tried installing the Windows equivalent, and it took me quite a while to get through. And especially if you're booting up an operating system for the very first time and you already have difficulty with sight or anything like that, figuring out how to make the text-to-speech work is the last thing that you want to be navigating blind, literally.
Thanks so much, Robin. That Trello board is super cool. Thanks for creating that for us. There was a question in the Zoom Q&A, and thank you, Carl Miller, for using the Zoom Q&A. That's really where we like our questions asked. So if you don't mind answering that in Slack, I'm sure Carl would appreciate it. His question is, do you know of any good WordPress themes that implement the suggestions in your presentation? So with that said, I wanted to be sure to acknowledge Carl, but we need to be sensitive to time in the program as well. So thanks again, Robin. I appreciate you for speaking with us.
So I haven't worked with WordPress specifically. I'm sure if you search WordPress accessibility, then there probably are going to be some WordPress themes that you can use. But I don't know any specifically off the top of my head. If anybody in chat has feedback or WordPress suggestions that they've used in the past, I'd be more than glad to hear them. I also see some people talking about accessibility in video games, and that's one of the things that got me excited about it. There's a series of YouTube videos by a guy named Game Maker's Toolkit, where he talks about accessibility in popular video games that have been happening. And the push for accessibility options in video games has been made pretty strong in the past couple of years, and some of the games that are really great for it. Last of Us, I see mentioned, that has like completely customizable difficulty options. So maybe some of the enemies are easier to kill than they would be by default, but the puzzles that you're experimenting with are going to be harder because you can do the slow puzzles, but you can't do the shooty-looty stuff. Or a game that I played a lot of was Celeste, and that's a platformer game, and it allows you to change the options. Like you can have multiple of the fast movement mechanic before touching the ground instead of just the one, or you can turn off like dangerous spikes to where you can land on them and not be hurt. And I actually had to do that to beat the most final level. It's like a 5-minute long screen, but I was like, I can't beat this the regular way. I'm just going to turn this on so that I can see the true ending of the game. It's something that was useful for me as an able-bodied player, but it's especially useful for somebody who has problems with accessibility. I know in Among Us specifically, it's a game I mentioned earlier, they are working on making
I'm
some.
Sorry, not to be rude. We're 2 minutes past time. So
we are. Okay.
Please continue the conversation in Slack.
Thanks. Okay. Thank you
for joining us locally, but virtually in Columbus, Ohio. Have a great one, Robin.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Well, I'm excited to continue the program. I'm going to speak quickly and get to point because I don't want to make us any later. But what I would like to do is welcome Rafiq. Rafiq joined our Ohio Linux Fest team in 2017. And Rafiq ran our career track and professional training for several years. But more recently, he has been instrumental in informing our strategy as an organization at OLF Conference. Rafiq is going to be taking the lead as Master of Ceremonies, or MC, for the next part of the day. So thanks so much for being here, Rafiq, and looking forward to experiencing the rest of the program with you.
Very good. Thanks, Warner, for good introduction. As Warner said, I am going to be here with you guys for the next 4 or 5 hours. And since we are already a little bit late in our next section, I just want to go ahead with that and introduce Andrew. Andrew has been in Columbus, Ohio. He is system analyst at one of the organizations here in Columbus called OCLC. And at OCLC for the last 2 years, he has been focusing on automation and vulnerability management. And while doing that, he has developed his passion for Ansible. He is using it not only at OCLC, but he is also using it outside of the work. For example, he is managing some of the self-hosted services for himself as well as for some of his friends. So we are going to be talking about Ansible and the changes that are happening, what is new, what is obsolete, what is hot, what is not. So for next 35, 40 minutes, Andrew is going to talk to you about that. And I just want to remind everybody that if you have any question, and if you are on Zoom, you can put your questions in QA, and either we will be handling your questions while Andrew is talking, or at the end of his discussion, we will have some QA that are remaining taken care of at the end of that. So with that, Andrew, floor is yours. Take it from here.
Awesome, Rafiq. Thank you very much. Yeah, today I'm here to talk about Ansible. So let me go ahead and share my screen and we'll get on with that. Yeah, so today my talk is Delta Ansible, keeping up with changes and deprecations. As Rafiq introduced me, my name is Andrew Syriac. I'm an infrastructure architect. Today I'm here representing Compositional Enterprises. I also do work at OCLC, not representing them today though. So this is not an introduction to Ansible talk. This is what you would need to know if you did your research at the big changeover from Ansible 1.9 to 2.0 and never really looked at the details again. So let's go ahead and dive in. A bit of an overview here. I'm going to touch on three major sections. First, the velocity section, then the currency, and then the sustainability. So the velocity section, I want to go over what Ansible provides for us, where they show us in what direction they're heading, right, and the magnitude to which they are. For currency, I'm not talking about dollars or Bitcoin here. I'm talking about what does it take to get us up to where Ansible is current, right, and how do we stay there? And sustainability will really drive that home with what things can we implement in order to stay on top of the changes and deprecations in Ansible. So to kick that off, let's start with velocity, which, as we all know, is how quickly and which direction. So let's go ahead and set our pace with that discussion. There are a couple things that Ansible provides to us to keep up with what they're doing and to be transparent. Mainly what we need to be focused on, we as systems administrators mainly, right, and anyone really who else is needing to work with Ansible, it's going to be mainly minor versions that make the difference. So they are going to be introducing a lot of the new fixes into minor versions, and this does follow semantic versioning. So 2.x being 2 being the major version and x being the minor version. So every time they increment that, they will have release notes that go along with all of those releases to give us information as to what is being provided to us in this new version of Ansible. And I'll get to that in a second here. Just to set the pace here, the new stable version, which would be that new minor version, is released at a pace of about every 6 months. Now, most recently with the release of 2.10, they did miss that goal. I believe that's still in beta right now, but they do aim towards about every 6 months releasing a new stable minor version of Ansible. And if we go through the list here that I have up on the screen, we can see exactly which minor versions get which support. Ansible actually only maintains the latest 3 stable versions. So at this snapshot, they were maintaining 2.8, 2.9, and 2.10. So those were considered the stable versions. 2.10 obviously is still in the alpha beta phase, and it's getting all the new updates and fixes and stuff. So that would be the most heaviest change, the most change heavy of all the minor version releases. 2.9 is getting a lot. It's getting security and general bug fixes, but any kind of new feature or any kind of feature tweak isn't necessarily getting into that minor version. So you're still fairly stable and fairly supported on that version. 2.8 being the third release back, that is only getting security updates. It's not getting any kind of bug fixes. It's not getting any kind of advantages there. It's just getting the security fixes, and then everything else beyond that is actually end of life. So if you're running any of those older versions as you go forward, those will be unmaintained. If there's anything that's unearthed or any security vulnerability that comes into play there, you're going to have to bump up to the latest supported version in order to get those fixes. Another thing that Ansible provides us are the roadmaps. The roadmaps show us, what's ahead of us, and Ansible kind of tries to fit everything in there. Since 2.10 though, roadmaps have actually been broken into Ansible core and Ansible the engine itself. So we'll go into talking about collections in a second here and the change that introduced. But there are roadmaps that show us kind of what's coming up next. It's grouped into each minor version release. As we talked about, the minor versions are really where all the big changes are going to be happening. The releases get dated and categorized, and these go back all the way to the 2.0 release. So if you want a historical view of what's been changed, or say you have an implementation where you're kind of stuck on running an older version, you want to get it up to date, you'll have all those roadmaps that will show you what's been implemented in the previous version, so you can almost step through those updates, if you will. Taking it straight from their documentation, each roadmap offers a best guess based on the Ansible team's experience and on requests and feedback from the community of what will be included in a given release. So they are continually, it's a living document. They are continually changing these and updating them, making sure they're up to date. The next, and I would say most important thing here, are the porting guides. So we talked about the roadmaps and what features would be included. The porting guides are for us, for the community, for how to implement these features, right? They show us how to remediate as well as take advantage of new functionality of playbooks, right? Personally, it's how I stay up to date on what the latest way to do something is, right? So there are a couple sections that they'll typically include. One is going to be the playbook changes, any changes that were made to the command line client, any kind of deprecations, module changes, additions, any plugins and custom scripts. So even they don't guarantee their internal code to be consistent, right? They kind of mold it as they need to, but anything big like callback scripts or any other kind of plugins that would be necessary, they'll give you a little hint as to if something really big changed. So they're pretty good about doing that. And they really learned that from the 1.9 to 2.0 release. If anyone was back in that time, there was a really, really huge jump in functionality that broke just a lot of things. So at this point, they're really covering their tails here and making sure that they be as transparent as they possibly can. So the porting guides are just an excellent opportunity to take advantage of that transparency, right? Deprecations are very important in Ansible, because if something is deprecated, obviously it's not going to be available. But let's walk through how they deprecate something. So the first thing that happens if they're going to deprecate something is that a feature is marked as deprecated, accompanied by warnings to the user when you're actually running Ansible, any alternatives to switch to, and a release when the feature will be removed indefinitely. So they'll give you plenty of heads up, and they'll give you plenty of resources in order to remediate that. And when the feature will be removed indefinitely is in the 4th feature release. So the 4th minor version release, after the deprecation was posted, they will actually remove that version. So if you consider that a minor version comes out every 6 months, you'll have more or less 2 years before you will need to remediate that deprecation, which is not a bad time frame, right? It's something, obviously if you get comfortable with a functionality, you're not looking at it, you're not monitoring these deprecations, you may be surprised by it, but if you're able to stay on top of it, they do give you enough time to address it. For example, something in 2.5, something that's deprecated in 2.5 will be removed in 2.9. So let me touch on a couple of major changes that have made a difference in my life working with Ansible. And I'm just going to run through these really quick. It'd be easier if I had like demo code and could show you what the difference is here, but we're not going to go into that depth today. Just a couple things to touch on here. The fact that blocks could have names in 2.3, right? That was big because in Ansible, you want to name everything. It's like their internal comment system. If you don't comment something, you don't know what it does. So if you can't name something, that's going to be a huge disability. So being able to name blocks was a good step forward there. The next one was Python 2.6 was actually required on the targets servers. If you're just talking about regular Linux servers, starting at 2.4 and beyond. This broke backwards compatibility when you're talking about working with CentOS 5 and older. That's been end of life for several years now. So why you're still working with that? I mean, it needs to start being a business decision at that point, but Ansible is going to force the issue as well and make that also a tooling discussion, because Ansible is not supporting those with older Python versions only. Migrating from with X to loop. So if you need to loop over something in Ansible, the old way to do it prior to 2.4 was with items, basically. And they migrated that to using loops, which was nice. And to get into internal baseball here, they wanted to use more of the Jinja filters when it came to looping over stuff. So loop actually implements that interpolation within the loop. So you can loop through something and you can pass a variable into a Jinja filter, and that will perform what the with items or with sub elements or whatever one of the with commands did previously. And then skipping the rest of these, the most major one to come out recently was Ansible Collections. Now this was actually released in 2.9. So this is available as a minor release already and has been for the past couple of months. Ansible Collections splits up the modules from the actual core engine of the program, what actually runs the code on the remotes. So the collections, if I could just stop and touch on that for a bit, benefits the broader community in that anyone can write their own custom modules and not have to have them included in the Ansible core team's release of Ansible, right? The Ansible core team's release of Ansible is now just the engine part of it. Any kind of module or custom Python code or anything else that can be run on the remote, that can be written separately and brought in via the collection system to any Ansible implementation that you're running. That's really great if you want to write custom modules. It's really bad if you need to transition into 2.10, which is where the majority of the community is. Now, for the typical, the file module, the line and file module, the shell module, all of that, that's not going to require any rewriting. However, the third-party supplied modules, like if you're doing network stuff with F5, right, or you're doing stuff with DigitalOcean, those are going to be now third-party curated collections that you're going to need to import. Now a raw install of Ansible will import those all initially for you, but you're going to want to take a look at your code to see if you need to update them. And I'm not going to go deep into collections today, but while it does allow third-party developers to have a lot easier way to bring in their stuff, it may require some updating code and module naming conventions in order to make sure that that still works going into 2.10 and beyond. So keep an eye out for that. I might dive into that later, either later this year if I give another talk, or maybe even next year. I bet I could fill up an entire talk about collections. So I'm going to leave it at that for the time being, and we're going to transition into currency, which is how to catch up, right? If you're on an older version of Ansible, what would be required in order to get you to be current, right? So I love this picture. I found this picture a while ago, and I think it just illustrates the point perfectly. So if we take a look at this guy, right? He's obviously driving an old whatever Model T to work, and he, it's a vast improvement over what he had available to him otherwise. It'd either be some other form of transportation, so like a horse or something, or just walking to work, right? So it's definitely an improvement over his alternatives at the time. But there was a lot of room for additional improvement, right? So like if you'll note the distinct lack of seatbelts or doors or an automatic transmission, right? So there's a lot that you can improve. But someone had said, you know what? you know, I could probably stop all of the bugs from getting in my face if I put up a windshield, right? So they made that little improvement. They're like, okay, let's add a windshield first and then get to all the other things down the road. And that's kind of where the broader ecosystem was at 1.9. Like they had a working engine, right? And they had a windshield to kind of protect them from the biggest issues, right? But there was a lot of improvement to do. You know, they certainly weren't driving a Tesla, right? I can at least tell you that. So what did Ansible need to do? Well, they had to go up against all the other tools that were on the market and start implementing the stuff that these other tools had as well, right? So they had a lot of hurdles to cross on the road to adopting or getting into environments that had existing technology stacks in them, right? And you know, whether you know the newfangled stuff like multi-cloud or whatever ends up actually being a thing, right? We have reliably proven time and time again, right, that the right tool for the right job is always going to be the right answer, right? It's never going to be one overarching tool. So how does Ansible kind of fit into this, right? So there are times and processes and even culture, right, where that's built around existing tooling, right? If we go back to DevOps mantra of people and processes and tools, right? It's not just the tools part of it. There's people and processes as well. So we have to think about that whenever we think about, all right, how do we make sure Ansible can stay up to date in this type of ecosystem, right? You can't just, you know, pull out the rug from additional tooling. You can't just, you know, and expect all the people and processes to be fine in them, right? It's something that, you know, orchestrator, right? If you're in a VMware environment, can play a crucial role in the overall flow of things, right? It could be integral to the workflow and even really the cohesivity of the team itself, right? So then we start to talk about, well, what's the processes then, right? So we take a look and I have a picture of the old Smith Brothers hardware company building in Columbus up there. That, you know, that building has bones and you can just tell kind of by looking at it. It's a cool looking building. You know, it's got the facade, it's got the framework, you know, it's got all the internal stuff, and you know the foundation is solid too, right? So none of those things are bad, but they could be viewed as legacy, right? Or something to work around. Right. So if you look inside the building, I mean, it's beautiful in there. It's gorgeous and it's modern too. Right. But there had to be creative ways that were found to work around what needed to stay there or what even could stay there. If you look at the little slide shoot down at the bottom left, I mean, that's a pretty cool feature. You're not going to find that anywhere in Silicon Valley because they didn't have that. It's an homage almost to the legacy of this building. Right. Having a greenfield environment, like even if you see on the right hand side, that's almost an impossibility, right? You're still going to have the environment around it, and you know, everyone kind of brings their own baggage to the table, whether that's, you know, previous experience with other tools or other sorts of biases, right? So there's no real idea of a greenfield. You're going to have to grow up Ansible around these other tools and these people and these processes, right? So, and even, you know, kind of bringing it back to Ansible, what does that mean? Well, that could be, you know, if someone has their own favorite module, right? Maybe it's been deprecated, but they're clinging on to it for dear life, right? Or you know, they have hard-coded IPs or host names in their playbooks, or you know, they're using the old key equals value formatting, right? So how do you start addressing those things without being overbearing, and how do you work Ansible up to the point that it needs to be? Well, there's a couple of things here, and it's the best way to get legacy mindset into the open is to be open and to share stuff with people, which is scary, right? The best place to start doing that is going to be within the code. And to all the people who had the idea flashing in their heads that Ansible is not code, I promise you Ansible's code. Ansible is code as much as Kubernetes code is code, right? You know, YAML can be understood to be configuration, but you know, in my world, it's the code that actually runs my life. So don't let anyone tell you anything different, at least not without really diving into it. So with that in mind, we have to treat our code like code. We have to review it, and we have to test it. We have to version it, right? We have to have those things in order to get our code up to the point where it's production, and that we all kind of have an understanding of what our environment looks like. Now, best practices are going to be a step forward in that, almost as a result of doing that. If we're reviewing code and I see someone's ignoring an error, right, I can now start to address that. I can say, I can bring up those situations and scrutinize some of the ideas or the decisions that have been made previously. If you have, those key equals value formats within Ansible, I mean, that's legacy. It still works. Don't get me wrong, it still works, but it's legacy. What is your priority to get that current, to get that to the currently supported version of what kind of the broader ecosystem can tolerate, or well, is moving towards, right? And the last thing, this is more of a personal pet peeve of mine, so I'm gonna spend a little bit talking about this: clutter. If you version control something, and this is once again going back to the result of if we treat code like code, we reap the benefits of doing so, right? One of it is cleaning out the clutter. And the clutter, we don't need scripts that have extensions of OMG do not use on it, right? We don't need these 1600 playbooks, 1658. I don't need that many playbooks to do what I do. I promise you I don't. And if you do start looking into roles, it's going to be a much better option for you. But we can get rid of that clutter if we start version controlling it. The minute we start version controlling it, that clutter gets gone, right? I understand keeping it around for historical purposes, right? But that's what version control allows us to do. It allows us to put it to the side and say, okay, if we need to historically go back and see what this was actually doing, we have it in our history. We can absolutely continue to access it. So treating code like code, the top point there is going to reap us the benefits of improving this and getting us to the point where we can start getting better at things. So there are a lot of ongoing opportunities that I've observed personally and professionally, right? One of them is tech debt. Tech debt is very hard to address, and it's very easy to accrue, right? So how do you start tackling tech debt? Well, if we treat code like code, then we can say, okay, if we're reviewing the new, if we're reviewing the new stuff that's going in there, right, we can see if we're ignoring stuff that we don't need to be ignoring, or if there's an exception in our environment that maybe we need to remediate first. There are things that we can address as we go through the review process as we're treating code like code. Whether it's not working or if there's deprecation warnings or formatting warnings, right? We can take a look and we can revisit that code. Sometimes you just want to revisit code just for the heck of it, just to say, when I was thinking, 6 months ago, a year ago, when I was thinking about implementing this, did I do it in the correct way? I mean, is it still relevant today? For instance, there is a part in one of my playbooks where I reboot a server using a shell command and then a wait for, right? And I implemented that before the reboot module came along. And now I can go back and revisit it and say, hey, there's a way for me to do this better, right? Why wouldn't I do it? Well, yeah, it's tech debt. It's going back and revisiting code. In having those eyes on the code, though, treating code like code, being able to review it and have people look at it, right? That's going to start coming to the forefront, right? And another way to do that is updating standards, right? So if we have a standard of how to do something, then we can say, hey, this doesn't meet our standard. Let's go ahead and tweak it, right? And my favorite way to do that is to curate skeletons and say, hey, this is how we do a loop, and just have a little snippet, just a little file in a skeletons directory, and say, hey, this is how we loop over something. We use the loop command. We use Jinja filters, giving examples, right? Or in order to access a variable in a JSON format, how do you do that? And I'm fairly good at Ansible just because I've had the experience that I've gone through this time and time again, right? People who don't necessarily have that aren't necessarily as familiar. And can benefit from having a reference point of view, as I can every now and then, and say, this is, I know I solved this problem once, right? I know I've solved this problem once. Let me go back and see how I did it. So curating skeletons will kind of get us to the point where standards are maintained, right? And then, as we're revisiting code, we can make those call outs and say, hey, this is not how we do a loop, right? Or this is not how we access a variable, right? We have standards, we have skeletons here to demonstrate that standard. One of the, or a couple of the cool things that I've seen around the Ansible community that has made all of that very easy for me is that for the most part, new versions of Ansible just work. And that has really made all the difference. It's obviously way more of a testament to the team than anything I've ever accomplished. And if you look in the slide, I do have a screenshot of the contributors based on lines of code added to the Ansible core engine. So these guys are the real MVPs here. So their standards as well have been ever evolving, and via the porting guides, for instance, when I was talking about they had defined the way to use the loop command instead of the with items, that was them updating the internal standards, and they make sure to have that decent documentation in order to keep us as a community up to date, right? Code review is yet another great way, and I feel like I'm kind of hammering this a little bit, and I promise you I am, for a reason, right? Because code review is going to be the thing that gets other people's eyes on your code, and that gets you more knowledge base around not only the environment by having other people's feedback, right, but other people's point of view into the code itself, if they have a better way to do it, or even if they have questions for clarification. That's always going to be something that has the ability to trigger a thought. So getting other people's eyes on your code is one of the most important things you can do, and I will continue to hammer it for the rest of as I'm in the industry. So let's go to sustainability. So say we've got all these processes in place, right? How do we keep on top of things, given that things keep changing? Now, if I had my way, we would just not change. Like that would be fine. If I could just stop it right there, that'd be great. But things continue to change. So how do we keep up with that? Well, we have to start testing, and I might have lost half of us here, but hear me out here. So testing, in a sense that there's a way to do testing that's fully implemented like this, where we have a beautiful front end, and we have a dedicated test cluster, and we have reporting results that are for the majority green, right? Usually stuff doesn't end up like this. This is more akin to what I'm using in production, where I manually kick off jobs and I hack together Java front end held together by Python code, which runs on servers that are probably not production, and stores its results to an Apache server that generates Excel reports that are mostly red. It's not the greatest, most pure setup, but it works, right? It still does work. I'm still able to get the results, and I'm still able to start seeing, all right, where are my deprecations, right? Where are my warnings? Where are my actual failures, right? I don't ever think I've used the word glamorous to describe it, but it's a step in the right direction. So what do we need for testing, right? How do we analyze a test, and I'm incredibly lazy, right? So I'm probably not hitting all the bullet points here, but I wanted to take a step back and kind of divvy this up to say, what kind of testing do we need to determine how to stay current with Ansible? Well, the first question is, did it run successfully? If we can't answer yes to that, the rest of the questions are moot, right? So let's start our testing there. Did it run successfully? And then if it did run successfully, did it run successfully again, right? Ansible as a program is written in order to be idempotent, right? So if it can't run again idempotently, right, then we have to address, all right, is that a problem, right? And it may not be, right? It may not be, which is why I put this question second, because it may not be a problem if it didn't run successfully the second time. But if it didn't run successfully the first time, that's a big red problem. We need to address that. Now, okay, say all that got analyzed and we say, what do we move on to now? Say we can run our playbook successfully. Now what? Well, we go into the integration testing part of it, right? Which is basically us looking for any anomalies here. So did it throw any errors or any warnings, right? And this isn't hard. This is just a slight step above. Did it actually run, right? If we're using, failed when, if we're using those statements to ignore errors, right? Why are we ignoring them, right? Is there a better way to do something? Is there a more built-in way to do something? If we're running, raw sed commands, is there a way that, because that will give a warning, right? Is there a way to use a line in file rather than sed, right? So did it throw any warnings, or were there any errors that we ignored that we might want to readdress going forward? So those are two big things. Those are where the vast majority of our improvements are going to be made. If you think about deprecation warnings, right, and formatting warnings, stuff that is continually changing will be caught in this step. So if you stop there, you're pretty much where you need to be, right? The next step being, did we end up with a server that does what we need? And then we start talking about testing framework like PyTest or Test Kitchen, or any of those other frameworks where you can implement a big suite about, how to work with that. And let's see, did I just crash?
Andrew, you're fine.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Sorry about that. All right. So acceptance testing, right? So that's going to be the big part that we really probably don't need. So integration testing is going to be what we're looking for mainly. So if we get there, we'll be pretty good. So how do we get there? Well, the remediation comes with code reviews and reading the documentation, right? And I told you, it feels like I'm harping on code reviews, and I really am. If someone brings you a problem and they say that they ran into a problem, you can't just tell them, no, you're wrong, right? That's not a problem. And if it's not a code problem, let's take a look at the people and processes and see if the problem lies in one of those two. I bet that it does. So if we start taking look at those problems, if we start diving into code review, getting more people involved, right? The most effective way to get them talking is to get them to look at what you changed and get them to look at what you added. If something's working, right, the impetus to review it is very, very low. Unless in my case, it's bugging me in the back of my head and saying, hey, you need to go change that module, right? The impetus to actually take a look and review something that's actually working is very, very low. So if you can get people to look at what you changed and what you added, that's going to be the easiest way to get people interested in looking into the code, right? They get exposure to what you're doing, what you're adding, kind of the framework you're working within, and you get another set of eyeballs about, what's going on in your code, and everybody wins in that case. And like I said before, the porting guides and the release notes are going to be your first go-to to say, what changed, how do we get stuff up to date? What is best practices? They're going to be all pretty much outlined there. So lastly here, and it's funny, I've been in the chat today talking about business decisions, and, when do we actually get time to do this code? When are we going to be able to address these things, right? And if you don't get buy-in from the business, your team is never going to get time to conduct code reviews. They're never going to get resources to spin up automation front ends or support for testing those safety checks or the automated testing, anything even close to that, right? So you're going to have to convince people that it's worth it, right? So there are 3 points to touch on here. The first one is the first major problem you'll run into is, well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Well, let's take a look at broke. Why? What is broke? How do we define broken, right? What is it broken when a playbook only works a third of the time? Is it broken when it only works less than 100% of the time? What in between there is acceptable? Is it broken if we're only using a supported insecure version? Or if it takes an hour to do something that really should only take 5 minutes? Is that broken, right? If you start redefining broken for, you're going to have a myriad of reasons why keeping up is necessary, right? And the way to figure those out is testing. Testing can reveal just how broken things actually are. Complexity, man. The only way to get reliability for your team, or readability at least for your team, reliability for the business, and security for the security audit team, is to limit your complexity, right? You need to step back and reevaluate to figure out, do I actually need all of this in my code? And that will reduce your bust factor, right? And it'll get you goodwill with your team. Like, I can't afford to be the guy that introduces complexity, because if I'm out in the Bahamas, which would be cool, not really, but if, say, I'm out in the Bahamas, I don't want to get called because I'm the only one who can fix code. And that brings us to the first thing too. If it's broken, is it broken if I'm the only one who can fix the code? I would say absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. So that brings us to the last one. I mean, that's us staying within support. If I don't know what the broader community is saying about their support, right? If I'm still using key equals values pairs, and I try to post that in IRC or in mailing lists or something, or I'm using an old unsupported version, the first thing I'm going to get told is, hey, looks like you're having a problem, but you're not even using a supported version. I can't really, there's nothing at this point that I can do. If you were to upgrade it, maybe we can start trying to figure out your issue here, or maybe that could solve it. So the first thing you want to do before you reach out to someone is to make sure to stay within support. And you always want to have that lifeline. You always want to have that lifeline. You never want to be the guy to go in and say, well, I'm the last line of defense here. That's almost never going to work. So in order to stay within support, in order to push your code as a business decision, make sure you stay within support to have someone else to fall back on. So let's sum it up today. We went through a lot of things today. And what do we expect to have at the end of the day, right? And is it worth it, right? I would say it's absolutely worth it, right? It's worth it in money and time and energy, right? So it's worth it in money in the sense that I'm right now doing the job of 3 FTEs, right? And getting compensated for it, right? It's worth it in time because, I'm doing what used to take 2 to 3 FTEs to do, and I'm doing it in an automated, repeatable manner. I can depend on that to be repeatable, right? And it's worth it in energy because I'm not just pouring my energy into these systems, into this environment. It's going into learning better practices, right? It's going into communicating better with my team, and it's going into sharing my knowledge with other people. That's the best thing that I can do with my time and my energy. At that point, the money becomes a side effect, right? So I firmly believe that there's nothing better that I could be doing than be keeping up with the changes and deprecations in Ansible. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thanks, Andrew. Obviously, you covered a lot of stuff. And I am like others probably just catching up on everything. But I do see one question in the QA window, which is basically Chris is asking that how would you counter organizations? There are sometimes organizations are resistant to change, and they want to just continue doing what they're doing, and they may view Ansible as adding another layer of complexity. So how would you counter that argument?
Yeah, since I have a minute or so here, I'm going to go ahead and read the question itself from Chris here. So how are you counting organizational trends that resist standardization and might view the use of Ansible as adding another layer of complexity before they've upskilled? i.e., when they're starting out, they will be able to do things much faster natively than if they used Ansible as an abstraction on what they're doing. That is that is the automation question, though, isn't it? So I would say, well, back to the business decision, right? And are we able to make a business decision on this, right? Are we able to say, our processes are broke, right? In the sense that, I have a coworker getting up at 2 a.m. 3 times a week, in order to fix the backup procedures, right? Is that something we're considering broken, right? Are we putting in 70 hours a week because we're doing manual native efforts, right? Is this leading to more complexity? Is this a bus factor for us, right? And we have to put that in terms of business decisions. We can't make a persuasive argument unless we can either put money or man hours behind it. If you can start making that argument, there will be some forward progress towards implementing automation systematically.
Very good. Thank you. We are right on the time. Thanks for wrapping it up. And with that, we have our next session, and I see Hans is online, and he is going to be talking about SSH and a lot of things about SSH tunnels and remote tunnels and how to pipe different protocols inside SSH tunnels. But just to introduce, Hans is a very active member of open source community. He is chairman of the Phoenix Linux user group, and he is also an organizer of BOF for the Southern California Linux Expo. He presents to conferences like this one at very regular intervals, and he is a very known speaker in these organizations and conferences. So Hans, I'm going to hand it over to you. This looks like very interesting discussion. I have been using SSH tunnels for quite some time, starting with X Windows and so on. So take it from here. Just to remind other people who may be just joining, if you have any questions, you can type your questions in QA window of Zoom, and we will take care of those questions at the end of this discussion. Hans, take it from here.
All right. Thank you. So I want to make sure let me know in the speakers if you're not getting voice, video, and my display. Make sure all those are there. All right.
Everything looks fine.
Awesome. Okay. So you can see I'm masked up because it is COVID right now, right? But we're all remote, so we should be fine. So I'll go ahead and take this off. This was from a conference I was at a couple of weeks ago. We did some career advice with that for ShellCon. And it was a really good experience, helped people with reviewing their resumes and also general career advice. We're thinking about adding that next week for Siegel. So if you're interested, next Friday and Saturday at Siegel, I'll be speaking. I'm one of the organizers. If you have any questions about that, please let me know. Now, things that I am or have done, I've been a sysadmin, I've been a developer, DBA, data janitor, a lot of data janitor. I have done all kinds of things in technology. And SSH tunnels have been really important. This presentation actually comes out of a Linux Journal article I did many years ago, where I was talking to some other sysadmins that I actually thought had more experience than I do, and they didn't understand SSH tunnels yet. So it's like, okay, this is a fundamental thing for what we're doing. And so I wrote an article, and they accepted it, thankfully, and I've done this presentation then many times, or varieties of it since then. I am currently working as a CDE, doing database stuff for Object Rocket. And yes, we're hiring. Hey, that's awesome. Rackspace is hiring as well. If you're interested in either of those, please let us know. In fact, we just found out that they closed our office in Austin. So basically every job in Austin is now a remote job. So those of you that are not local to Rackspace or where we have an office, we've got even more openings that are available, which is awesome. And I'm working remote for them. I've worked remote for a while, and therefore SSH tunnels have been really important for me. All right, I have some presumed knowledge coming into this presentation. Basic SSH usage. I'm not going to go through. I'm going to cover the basic of it real fast. You understand the file system permissions and all those other things in order to get SSH running. And then you also understand SSH key and fingerprint usage. One of the key things with that is don't just randomly accept keys, verify your keys before you allow them. And that will be really important for the tunnels that I'm talking about today. All right, SSH, secure shell. Again, you should already know that. OpenSSH, the one that we're all of us are using, is an OpenBSD project. So I want to thank the OpenBSD project for doing that. They forked the original SSH and have been maintaining it for a long time. I really appreciate the work that they're putting in to keeping this tool that we depend on in good shape for us. In fact, I have kind of news for them that I learned last night. It is an essential tool for sysadmin, DevOps, all kinds of things use SSH or use SSH under the hood. It creates secure, authenticated, encrypted connections between computers, right? So this is important. We want to make sure that they're secure and encrypted, but also that you can authenticate so you can verify who it is, and allows passing data across encrypted TCP connections. We're doing TCP, we're not doing UDP. And it does require an account on the remote machine. Again, for everybody familiar with it, that should not be a surprise. All right, now here's a basic example. Now, everybody here should understand that there's actually extra information in here. I added the -P and specified the port to 22. That is the default port for SSH. So I could leave that out, but I like to put it in there just in case somebody is completely new or they just don't realize what port it is. But it's an important thing to know that we're port 22 is your normal port. I will be using it a lot in this presentation. Now here's a basic tunnel. Now let me back up a little bit. I forgot to bring in a couple of my props. So I mentioned encryption, and that encryption is important. But what does that mean, right? So this is an example. It's not a perfect example, but here's an example. I have, let's say that I am sending a postcard through the mail. That is unencrypted. Anybody that sees that postcard, including all the machines that take pictures of it, can make copies of that postcard and see all the content that is on there. So if I send this magnet through the mail and I send it as a postcard, then anybody that happens to see it as it goes through will be able to see that I'm sending a GNU. I don't know what the postage is for mailing a GNU, but whatever, right? So that's unencrypted. Encrypted in the mail example is where I take a nice envelope, I put the content, oops, I'm doing it off screen here. I put the content inside the envelope before showing it to you, right? That's the important part. Don't show it to people when you're doing it. And now I should send the envelope through. Now they might be able to weigh it and do other things to find out how much content I'm sending. But if I've got a truly secure envelope, which this is not because you can see through it, but if I have a truly secure envelope, then you can't see what the content is in there, right? And that is what encrypting is. Encrypting is going through and obscuring the contents mathematically on your side so that as they ship from your computer to the other computer, all that can be seen is the encrypted version of it that cannot be decrypted is the theory, right? And we're in good shape for that. And then it gets decrypted on the remote side. So creating a tunnel is not really creating a tunnel though, because if you think a tunnel, you got this pipe, right? And you're sending stuff down the pipe and things are going through. But really what's happening is every single packet, whether it be the GNU or my plug magnet, we are going through and encrypting that data as a whole, and then we're still sending packets. So it's more like rail cars, right? Where you have the content inside the rail car, inside the container. You can't see what's inside the container. You can just see the container. You can still see information about the container. You can see who owns it, where it's going, where it's coming from, things like that, right? And that we still have a lot of that in our TCP packets. There's still a lot of information there about where it's going to and from. But the goal is that everything inside the container is locked down so that people can't figure out what it is by observing. They can't take a copy of it and find out what it is because all they get is a copy of the encrypted information, right? So that's what we're really doing. We're not building a tunnel so much as we're building a rail line with encrypted rail car content in the rail cars. All right. Now, in order to build that tunnel, though, this command will do that. The -L says create a local tunnel. We'll talk about what local means versus remote in a second. And I'm saying from that first port, the 2222, I want to build a tunnel from that port on my machine, on my local machine, to firewall.example.com, and then to port 22 on that machine. So the SSH port on that machine. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to connect to firewall.example.com So the second half, cool, if we can see mice here, there we go. So I'm actually connecting there, whoops, to firewall.example.com, and it's saying create that tunnel. Now, those are the same machine name. So firewall.example.com says, hey, who's firewall.example.com? Oh, that's me. I'll make it to my port 22. And one of the keys there is I'm now making that connection on localhost. So the tunnel is from 2222 localhost, so 127.0.0.0.0.1 on my machine, to port 22 localhost on the firewall machine, so 127.0.0.1 from firewall's perspective. So then I can enter that tunnel, using an SSH connection. Again, I'm specifying the port like I did in that very first example, but this time I'm specifying port 2222. And again, I'm talking to localhost on my machine. Now, what happens when I make this SSH connection is that SSH says, okay, I'm going to talk to my machine, me, and I'm going to talk to port 2222 on my machine, and that's where I'm going to make the connection. But then it follows up that tunnel, and it actually talks to the SSH daemon, the SSH server, on firewall.example.com over firewall's local host. So this tunnel is not talking to an external interface on either side. It is talking to localhost on both machines. Now here's a basic diagram of what's going on with that. Oh, I forgot to change one slide. All right. So anyway, so here we have a basic machine. This dashed connection is your SSH tunnel. That's the original SSH connection that is going from my machine to firewall.example.com. And then the green part is the tunneled connection that the -L is making, the capital L. And then finally, with the SSH-P, where I'm specifying localhost, that's the blue connection inside the tunnel that is making that SSH connection. All right. So then we can also do that reverse. So L is local and R is remote or reverse, whichever way helps you keep track of it or visualize what's going on. And for this connection, I'm actually making a connection from that remote host, a tunnel from that remote host back to my local host. So now anybody on that remote host would be able to connect to port 2222 on the local host and be able to then connect back to my SSH server on my client machine. So it's still local host versus still local host 2 is still interpreted the host portion, the remote machine that I'm connecting to. And then on host 2, you can see the prompts. I've got host 1 and host 2. On host 2, again, I can connect up to port 2222 on localhost and connect back to my SSH daemon on my client machine on host 1. Now, an important part of this is that you need to know what those keys are, the fingerprints for the SSH daemons you're talking to. Don't have time to go into it in this talk. In fact, that could be several 3-hour talks. SSH key management can be, and verification can be detailed. So you need to make sure you know that ahead of time before making this connection. Please don't just accept it, because that opens you up to man in the middle, especially when we get to the point where I talk about you can't trust that remote machine, where we're throwing tunnels and stuff. Verify that, but you also then need to go through and make sure there's an entry for localhost and that port for that particular fingerprint / key that you're going to talk to. All right. Now here is an example where I'm simplifying this by getting rid of the extra host 2, because we're really talking about who does that remote machine think it's talking to. In this case, I want to talk to localhost. So instead of saying, hey, Fred, talk to Fred, I can say, hey, Fred, talk to self. Localhost is a way of saying talk to self. Makes it a little bit easier to understand, I think, and it also makes it a lot shorter and everything. But I like to give the full example with the host names, because that's actually an important difference. It just, if you give it itself, it will then talk to itself. All right, now throwing a connection. This is kind of what I was talking about a second ago. We need a couple of extra, we don't need a couple of extra options, but I threw a couple of extra options in here. We'll talk about those at some point. So in this case though, this is, by the way, the same time tomorrow, Dave Stokes, I think, is talking about MySQL. This is, so going in here. All right, so going to the database, I'm saying firewall.example.com, instead of tunneling port 22 for SSH, I want to tunnel to the database instead, and I want to tunnel to the database on a different machine, on db.example.com, right? Hold on a second. So now what I'm doing is on my local host where my client is, I'm making a connection from 3306 across firewall.example.com to port 3306, the external portion of it though, because firewall is talking to the external port of db.example.com. Now, an important part of this is the part that is thrown, the connection from firewall.example.com over to db.example.com is not encrypted. SSH is not encrypting that. There's no client connection there. It's just throwing TCP packets across the wire, right? So keep that in mind when you throw a connection. The SSH tunnel is not protecting that portion of the connection. The part up until then, from my client to firewall.example, is still encrypted, but from firewall.example to the database, that is not being encrypted by SSH. So as I mentioned, Dave is doing a MySQL presentation tomorrow. That's 3306. Etsy services is a great place to find out what services are typically run on particular ports if you're not familiar with it. All right, so let's move this down a little bit. There we are. Okay, so back to my SSH tunnel diagram. The first part from my machine to the gateway is still the same. We haven't changed that. We got the original connection, tunnel connection, and the SSH connection coming across it. But then from gateway to machine 2, we have the forwarded connection, and again, that is not encrypted. The forwarded portion of it is not encrypted. Now, if I make a client connection across that to a server on that other machine, where the client connection to the new server is encrypted, then I get encryption that way. In this example, I'm using SSH to do that, so it would still be encrypted. So we got the examples here where I'm going through and doing stuff. The things with the equal signs are encrypted. The things with the dashes are not. And those typographers got to me. Oh. All right. Woo! Don't know what I just did. Return to slideshow. Cool. Remind me not to do that again. All right. Now we can also make a dynamic tunnel. That's the -D. And what that allows me to do is say anything that's using, it's a SOX proxy, anything that then connects to the SOX proxy will appear to come from the remote machine. So if I make a dynamic tunnel to firewall.example.com from my client, so that now I have a connection inside the network, right, at example.com, the mythical corporation that we all know and love, right? So if I make that connection in there, I now have a connection inside the network. I can get to resources that are only available inside the network. If I use Foxy proxy, for instance, or many other SOX proxies, I can then make client connections on my local machine that appear to be coming from the internal network. So as long as firewall.example.com has access to them, so for instance, if there's a www.internal.example.com that is only available from inside the example.com corporate network, then I will be able to get to that even though my machine isn't in the local network. And the connection from my machine to firewall.example.com is still encrypted by SSH. Right? Now, the part that I'm throwing that's going from firewall.example.com to the internal web server is not encrypted by SSH. So make sure you've got HTTPS set up properly on that web server if you want to make sure things that are on the server are encrypted. And that should always be the case at this point. All right. Now I can also do a double reverse. So what happens if I'm on an internal network that you can't, a machine you can't get to, and I need to talk to another machine that's also on an internal network. So they can't SSH to each other directly. I need some way to get in between. So I can use a a trusted or untrusted, and this is where I was talking about where you don't trust things, machine in the middle that both of them can connect to and build encrypted tunnels both ways off of that machine. So in the first one, I'm creating a tunnel from my local host port 3333 to port 3333 on that firewall, but also from that firewall back from port 2222 to my SSH server. So now anybody on that firewall can SSH to my SSH server on my client, right? They still have to have an account. They still have to be able to authenticate. Hopefully you've locked down your SSH server. You're not just saying, oh, let anybody connect with any random keys, right? I'm not even certain you could set that up in SSH. I've never wanted to find out. Never wanted to try it. Then on the other host, on host 2, I do a similar type of thing, but now I'm creating that tunnel from 2222 on localhost to 2222 on the firewall. But when I connect to 2222 on the firewall, I'm actually connecting to that reverse tunnel from host 1. And I create a reverse tunnel from 3333 on the firewall back to host 2. So now that local forward from host 1 is actually connecting to the tunnel that's coming back to host 2. So now when I go through, and I think I've got this in here. Oh, I've simplified it with localhost, so it's a little bit easier to read and fits all in one line. Oops, and I did leave out the client connections. But on host 1, now if I SSH to port 3333 on localhost, I'm actually talking to the SSH server on host 2. I'm going across the firewall, but my client connection is to the SSH server on host 2, and I will get the fingerprint for the SSH server on host 2. If I'm not, I'm being man in the middle. Plain and simple. I'm getting the SSH server on host 2 through that tunnel, even though I'm going over another machine. In fact, somebody on that machine on firewall.example.com could be looking at that connection, right? So they have root. They could have gone through and done something with the SSH daemon. There's a bunch of things they could do to go through and compromise that tunnel where they could review data. This is why I say whether that machine is trusted or untrusted. In fact, let's say that it's untrusted. Let's say that last week your team played the network security team in softball, because that's a safe thing to do right now, right? And you kicked their butts, and they're pissed off at you, and they want to take revenge for whatever reason, right? Well, they've got ways of messing with you on this. But if you verify that connection, that is a secure connection from your client to that server on host 2, and they can't look at it. They can kill it. They can prevent you from making the connection, but they can't intercept it. They can't read it. They can't decrypt it, even though you're going across their SSH daemon, because you're making a client connection from your client to the server, from the client on host 1 to the server on host 2, or vice versa, from the client on host 2 back to the server on host 1. And as long as you verify your keys properly, then you're making connection. And I've had people say, "Oh, that's not true. If the machine is compromised, it's compromised." Yes, because if that's not true, SSH doesn't work. Every time you make an SSH connection across somebody else's switch, across somebody else's router, across somebody else's firewall, every time you're doing that, you're making an SSH connection across untrusted equipment. If SSH isn't secure from that client to that server across this tunnel, then it's not encrypted. It's not safe to make across the internet. Plain and simple. So you've got to verify those keys and make sure you're not getting man in the middle. All right. We can also do graphical stuff. So you can use SSH-Y. And if you do that, you can shoot Xterms and other graphical clients back in. So one of the things I do for this is I will go through and create containers that are one-use type of things, or something where I want to keep something isolated. So create a container for my banking stuff. And then I can SSH-Y into my container, and I can shoot the Firefox display back to my desktop, so it's convenient to use. But I'm keeping it isolated, and all the access it has isolated to just within that container. to the extent the containers are secure and all that, blah, 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 right? And then you do need a -new -instance. And I suggest calling up Profile Manager as well, just makes it easier in order to get that, because otherwise Firefox gets helpful and tries to open it up on your local machine, which is inconvenient as heck. All right. Okay, sandboxing VM, same type of thing. Yeah, oh, so far I named it there. JavaScript is dangerous. All right. So keys, you can generate a key. All the examples say ID dot and the key type. Give it a real name so you know what you're talking to. If you, as a sysadmin or a developer, if you don't have a bunch of different keys on your system, you should, plain and simple. And you can put authorized keys. Again, you should know that. And then a convenience wrapper script is nice. It's called SSH copy ID, and that will copy your key over for you and make sure the permissions are correct and everything like that. So that's actually really convenient. I don't actually use it because I always forget about it until after I put the key in place. But the times I remembered, it does save me several steps. Service example. So I gave this kind of earlier with the MySQL. So again, we're doing the local tunnel that goes across firewall.example.com to the database. Reemphasize again, the part going from the firewall thrown to the database is not encrypted by SSH. Now, when I connect over from MySQL to localhost, I actually have to do something new for that MySQL connection. I just can't just say localhost import 3306. I need to tell it what protocol to use. I need to tell it to use TCP. The reason is a little MySQL quirk that I didn't discover until I've been giving this example, this presentation a bunch of times. But when you use localhost, MySQL tries to use UDP socket instead. So you can just say 127.0.0.1, and then it'll default to that port and using TCP, or you can specify the protocol, whichever works easier for you. Now, if you want to make sure that that MySQL connection, that database connection is secure, make sure that you've got a secure SSL connection from your MySQL client on your local box to the MySQL server itself. Service examples. So here I'm tossing 143 and 993 for IMAP. I'm also tossing 25 for SMTP. So you can build those up, and then your mail client and everything could talk to localhost across SSH in order to do stuff. That's actually what I do. I set up SSH tunnels to my mail server and do it this way, and that way I know I've got a secure connection, and everything is going across that one single secure connection. It reduces the number of things I need to open up. Then web example. So here we're going to use a localhost or local port 8080 to talk to the web server, as I mentioned. I should call it www.internal just to make it a little bit easier. When you do that, though, in modern world, we have multiple web servers. In modern world being, the last 30 years, we have multiple web servers running on a different domains running on a web server using virtual servers, etc. So you can use with different tools. The example I give here is links. You can tell it an extra header to say, hey, this is the host I was trying to talk to. So instead of trying to, coming across as localhost or as firewall.example.com, we'll give it the host name that I want to talk to. And so that simplifies things. I've got a dynamic firewall example given again. Oops, mentioned Foxy Proxy. I've taken that out of the presentation, so go learn it on your own. But Foxy Proxy is a great add-on for Firefox. I think it's available for other browsers as well. I just don't check. But it allows you to specify different things. At a previous job, when I first wrote this, I was working at a place where I needed to get on 3 different corporate networks all at the same time. So I had 3 different tunnels set up with SOX proxies. And then I went through and used Foxy Proxy to set up rules. So when I said, when I'm talking to Corp A domains, it goes across this proxy. When I'm talking to Corp B domains, it goes across this Foxy Proxy. And then Corp C, I wasn't even domains. I just had to say, okay, these 3 boxes. If I'm talking to either of these things, they go across that other proxy. And that way I was able to keep it all straight, and none of my content then was going across the net. So if I was sitting in a cafe or something like that, I didn't have to worry about it. ASCII Puffy. So Puffy is the mascot for SSH. I've got something I've had for a while, and then also this guy. So anyway, I like Puffy. It's fun. Someday I'll get a really awesome Puffy shirt. Okay, we got some time still, so I can go through the configuration tips as well. Hold on a second. So you can specify multiple known host files in SSH config in a newer SSH client. Newer being the last 3 or 4 years or something like that. But at a place I was working not too terribly long ago, we had an SSH on the distro we were using that was too old to have this, which is where I discovered because I really needed it. But most systems should have that nowadays. So one of the reasons I was using, or the reason I was wanting to use this, was because we were using Puppet for our deployment there. We were actually using multiple Puppets. It was fun and exciting. And I would then grab all of the SSH keys from the Puppet information and throw that into a known host file. Because we were doing dynamic creation of hosts. It wasn't that much turnover, but still a decent amount of turnover. And because the way we were doing things there, I still needed to SSH to boxes on a regular basis. They changed their infrastructure, so that was no longer the case, but at the time, I was still maintaining the older infrastructure. And I didn't like all of those random hosts going through and polluting my known host file, but I also wanted to make sure I was verifying the key. Right? I didn't want to go through it. In fact, it was a good thing I did, because at some point, let's just say that the place I was working for had an SH in their name, and if you left that off, suddenly I was getting connections to China. So that was a bad discovery, but luckily I was checking hosts and I was not sending any data across to them, because it came up and gave me a warning that I was connecting to a host with where the key had changed, and I was able to catch my typo and notify InfoSec that we had an issue. All right, you can specify per key restrictions in authorized key entries. This is really awesome. So when you authorize a key to say, okay, this key is allowed to talk to my host, wherever that host is, you can go through and do things. So for instance, if you're setting up an automated task to go through and do backups, you probably don't need X11 forwarding for that, right? Hopefully you don't. If you do, I don't want to know. I really don't. But for an automated connection, you don't need any of these things. You probably don't need port forwarding. You might need that. I do some weird things where that could be possible. No agent forwarding, you probably don't need that. If you do, there's other ways to fix that, hopefully, right? So turn that off for those connections, so that if somebody compromises the machine that's making the backups, they can't use that to get extra access to the machines you're backing up. Right? You can also force a per key specific command. Now this is important, it's per key. So if you have 3 different backups you do of a remote machine, and they all use different commands, or you connect to for there's 3 different reasons: one for backups, one to kick off some interesting crons where you need to ship data over, and one just because it's Tuesdays and that's what you do, right? You'll need 3 different keys for one for each of those connections. But you can then specify the host name, and then it doesn't matter what command is run from that remote machine. It will always run the command that's specified in the authorized key file. Now, I think I skipped over something. We'll get to rsync in a second here. And then you can also do per key network restrictions on that as well, so you can restrict where it's coming from. I mentioned earlier I'd get to the -N and the -F. The -N says no remote command. I'm not going to run something. By default, when you SSH to a machine, it gives you a shell. It gives you whatever the default shell for that account on that remote machine is. So if your default shell there is bash, then you get bash. If your default shell is ZSH, you get ZSH. If your default shell is bin false, you don't get a login, right? But -n says don't run a remote command. -f says to background off after authentication. So you still get prompted for authentication if you need to be able to type in a password or a key or something like that. But then it'll go into background after that. A cool thing with SSH, if you're having trouble with the connection, it's not working out, you can't figure out why it's not working, you can use a -V to give you more verbosity, and you can do up to 3 of those, and it can get pretty prolific at that point. So you can do those. -G, I discovered recently, capital G, shows what configuration would be used for the connection. Oh, that is also really awesome for debugging when things are going wrong. Or just to verify that you're getting the connection you want. Just because it's working doesn't mean you're getting the one you wanted, so you can check that. And the lowercase t for those of us that are sysadmins, especially across sketchy networks. That says to force a pseudo terminal, even if you're connecting up to something that doesn't. So if you go through an automatically launched screen, you'll want to use that in order to get the connection. And I left the T out of the actual example. Wow. All right. And then -ob, you can specify a bunch of different command line options. Shell variables. These are important for, again, for system inside. PS1 on your remote machine, make sure it's got a prompt that has enough information. I worked at a place where we name the machines the same on every network, in every data center. So I had box 1, box 2, box 3 in each data center. So when I connected up, it just said box 1. I didn't know where in the world I was talking to. So I set up PS1 to also include the DC in there, show me the pop so I could know what country I was in, right? And then SSH auth sock is used by the SSH agent, so you can connect to that SSH auth sock in order to reuse connections for an agent from a different shell. Tools, I mentioned SSH copy ID. SSHFS allows you to mount a file system over SSH. It's not the fastest way to do that, but it works, and I use that occasionally. Mostly just use rsync to copy data back and forth. And this is the part I was saying in an update. So LWN posted an article, I don't know when they posted it, but I saw it last night, saying that SCP is now considered dangerous. And they give some examples of some places where it can be compromised. If you own the client and you own the server and you know what you're doing, from what I could see, it looks like you'd be fine. However, it might be a good to just right now start getting into the habit of using rsync instead of SCP. Somebody is working on an SCP re-implementation that won't have those problems, basically doing SCP over SFTP instead. But hey, rsync's there and it works great. So use that. SFTP, I don't like FTP, so I'm glad to not use it. But for those of you that works, go ahead. Auto SSH is for automatically building connections. So if a machine reboots or if your connection goes down, Auto SSH will rebuild it. You need automated authentication, so you need a key that you can use without interaction, but you can do that. But do not use SSH keyscan. It looks like a really cool tool. It doesn't verify the keys. All it does is go and say, what's the public key? It's great for auditing, right? Is that machine still a machine I think it is? go through and make sure that the key hasn't changed, but don't use that to grab the key for the first connection. All it does is connect to the SSH server and grab the key and the fingerprint off of it and note that. So it's not actually doing any verification whatsoever. You need to verify that out of band a different way. All right, some extra stuff. You can copy data across. So here I'm SSHing to firewall.example.com. On firewall.example.com, I'm running sudo tar to back up etc. And then I just throw the data into a pipe, right? Just a whole bunch of zeros and ones going across, right? And then on this side of the pipe, I'm running tar again to go through and extract the data out of there. So I'm basically tar to tar piping it, but I'm using an SSH connection to create that pipe. And then an example that I don't need to use very much anymore because we've gotten much better. But it used to be that we would run out of resources on remote machines. It doesn't happen so much anymore because we've got better process management and stuff like that. Not to mention machines are just so much bigger. But you could get to where you couldn't create a shell on the remote machine, but you could still SSH in and run commands. So I would SSH that remote machine, run a process table, and then pipe that back to my local box. Use T, so I capture it, one, right? Don't look at it once and then lose all that data because you might not be able to run it again, or you might need to be very specific. Throw it into a file on my local machine, and then I can go through and look at it with LAS, or go through and look at that file specifically. So even if you can't get a shell, you might be able to run other commands and find out what is using all of your processes by looking at that process list, and then SSH in and do a kill on that process ID. I have saved a lot of machines doing that. Again, not in the last 5 or 6 years, thankfully, because we're in better shape. rsync, I mentioned, you might need to specify to use SSH as the connection for rsync. And then go forth securely and play the home game. All right, or the office game as it might be. Do we have any questions, comments, corrections?
Hey, Hans, thank you very much. A very good discussion. Yeah, we have actually a lot of questions in the QA window. So maybe you want to go through these questions one by one. Some of these you already answered, but there are others that I think need some answer from you.
All right, let's see if I can get to the QA question thing. Is that it? No, that's not it. Oh, I got to stop sharing screen in order to do that, I think.
I can read it for you if you like.
Okay, I got a couple. Here we go. Suggestions on managing persistence with connections and throwing. So I don't do anything with system D, but as far as managing persistence, I use auto SSH for that. I don't do very much with persistent SSH connections, but I do use it for a couple of specific situations. Specifically, I have it set up for those reverse tunnels for people that I help that are behind an ISP firewall, so that their client, when they reboot their machine, auto builds a connection back into my machine that I can then connect. So that the reverse tunnel I was talking about, that allows me to get past their firewall by talking to a local port on mine, and I use auto SSH to build those. In fact, I got enough paranoid about it that I build auto SSH in at least 2, if not 3 different ways on those remote machines in case something goes wrong with one of the other ones. So redundancy to make sure I've got access so that I don't have to drive somewhere or hop on a plane, as the case may be. For the -Y, which side processes the graphics? I have no idea, actually. I really don't. So some of it I'm pretty certain depends on how it's done. So I've noticed a couple of tools go through and automatic. They kind of build a moving graphic. If they do that through just constant updates on the server side, the SSH connection gets killed. It could actually lock up your desktop to some extent, waiting for all that to process. If they do it within HTML and CSS and all that, then it works pretty good. So I'm pretty certain that rendering is taking place on the client. X is weird client server. I can't even think well enough to say which. On the desktop that's showing it is where it's being rendered, I think, but I don't know for certain. And if that performance is important, look at X2Go. I didn't add it into my presentation, but it does a better connection for graphical stuff. I just use the -Y for the most part because it works fairly well. X2Go will also allow you to throw audio. So if you need to watch a video on a remote machine, you can actually then pipe that back to your local box. In fact, that's how I use Zoom most of the time. I SSH into the box that has the one place I've got Zoom installed, and I throw it back to my desktop. I didn't do it here because I didn't want to risk displays, or risk delays and stuff like that. Also, my regular desktop is a 60-inch monitor. I didn't want to share that entire screen. Using copy ID, I have to, oops, there we go. Have to pay an SSH first. You have to pay an SSH. I'm presuming you didn't need to run an SSH add. Well, SSH add is adding the key to your agent. And before you've run SSH copy ID, you haven't copied the key over to that remote machine. So you'll need to authenticate using a normal mechanism first. Once you've authenticated, so password, key, whatever it is that you have. Well, actually key wouldn't, because you're using that key. Unless, actually I do this because like I was talking about where I'm setting up keys for specific tasks. So I've already got a key into the remote machine, and I use that original SSH connection to play over the new key for the one-off task type of thing. But you need to connect for SSH copy ID, connects over SSH through some other mechanism to begin with, and then it'll copy your ID. Now, if the ID that you're copying over will then become your primary mechanism, then that'll put it in place for you. And I think we just hit time.
Yeah, Hans.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we still have a number of questions that probably we are going to answer on Slack channel. We hit the time.
Can you grab a copy of those before we drop out, or ask me in general? And I'm glad to answer. And I'll be here all weekend, right? So please remember to tip your wait staff and thank the volunteers and organizers that are putting this on. But I'll be here all weekend. And now that my presentation is done, I can pay attention to general.
Very good. Yeah, we will make a copy of the questions. Thank you so much once again, Hans.
Thanks a lot.
See you.
Enjoy the conference.
With that, I would like to introduce Beth. Beth is a founding member of Ohio Linux Fest OLF Conference. He has been there with the organization right from the beginning, and she is going to lead us to the next event, which is going to be a QA session with FSF, and then we will go from there to the next event. Beth, take it from here. Beth, you are on mute.
Hi, everybody. It's delightful to have you all here at the OLF Open Libre Free. I'm here to answer a couple of questions that people had regarding the supporter pass and how we're able to fulfill some of the types of products that we have traditionally offered in the past, such as the conference pass and the t-shirt. I'm very happy to announce that the t-shirts have arrived. They have arrived at our provider in Columbus, Ohio. So for those who are local and feel comfortable doing so, I will be reaching out with specific pickup instructions. For those who are not capable or interested in doing the pickup, we're going to be handling a shipping and handling of those particular items. And we have masks. So this cute little guy can be yours with the supporter pass and the professional pass. We might have some more of these masks available, and I'm working out the details to see what is in inventory and available for purchase from the general attending audience. I'm very delighted to be able to offer real conference Slack for the virtual world that we are in 2020, and it's just so delightful. The next talk, I believe, is the Free Software Foundation, speaking to us specifically on the campaigns that they are running in 2020, and there may be some traditional campaigns that we will recognize, but some campaigns have become of higher priority due to the work from home and study from home climate that we've all become accustomed to in the new normal. How do we get our hands around things like privacy concerns and the overall freedoms that we've cared about for so long? Jared, do you have the video queued?
So, hi everybody, welcome to the introduction to the Free Software Foundation campaigns team presentation. I'm Greg Farrow, the campaigns manager of the Free Software
Jared,
Foundation.
could you please
And,
refocus
joining me today is,
to
Coleman,
the
manager
queued
of the Free
video?
Software Foundation.
Fantastic, thank you.
And really today what we want to do is give just an overview of the work of the FSF campaigns team, what we spend all of our time doing, because we know that a lot of people in the audience will be familiar with the technical aspects of free software and the GNU Linux operating system, but they might not know what the Free Software Foundation really does or how long we've been around or things like that. So really our goal today is to give an overview of all the aspects of our work, especially the work of the campaigns team, and then let everybody know how they can get involved. So we're really excited to be here. And then this is pre-recorded, obviously, but I'll be sticking around for questions a little bit later. So if you have any, just feel free to shout out. And this is just an outline of the general stuff we plan to go over today. So I'm gonna start off with an introduction. You know, if you've never heard of the FSF before, that's okay. We're gonna talk a little bit about free software. A lot of the conference presentations today will use the term open source. We prefer the term free software for reasons we'll get into a little later. We'll focus on some campaigns team initiatives, give you some encouragement on how you can live a fully free software life in the digital world, and then how you can get involved both with the FSF community and the FSF in general. So let's get going. So what's free software and what's the FSF? Well, our mission statement, you can see this at the top of our website, which is where I got it from. The Free Software Foundation is a nonprofit with a worldwide mission to promote computer user freedom. And that can mean a lot of things. Obviously, that's a very broad mission statement, but in practice, this means educating the public about free software and the dangers of proprietary software. And one thing that the FSF is known for, famously and infamously, is that we do all of our work with free software. Everything, all of our laptops are about 11 years old because they run a free BIOS, and free software even powers our office phones. So we're very committed to using fully free software to do our work, which I think gives us a pretty distinctive perspective when it comes to encouraging other people to go 100% when it comes to software freedom.
I'm going to introduce you a little bit into what we do here at the FSF. We are split up mostly in 3 teams, the campaigns team, the licensing team, and the FSF tech team. The licensing team, as it says right here, is the steward of the GNU General Public License and defends copyright on the GNU project. The licensing team does compliance management. They also have an organization called RYF, Respect Your Freedom, in which they certify hardware products to make sure that they are free. And they hold a seminar annually, which is a CLE seminar on copyleft and legal ethics, just to help educate law professionals and licensing advocates to know sort of what is the latest when it comes to copyleft and licensing regulations. We then also have a tech team. The tech team is 4 people strong. and they maintain and provide the infrastructure for the GNU project and a few other fully free software projects. They build and maintain our servers. They maintain the mailing lists and help other developers and answer a bunch of questions when it comes to technical free software stuff. Then there is the campaigns team, of which Greg and I are a part. Our third member is Dana Morgenstein. The campaigns team basically advocates for free software and pushes against proprietary software. So we produce educational materials, we organize protests, petitions, we do the International Day Against DRM. Greg will tell you a little bit later about that. We also host LibrePlanet, which is our annual conference on free software issues and technology, which I will tell you a little bit later about as well. Generally, we make sure that we spread awareness, organize events, and educate people on what free software is and how they can help spread that message.
Yep. So a lot of people, were throwing around the term free software, but just in case there are people in the audience who may not know exactly what that term entails and maybe how it is distinct from the concept of open source, we provided the free software definition here. And any program is free software, provided it gives its users 4 basic freedoms. So freedom 0, because a lot of things in the computer world start with 0. The freedom to run the program as you wish for any purpose. So a lot of EULAs for end user license agreements for proprietary software, they'll actually discriminate against fields of endeavor. So famously, the iTunes EULA will say that you can't use iTunes in a nuclear testing facility, just in case, that bloated piece of garbage sets off a bomb or something. So that would be pretty bad. But in contradistinction to that, free software allows you to use the program for any purpose that you want, and also allows any person to use it. Some proprietary software will also discriminate against people based on where they live, for example, or certain beliefs they have. There are really all kinds of things you can find of EULAs if you actually take the time to read them. But freedom 1 that follows freedom 0 is the freedom to study the program, how the program works, and to change it if you want. So this will obviously require the source code to the program, because if you're just looking at binary code, it's not really very fun, and it's not really easy to tell the actual functionality of the program. Freedom 2 is the freedom to redistribute copies so you can help others. So, if I have a copy of a really cool free software program I like, I can send it to Zoe without fear of somebody breathing down my neck saying that it was wrong for me to share with my neighbor. So freedom 2 is a very important freedom when it comes to democratizing the access of free software. It doesn't mean that you can't sell it. It just means that anyone is free to copy it and share it with a friend if they want. And then the final freedom, freedom 3, is the freedom to redistribute copies of your modified version. So if I take, a cool free software program and I change it a little bit, maybe change the name to like Greg's cool software program and like add a function or something, freedom 3 would give me the freedom to distribute copies of my modified version to others with the same kind of ability that freedom 2 would grant me. And in practice, open source and free software, they refer to the same programs, but free software is a term that we use because it puts the emphasis solely on user freedom. The FSF is a technological social justice organization, and since we view proprietary software as fundamentally unjust, we want to keep our language always grounded and always focused on freedom. And open source is a kind of technologically neutral term. If you look at the history, you'll see that open source was coined to actually avoid certain political connotations with the term free software. We're not afraid of those political connotations. And in fact, we embrace them, and because we think that all computer users deserve freedom. So that's just a basic rundown of the free software definition in case you're unfamiliar.
Then a brief history on the GNU project. So the GNU project was started in 1985 by Richard Stallman with the goal of writing an operating system that was fully free software. For those of you interested and have not read about this yet, Richard Stallman has published his story on how he ran into difficulties with a printer at some point, which prompted him to start working against proprietary software, which sort of came up around that time. He started with some simpler projects, and then by 1991, most of the GNU system was complete, but it didn't have a kernel yet. And so when Linux came out, that was a perfect combination. So when combined with GNU, GNU Linux became the operating system that we all now know and still use, and is fully free software, and something that has developed and sort of became the core of what pushed free software forward. GNU is still developing, still going strong as well. Packages are still being created and collected, and this is something that you can also see through our website. You can see that I think there are about 16,000 packages right now, maybe even more. And there are some projects that are still going really strong and doing progressive and important things. So one of them, for example, is GNU Geeks, a reproducible package manager, and then there's GNU Tailor, which is a free software payment system. And then, of course, there is GNU Emacs, which is one of Greg's favorites, and they wrote this presentation with it.
So a lot of the time, everybody's using free software. You know, if you use GNU Linux, you're using free software, but you're likely not using 100% free software or fully free software. And this is pretty important because, as I mentioned before, you know, the FSF considers proprietary software to be a social injustice. So really, if there's a single proprietary component left in your, software distribution or left that you're dependent on in your laptop, for example, you're being oppressed, right? Literally. And so we recommend the use of fully free distributions of GNU Linux. There's a list of these on GNU.org. Triskel is the main one that we use at the FSF for all of our office computers. It's actually headed by our CTO, Ruben Rodriguez. So we're big fans of that. But, often the matter of like choosing a fully free software distribution, it can be kind of technically difficult, which is why the FSF started the Respects Your Freedom initiative. And that's a way for manufacturers to certify that their hardware runs fully free software. So if a laptop was certified and it got the RYF certification, that would mean that that laptop entirely runs on free software down to the BIOS level. And often, it's people say like, well, what's the point? Like, what's the point of having 100% free software? And there are so many places where that can really kind of come to be important, right? Because if you're using like a proprietary network driver for your wireless card, which is often the case in GNU Linux, like who's to say that there's not some kind of malicious function that a 3-letter security agency could use to intercept your communications or anything like that. And at the same time, a free BIOS is important because the UEFI BIOS in most laptops, that's 6 million lines of code. That's like an enormous attack vector for one thing. But more crucially, that's like a giant piece of your computer that is not directly under your control. So we always emphasize the need to run fully free software.
On advocacy and community then a bit, one of the chief ways that the FSF team, our team of Greg, myself, and Dana promote free software is through writing and doing local advocacy efforts. We try and include the community and have a big voice that can be heard all over the world. This can be a challenge, of course. Sometimes we need to make sure that we explain the concepts of free software to people that do understand it, have a technical background, but also sometimes to people that don't understand it as much, and that we want to sort of include in our story as well, because if anything, we need to be welcoming to make sure that we have a big crowd of people to be able to advocate for free software in the future as well. So at fsf.org, we're regularly commenting on how recent events impact our computer user freedom and how organizations like Google, Apple, or Microsoft put them at risk, and how, for example, sometimes the way politics or society is responding to the different kind of power that they have those large corporations and organizations should be seen through the window of if only we would be working with free software, then a lot of the situations that we find ourselves in daily where our user freedoms are being encroached wouldn't happen as much. So we try and jump on top of recent events and communicate about that and help see people where the injustices lie as much as possible and as much as we can within our small team. We are also the FSF's main point of connection with the global free software community, and we do our best to stay involved in discussions on how technology can empower us and deprive them of their freedom. We host a forum on our website for our associate members where we communicate with community members and learn from them sort of what the issues are that are on their minds. And there are also GNU email lists that help us where we see community members communicate about different issues that are happening in the world and that we can jump on as well. We're always looking for members of the community to help us work with this. So if you are already an associate member, please jump on the forum and share your voice. We are not always communicating there, but we are always following what's happening. As well as the Leave a Planet Discuss email list has the same effect. We don't always communicate or add to the conversation there, but we do definitely follow and find it unbelievably interesting and important to read and hear what people have to say. And then there is our Working Together for Free Software project, which is something that we do on our fsf.org website, where this is a bit twofold. So on the one hand, the FSF is the financial steward for some other organizations that are important for the future of free software and that are doing important things. And you can see through our website which organizations they are. And if you want to support those organizations, you can do that through the FSF, and we will make sure that they get the support that you give. And then the other side of that is really the more community-focused side of it, in which we try and talk to and listen to community members and have you publish on our website what is free software and why it's important to you, or for example, how you encounter working with free software or having to deal with proprietary software at your work and how you deal with those things. And we feel that those things are very important. There's often question, for example, about whether or not you can earn any money doing free software. And if you are not a technical person, what can you do to still build your career in this world, fighting for user freedom? And questions like that can really be answered by us or by anyone that you know, but it's a sort of homecoming feeling when you can find on a website a story written by someone that you know is successful, you respect, and sort of it helps you find out how they got to where they are. So when you have a moment, dive into that, read about it. There's some really interesting people on there.
Yeah, for sure. And we understand that if maybe a few of these have been played as bumpers in the OLF schedule, but just in case they weren't, we've lately been making animated videos to explain free software concepts. The first of these was Shoe Tool, which we debuted last year. It's kind of holiday themed and kind of paints the picture of an elf who doesn't have control over his hardware, and that kind of ends up being pretty bad for him. More recently, we did the University of Costumed Heroes, which was a warning about the dangers of proprietary remote education when implemented in a university of superheroes. Can go pretty dangerously wrong. And then I think last month we developed Rewind, which is a video to teach others about the positive impact free software can have on the scientific community. It covers a scientist who's researching a cure for a disease, and it shows the positive impact that free software could have, but then it kind of rewinds, hence the title, and shows what would happen if she didn't have access to free software, if instead the program she was using was proprietary. And we think that that's a pretty good video, so we hope that you'll check them out if you haven't already.
Can I add to that a little bit, Greg?
Yeah, sure.
what we have issues with sometimes within the FSF is that free software is something that sort of stretches out over a lot of different aspects of life. It's not just about software. It affects us in many, many different ways. And what we're trying to do with these videos is really sort of make sure that we explain all these different angles, and that when people that don't really know the concepts of free software, or even if you do, you run into these issues in daily life, and there's sort of a moment of recognizing that this is something that could be different or should be different, and that your freedoms are really sort of being abused in that sense. And so what we're trying to do is really highlight all of these different angles. And ShoeTool, for example, really focuses on DRM and user lock-in in that sense. And the University of Costumed Heroes, as it says here, is about remote education, but it's also really about sort of backdoors into your machines, and you not having full control over the machines or the technology that you use, and how that can be abused and how that's dangerous for society, but also for our future. And of course, there's also the aspect of how in education it's important to use free software in general, because when it comes to being a student, what you are being taught is how things work, but you're not allowed to see how the tools that you learn this through work. Actually, Greg will probably talk about this a little bit more later. And of course, in the Rewind video, we talked about really the core of the 4 freedoms is when you want to be able to see the software, see the source code, and be able to share it and enhance it, which is something that is how science is moving forward, and how society keeps moving forward, is if we have the right to actually improve on things that already exist. And we can't improve on things that already exist if we can't see what it's made of.
Yeah, definitely. So one of the major campaigns that the FSF runs is the Defective by Design campaign, which is our campaign against digital restrictions management, commonly known as DRM. And the reason for the Defective by Design title is that, you know, if you think about how DRM works and how it's used, they're really creating a product that is by intention defective by design, right? So like, who would think to make an ebook that you can't share with a friend, for example? You can share any normal file with a friend. So by, you know, putting something in the ebook that you download that prevents it from being transferred, they're intentionally making some kind of faulty product or faulty file or item. And this is an injustice in itself, but often in the way DRM is implemented, it becomes a grave threat to computer user freedom because it also relies on proprietary backdoors to function. This can be in software and it can also be in hardware. So with the Widevine DRM that is behind Netflix and a lot of other video streaming sites, there are multiple levels of multiple levels of a stranglehold, right, that the company has on you. So at the lowest level, there's software, but actually increasingly, and this is a big problem for free software, is DRM is being implemented on the hardware level. So, you know, it just bypasses straight through the OS and then runs on a chip that neither us or anyone else has an idea of what it's really doing. So you can see where this would be a big problem for free software and any free software activists, because if we insist on having 100% free software components in the systems that we use, having this malicious chip, you know, that's running this entirely different set of instructions just to prevent you from doing something you should be able to do anyway, it becomes a pretty big deal pretty fast. So each year we also sponsor through Defective by Design an annual day of protest against DRM called IDAD, and this year's is on December 4th. This is the 14th that we've done, I think. So we're excited to be having that. It's going to be targeting Netflix this year, just because in times of the quarantine, people have been increasingly dependent on streaming services to get their entertainment, which is totally normal. But when they are also subjecting themselves to DRM, that's a problem, right? It's a problem for the user because they're being oppressed. It's not, you know, we're not attacking the people who are actually watching this stuff. We're going after the corporations that insist on using DRM to lock down their media. And you can learn more about the Defective by Design campaign at defectivebydesign.org. And then the Day Against DRM's specific website is dayagainstdrm.org.
Then we also have a program called Email Self-Defense, and that has its own website. You can see that at the bottom of that slide, which is emailselfdefense.fsf.org. And that is about bulk surveillance mostly and encryption. So because bulk surveillance really violates our fundamental rights and makes it risky for us to practice free speech, we want to make sure that people are skilled or have the skills and the knowledge to defend themselves against this. And one of the most important things is that sometimes people say that they don't need this protection because they don't do anything that requires for them to protect themselves. But the idea is that there are actually people in this world that do need protection, whether it is from governments or whether it is from oppressive systems or societal issues that they run into, or even in their personal lives. And a lot of people don't have the freedoms that we have. And to be able to also support those people, we also need to use encryption. And that, I think, is an argument that people often don't grasp when it comes to why encryption is important. We use encryption to protect ourselves, but also to protect others. And email self-defense is really our way of educating people into what they can do to protect themselves and others to do that. So it's really a step-by-step guide to help you set up encryption in your email. It helps you create a key no matter what operating system you run, and we have a bot in the system that can communicate with you whether or not your key is actually working. So have a look at it and install it. It's really easy. It's really a step-by-step thing. And if you run into any issues, you can always email us as well. But we've been running this guide for a while now, and there's a lot of people that have used it before you. So we've made a lot of adaptations to make it as simple as possible so that anyone of any skill level can go through it and really sort of set this up for themselves and or their family members. Like I said, if you run into any issues or if you see any issues with the guide, then you can always email us. You can also help us by translating this guide. So it currently has, I think, about 14 translations already. You can look at the translations, check those and work on those, but you can also start an entirely new translation for the country that you're in. And that way you can help us spread this even further.
Yeah, and just to add on that, one or two things. You know, something we often hear when we talk about encryption is like, well, why should I use encryption if I have nothing to hide, right? I have nothing to hide. But if you think about it, like our goal with ESD in particular, and why we encourage encryption as much as possible, is that we want to just normalize the practice. Because, you know, if everyone was using encryption, it would kind of increase the protection of the people who really need encryption, right? Because then it would be normalized and those people wouldn't be singled out for using encryption, right? As all this data is passing through the wires, it's intercepted by the NSA and others. And, you know, when they see an encrypted communication, that's kind of cause for suspicion on their part, you know, and if it were more normalized, maybe it wouldn't be. So it's always important to use not only email encryption, but hard drive encryption if you're able to, just because it normalizes the practice and actually does, I mean, quite a lot to defend the kind of rights of the people who do really need it, you know, journalists, whistleblowers, people of all types. So if you haven't set up a GPG key pair yet, we encourage you to try it. You know, maybe even email one of us if it's set up. Yeah, so ESD is a great resource, I think, because people, you don't have to be especially technical. So we hope you'll check it out.
Yeah, and last, even on that, is that even if you do have nothing to hide, no one still has a right or a place in your communication. So
right.
If protecting others is not a reason enough, which I think it should be, then also just think about just the fact that you have to protect your communication alone. And if you just ponder on that a little bit, I think encryption becomes a very sort of logical idea.
Yeah, definitely. So one campaign that we also do is the free JavaScript campaign, because actually most pages on the internet now require the use of non-free software to even function. You know, so if you go to Google Docs, you'll end up downloading like a 50 megabyte JavaScript library. And this is proprietary JavaScript because even though, you know, at any time you can like right click and view the source of the website that you're on, often the JavaScript that you read is all in like one gigantically long line that's like, you know, millions of characters long. And not only that, but it's obfuscated, right? So they'll run it through an obfuscator to hide what the program is doing. And these have gotten so good that there's really no meaningful difference between this obfuscated JavaScript code and binary. So as everything kind of moves to the browser, we run the risk of people like using a free operating system like GNU Linux, but then when they open up their web browser, they're dependent on proprietary software. And that's a real problem because we don't want the web browser to become like the #1 way that people experience proprietary software, right? It's such a kind of ubiquitous part of the web now that we really want to get average users and also website developers interested in freeing their JavaScript. And there's also like a lot of free software libraries, JavaScript libraries that are in use today. And to those, we would encourage them to label their JavaScript libraries properly so that they can be machine read and then easily kind of filtered out for users who are concerned about their freedom. So we encourage site owners to release their JavaScript under a free license. And the FreeJS campaign also promotes the use of Libre.js. So Libre.js is a little bit like NoScript if you've ever used that, except it will read the JavaScript source of every website that you visit, and then it'll look for certain headers. And if it sees this header, it'll say, oh, I know this is under a free license, so I'll run this piece of JavaScript. But I see that this one doesn't have a license and it's not trivial. You know, if JavaScript is only there to like collapse a menu or something, we think of it as trivial. And so it's kind of less crucial that becomes free software because it's just a one-line piece of code or something. But the Libre.js will do all this work for you because otherwise you would have to just kind of go through every source file and see for yourself. And it's gotten a lot faster lately if you've used it before. So we definitely encourage you to check it out. And if you're interested in helping us out with labeling your own JavaScript, you can go to the fsf.org page on free JavaScript. And the same information is also available on GNU.org if you search for the JavaScript trap, which is RMS's original essay on this a number of years ago.
Lemon Planet. Lemon Planet is our annual conference on technology and social justice. We are in our 13th edition this year. Last year we had a fully online event. It is a conference in which we have about 40 to 45 speakers every year talking about their fields of knowledge in the range of whatever touches upon free software. And so those are people that either are organizers or community members, or they are developers and they have their own projects. And those people share their knowledge and their interest. And because of the COVID-19 pandemic, Lemon Planet 2020 was held online last year in March. And because we don't know what the future will bring, but we want to be safe and make sure that our audience is safe as well, we have decided that Lemon Planet 2021 will also be held online in March next year. So we are currently in preparations of that, and our call for speakers is open right now, and you can still submit your presentation for this year's conference at lemonplanet.org/2021. And the theme for this year is empowering users. What we saw in the pandemic is that a lot of people got together and started working on solutions, whether it was sewing their own masks or other PPE, whether it was developing faster on video conferencing possibilities, or even if it was just about sharing information. Our lemonplanet.org website is a network where a lot of people can come together. And on that, we also had a remote communication site that just became bigger and bigger and bigger, which was an amazing thing to see, where the community added information on tools that you can use that are actually respectful of your freedom that you can use in having to live and work remotely. Things like that, as well as people really using their expertise and sharing their expertise in different fields to find ways to go against the pandemic or protect themselves from the pandemic or educate people was really something that inspired us. And from there, we really thought to ourselves, what is it that brings that is like at the core of free software right now, and that is really this empowering users, is having for users to have and take the power to stand up for themselves and protect their rights and really get things done, because that's really what they did over the past year, and that was amazing to see. And we want to hear from you if you have anything to say, whether it is pandemic related or not. Free software is really all about taking the power into your own hands and developing on that. And we want to hear your story if you have something to say.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, high priority projects. That's also me. Sorry. So we got together a committee of free software luminaries. The campaigns team manages the high priority free software projects list, but we do not own it and we do not make the final decisions when it comes to what is added and what is not added. There are currently a range of projects that are already on the list, and the list was last updated, I think, somewhere in 2017. And examples of what is on there is free CAPTCHA tools or free video conferencing platforms, decentralized social media, and things like that. It's really about what we feel or what the community feels that free software organizations and developers and also funders or donors should focus on when they invest into pushing free software forward. And we are have opened the call for submissions, and we really want to hear from everyone. Please email hppfeedback@gnu.org and let us know what you think is important for people to focus on and what should be the things that we highlight when it comes to projects that can really sort of define the future of free software. We are running the submissions until January. You can still submit after that. It's just that our committee at some point has to start reviewing everything that comes in, and they will do this in January and February. And then the idea is to launch a new list and have a presentation at LibrePlanet 2021 in March of next year.
Right. Yeah. Just to add to that real quick, I mean, the high priority projects list, if you're, a very talented programmer or something, it kind of exists to say, like, if, say, person A, who's a very talented programmer, really gets interested in free software and they want to help out, lending their development skills, they could look at the high priority projects list to say, like, okay, like, where is free software really badly needed? And the list would be there to provide them suggestions on what to develop and what to assist with. So it's really just a way of kind of taking a litmus test of the free software movement, because we know that we've come so far. We know that people can use their computer without using proprietary software at all, but there are some aspects of life where they're definitely still experiencing pressure to use proprietary software. We get it at the FSF every day. If we're working with another organization and they want us to, like, electronically sign a document or something, we can't do it because it requires non-free JavaScript. So there are really a lot of aspects like this, and it isn't hard to think of them if you think really carefully. Just because if you're using any kind of tool that you don't know of a proprietary or of a free solution for, then you can send it to HPP feedback because maybe it'd be a good candidate for the list. And something else the FSF also does at LibrePlanet is give out the free software awards. We've been doing this, I think, since before there was a LibrePlanet, but it's our way of recognizing individuals and also free software projects who have done something significant for the free software community, or alternatively have applied the principles of the free software community to some other field of endeavor, for example, like a hospital that runs on free software or something like that. And the three categories are the award for the advancement of free software. So this one is a kind of technological award. So if there's a particular person who is, pioneered a project that is given a lot of benefit to everyone in the free software community. Some past winners include Larry Wall, who wrote the Perl programming language, Yukihiro Matsumoto, who wrote the Ruby programming language. So these big kind of watershed programs in the free software movement, that's kind of what the award for the advancement of free software exists to recognize. Next one is the award for projects of social benefit. So this is kind of what I mentioned with the hospital scenario, but it's really a award to recognize people who do some other kind of social good other than fight for free software, but use the principles of free software or use free software programs extensively in their work. So one example was the OpenStreetMaps group, which was awarded 2 years ago because they're kind of democratizing access to map data, which otherwise would be locked behind a restrictive license. And we debuted a new category last year, which is the award for the outstanding new free software contributor. So if there's a person in your free software community or project, it could be like somebody on your distributions forum, or it could be somebody who just got involved with some program that you're involved with or running. And if they've like really made great strides in the last year or so, like hit the ground running in terms of the work that they do, and in terms of just being a kind of good role model for people in the free software movement, both ones that have been around longer than they have and ones that have been around less than they have, we'd really like to hear from them and get your nominations for the award of that category. So the nominations are still open. They're going to be open until November 11th. And if you'd like to nominate someone, just go to fsf.org/awards. The way that it works is we read all the nominations, and then these go to a committee of past award winners who will grant the award. And then they're traditionally given out at LibrePlanet in Boston. But since we're going online this year, we'll have a creative way to award people. So don't worry about that.
Mobile phone freedom is actually also a high priority project, if I say this correctly. It was listed on the high priority free software projects list because mobile phone freedom, of course, is one of the major things that should be on our radars when talking about free software. We currently have the opportunity and the possibility to have fully free operating systems or even fully free BIOSes and computers running only free software when it comes to laptops and desktops, but it is not somewhere where we are yet when it comes to the mobile phone. So, of course, we want to move into this field, and we want to develop or help stimulate the development of operating systems and mobile phone freedom. Android is nominally free software, but almost always ships with non-free Google libraries and non-free drivers. We recommend using the replicant distribution of Android to make sure your freedom is protected. So that's one of the projects that we are also is also in our Working Together program. Replicant is an important project that is moving forward, and they've done some really amazing things in the past, and they still are moving quite progressively forward. And I know that they made some big steps last year. We had Dennis also published something through our website on his update. So if you want to read the latest, then that's also on the fsf.org website. I also know that they also update their replicant website with information on where they are and what's developing there and how you can help. So have a look at that. Then, of course, there's Purism. Purism's Librem 5 is very promising and looks very sleek as well, but we haven't had a chance to review it for REF certifications. They have submitted, so we will be looking into that. And we do know that it runs PureOS, which is an FSF-approved distribution of GNU Linux. These are two ways that sort of give us hope, and they are positive developments in the mobile phone fields. But it's definitely something we need to make sure that we keep updating and keep on our radar. And if you have any knowledge or understanding here, then reach out to these projects to see if you can help.
Yeah, definitely. And then if you already have an Android phone, you don't have to be running, a custom ROM or anything to download the F-Droid store, which is a repository of only free software packages for Android. We use it at the FSF for our phones. But yeah, it's just a great way to get started on using free software, especially on your mobile phone, because if there's a Google app that you use, chances are that there's an F-Droid app that could replace its functionality. I know my personal phone, while it doesn't run fully free software, it does run fully free, has no Google libraries, and it runs fully free applications. So F-Droid really has like a wide range of programs that you can choose from. So if you haven't checked it out, I definitely encourage you to do that. And one thing we also like to encourage, this is another high priority project, or at least from the 2017 list, and is a kind of step that we like to encourage people to take when it comes to living a more freedom-minded digital life, is being discriminate about the social media that they're on and which kind of tools that they use. So here it's important to clarify that network services like Twitter, they're neither free nor non-free, because they're not really being distributed to users as a service. They might be distributing their user software, typically in the form of like a non-free JavaScript page that you use to post on Twitter or something. So this is a slightly separate issue from free software versus non-free software, but we still like to encourage people to use federated social media, because often, the server-side software of programs like Mastodon or PeerTube are free software, and they often kind of align more with freedom-minded ideals than the alternative. So we really encourage these to avoid centralization and corporate surveillance. So just a range of free software federated social media platforms we recommend are Mastodon, GNU Social, and Pleroma, which are all compatible with ActivityPub. And we ourselves have been taking some strides in this recently. We signed up for a PeerTube account, which is a federated alternative to YouTube. So the FSF has an account on the Framasoft instance, who create PeerTube. And so through our account, we can then reach everyone else on PeerTube, no matter what instance they're on, because it's federated. So this is like a great way to kind of bust people out of siloed services like YouTube, because I can have my own instance if I wanted to, but I could still see the FSF videos. They could still see mine if I uploaded them. So it's really kind of like, it kind of is a way of translating the community principles of the free software movement into the space of social media. And if you want to find our PeerTube account, the URL is below. Lately, we've been publishing some videos from our anniversary celebration, which we did at the beginning of October. And we're also distributing the animated videos there. So hopefully if you're on PeerTube, you might see it on your timeline in the near future. And remote education and free video conferencing. So, obviously in the pandemic, we're all transitioning to remote methods of work and education. Like Zoe and I are not in Ohio right now. We're in Boston, Massachusetts. So we're, using free software, or, often we're using non-free software to communicate with people. And so that's not good, because if your work life now depends on non-free software, that's a problem. And if your education is being funneled through non-free software, that's also a problem. And education is one we've particularly targeted recently. We launched a petition against the use of proprietary software in education, particularly remote education. And we're using the information that we collect to approach schools and invite them into a discussion about the importance of software freedom. So if you go to sign the petition, which you can still do, we ask you if you want to provide us with the contact information for schools. And if you do that, we'll contact them on your behalf and say, a concerned person says that you require Microsoft Teams, for example, to participate in school. This is a problem because it's proprietary software. Have you considered using Big Blue Button, et cetera? So we would be encouraging people to use those to explore alternatives to the proprietary software that they may be using. And we kind of put our own efforts into this because the FSF tech team has also helped the MIT professor and FSF board member Gerald J. Sussman transition his classes to a fully free setup based on Big Blue Button. If you'll notice, Big Blue Button is the program that we're actually using to record this streams on. So it's actually pretty diverse in what it can do. It can manage classes. It can do all kinds of stuff, really. So our write-up of this can be found on the GNU website at the address below. So we really hope that you'll kind of consider the use of free software tools when it comes to your video conferencing needs. And also, if you're an FSF associate member, we have a fully free Jitsi Meet server that you can use. You just sign in, you can call, you can use it to set up a room, and then the other person that you talk to, they don't have to be an FSF member. It's just kind of doing our part, using our like technical expertise and our server expertise to give people a free alternative to Zoom calls, for instance, which nobody likes being on. So we're really excited about that, and we're also doing whatever we can to promote free methods of remote education and talking to one another.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to education, Gerald Sussman, he works not only with Big Blue Button, but also with Canvas, which is also free software, and which is a Blackboard system. And particularly for education, I think it's important to note that it is actually possible to have an educational program running on non-proprietary software. So if you are an educational instance or a student anywhere, then take a note of that and make sure that you communicate with your organization or with your educational institution about the software that they make you use.
Yeah, definitely. And this is another case where normalizing the practice will help it kind of catch on. The first few schools to take this step, often they're places like MIT who are very technical. But the more people we can get into a community of users and school administrators and teachers who are using free software to conduct their remote classes, the more normal it's going to get. And then also the larger the support network is going to get. So even if you have like a very tiny school, even if you're from a very small town, any kind of step in this direction is a good one, because you're not only freeing yourself potentially, but you're also giving freedom to students potentially like all over the world. So it's very important. And each year we also publish a giving guide. So when doing holiday shopping, it's often difficult to find devices, if not impossible to find devices that are freedom respecting. So each year we help people out by publishing our latest recommendations on computer hardware and other gadgets. So these can include mobile phones, for example, laptops, really anything that runs software to a substantial degree. We address it in the giving guide. And so this year's update isn't ready yet, but it will be published in late November. But you can view the 2019 giving guide at that link. And really it's our recommendations for how best to live a free life when it comes to the hardware that you use. So all the FSF employees will use typically the an X200 ThinkPad with LibreBoot, which is mentioned on the giving guide. And yeah, it gives our really what we know, how free things are, and the tools that we can definitely recommend at this point. So check it out if you haven't yet.
Volunteer. We have gone through a bunch of things, of course, that we think that you can do to either help us or other organizations when it comes to carrying your weight in the free software world or in the free software community. It happens a lot that we run into people that just go and come to us and they go, how can I help? What can I do? So I think if you go through this presentation, you can find a lot of different ways that we can help, that we can use your help, whether it is submitting translations for the videos or for the email self-defense guide, or even just installing encryption on your email server, things like that. All of those things help. Now, if you want to become a volunteer and be in our database, our system, for when things come up, then you can email us at campaigns@fsf.org, and then we can submit you into the system there. As every once in a while, there are things that happen where we need extra people, so we can then email you, which we will do. And then you can also help out with doing advocacy work in your local area. We have, I don't know if I made this clear enough in the beginning, but LibrePlanet is both a network and a conference. And LibrePlanet.org is our network website, and LibrePlanet baremetal.org/2021 is our conference website. And on the network website, you can find other community members and teams and groups of people that you can connect with all over the world that can be part of your group of local organizers. We run the Libre Planet Wiki for exactly this purpose. We want to give people a place for, and local groups also, a place to collaborate and organize actions for themselves. If you do have a group, have an idea for a group, or have an idea for an action within your group, we are always on the other side of campaigns@fsf.org to help you either communicate your message, share your information, or whatever action it is that you are developing, and of course to answer any questions that you might have. We currently are still not allowed to have in-person events, so we don't want to motivate anyone to have in-person events. But once we do, again, the FSF wants to make sure that we can support local organization and activism. And so we will then launch a program to help people get their expenses back for a part or for a whole. It depends a little bit on what you're organizing and how much of it we actually can take on. So we want to just tell everyone to find like-minded people and start local groups and organizations. And if you're interested in knowing more about this, you can email us as well.
Definitely. So one other way that you can support the FSF, and actually the main way you can support the FSF financially, is through an associate membership. It's the bulk of our revenue. It helps us stay independent and focused on our mission. It's very important for us, financially, but it also is a show of support for the free software movement, or at least our work in the free software movement. So we really appreciate, every single associate member that we have. And it also nets you a lot of great benefits. Access to our Jitsi Meet server, which I mentioned previously, the member forum, and also we'll send you in the mail a bootable USB card with Triskel GNU Linux pre-installed, so you can either run it from the card or install it to a separate computer. And this is just a few of them. There are actually many other benefits, so many that I forget some of them sometimes. But you can, in any case, you can join or renew your membership at fsf.org/join. Looks like we have maybe 1 or 2 minutes left, so I'm going to go through this last slide pretty quickly. There are a lot of ways to talk to us. We're, I guess, passionate users of IRC. We have a lot of channels. So we have #FSF, #DBD for the Defective by Design campaign, and #LibrePlanet, so you can feel free to chat with us there. You can also join the LibrePlanet Discuss mailing list, which is a kind of discussion based group that talks about different software freedom issues. We also run a free software friendly jobs page. So if you're an employer, you have a job working on free software, programming free software, or a sysadmin gig, let us know, and we can include it on our directory of employment opportunities. And then if you have any other questions at all, feel free to write to us at campaigns@fsf.org. We check it very, very regularly. So, and we like hearing from people. So, just any question you have, any, thing you'd like to say to us or thing we should focus on, just let us know. And this is going to wrap up our pre-recorded part. But tomorrow in the future, I'm going to call in by phone and answer any questions that people might have in the last few minutes that we have left of our presentation. And thanks very much for joining us. Thanks for hearing about the FSF and free software, and we definitely hope that you'll be getting involved. Thanks a lot.
Hey, Beth, you're muted.
Okay, I apologize. We only have time for one question, and that one question is, where can someone go for more information?
So this is Greg. Best place to go to would pretty much just be fsf.org. But for more about the free software movement in general, you could also go to GNU.org, which is gnu.org.
Fantastic. Thanks for joining us, Greg and Zoe. I really appreciate it. And it's really awesome that we are able to elevate ourselves to caring a lot about the principles of freedom as we have transitioned into the open Libra free. Fantastic. Glad that you could join us. We also had an audience question regarding the slide deck, and I will make that available as soon as I can. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Next up, we have a special guest. You know, when the pandemic first hit the United States, I'm a particular fan of the late night TV shows, and it was your regular host that you all knew and loved calling all of their friends to see how they are doing as we push on and get through this difficult time globally together. So one of the friends that I particularly wanted to connect to is a friend of mine by the name of Dorothy Gordon. Dorothy is somebody that I met whenever I would travel to Ghana with Computer Reach to deploy free software on the desktop, specifically with a fork of Edubuntu with Computer Reach, and it was a collaboration with Africa ICT Right. It was definitely a very high privilege to have met you, Dorothy, and I'm very interested in hearing more about what you're up to more recently. We're going to be switching it to a dual spotlight view, Jared. I hope so, so that we can engage Dorothy in the conversation with us, so that it would flow more like a fireside chat. I'm very much looking forward to this conversation. And I have had conversations with Dorothy today over chat, so I know that she's here on the platform with us.
Beth, the video's up.
The video is up?
It has been, yes. You can continue.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, Dorothy, for joining us. I'm so glad that you could join us today, and it's so wonderful to see you.
Thank you, Beth, and I was really enjoying the last session with the Free Software Foundation, some excellent resources they pointed out. So thank you for the invitation, and good evening, everyone from warm Ghana.
Well, I just wanted to reach out to you and thank you so much for hosting our traveling folks who were out there just trying to resolve the digital divide with free software. And you were a most gracious host to us, introducing us to your Institute of Higher Learning there and to your friends through the FOSFA organization. And it was just such an amazing privilege to meet you. But I do want to get more to what you're up to more recently. And before I get too far into it, I want to personally thank you for joining us. I understand that I'm tearing you away from the Information for All program where you are working with the United Nations.
Well, I wouldn't say that you're tearing me away from the Information for All program. I think you were actually referring to the IGF, the Internet Governance Forum, which is another conference running this week and next week. But probably we'll get to talk about that later. Yes, at the moment, I am the chair of UNESCO's Information for All program. And it's very interesting because it's an intergovernmental council. So it's made up of member states. And some of the people do tease me that here you are, somebody who's been working with civil society for a lot of your life and with the UN, and now member states have asked you to take on this role. But it's a great opportunity. In the last session, SFF was discussing the challenges that we have in education today. It's a kind of new scramble that is going on for the education space, and to tie in educators into proprietary platforms that will eventually have huge implications for education budgets. You know, so there's so many issues that we have to address as a community, as a global community. And one of the things that UNESCO got approved by all member states is the Rome indicators, that our internet should be rights-based, it should be open, it should be accessible, and it should be multi-stakeholder. And when we see these global challenges, such as what happens to education under rapid digitization, then we really need to have that multi-stakeholder dialogue that would involve civil society actors such as SFF, and of course, many of the people who are attending the Ohio Linux Fest. And I was just thrilled to hear that Ohio is so advanced that it has a Linux Fest. As you know, I recently joined the board of the Linux Professional Institute, and for more than 20 years, penguins have been my dearest pets.
Well, great. I did notice over my social networks that you have joined the LPI as a board member. How is that important specifically to your part of the world, the collaborations with LPI?
Well, it's extremely important. That's the short answer. Basically, while we've had many open source enthusiasts on the continent, if I were to be very candid, I would say that we haven't received enough attention from some of the lead organizations that work in this area. And so it's been a struggle to get certifications. When I was heading up the Ghana-India Kofi Annan Center of Excellence in ICT, we reached out to many of the leaders in open source software, because we knew that if people got trained on their software, then there would be a greater take-up within the countries. But for many, I think they had kind of absorbed, how could I say it diplomatically? Let's say they had absorbed the normal storyline about Africa. They were afraid to get involved. They didn't see it as a market. And meanwhile, now everybody is waking up to the fact that by 2050, we're going to have the bulk of young people on the planet, and probably going to be the largest market. But for LPI, I think that their presence in Africa, and they've always had a global vision, but I think it takes more time to form the relationships in different places. I was just talking to one of the FOSFA leadership the other day, and they were telling me the difference that open source made in their lives. The fact that they were able to acquire skills, the fact that they didn't have to become broke in order to equip their office. When we look at the situation today, where so many people are having to incorporate new tools into their work, you can see that open source solutions offer a great deal for Africa because they allow us to address those, how can I put it? Let's just look at health and the kind of solutions that you need in health. You can imagine what that does to a government budget if you're going for exclusively proprietary solutions. And in so many sectors now, you're going to have the software. Which kind of software? So when you look at LPI and the fact that LPI has always had a motive of delivering certification that is accessible to as many people as possible. And the design of the certifications at the moment, from your Linux Essential through to your various flavors of the LPIC, means that people have the opportunity to actually be recognized as professionals. And when we have professional software developers or system administrators on the continent, it just makes it that much easier to run our own systems. And if you are educated in open source software, that means that you have an understanding of how that software works. You have an understanding of how you can build new solutions on that. And I think I'm preaching to the converted here. Everybody knows the value of open source. So I can just say that the Linux Professional Institute really offers that opportunity to grow professionals in Linux on the continent. I think now we have about 180,000 professionals in over 180 countries, and we can only hope that that number is going to grow exponentially in Africa.
Absolutely. It is important to network with others who are motivated to work in free software. And I know that you touched on this a little bit, but how powerful is free software in resolving the digital divide?
Well, that is a difficult question to answer. We have a lot of potential power of free software to address digital divide issues, but the people who need it most often don't know enough about that. And that applies even in more tech-ready societies such as the US. And for most people, I've noticed that just saying the word source code and their brain goes off. They don't want to think about the technology that they use in those terms. So they don't understand the differentiation very often. I think we can do better in terms of explaining the differentiation between free software and proprietary software. And that has become far more complex today because so much of the software that is used by major platforms is actually open source, but it's being used in what they would recognize as just a big company selling them a solution. So we don't have the the uptake that we would like when it comes to free software. And I'm very happy that there are quite a number of civil society organizations. That's what we call them in the UN, but I think in the US, they like to call them PBOs. Am I right? What is the terminology in the US?
There's the community development organizations, perhaps, or just not for profits.
How do you define something like FSF or LPI? What would you call them?
Oh, they're definitely non-for-profits.
Okay, not-for-profits. So there are a lot of not-for-profits that are getting to know how to use free software. For example, particularly applications like OSGeo that help us in so many different fields. They help us with surveys, etc. But I think that we really need to have far more systematic education that will address the needs of different sectors. And we need to work on our outreach and our advocacy and understand what messaging works for the different communities that we want to reach out to. So open source software has huge potential impact. And it's at the same time having a huge impact right now, but it's hidden and people don't understand that distinction. I don't know if you agree with me.
Well, I do agree with you. I think that there is a confusion between gratis and free software, particularly in the developed world. But I think that you might have something to say about certain inconsistencies on communities that try to be about free software but are not necessarily using free software all the time.
I think you're referring to the fact that I sent you a tough email asking why you were using Slack. I think that it's good if we promote free software, that as much as possible we use free software. Especially when we have great solutions for doing the same thing. There's no real excuse in my mind for using a closed solution when you have open solutions that can do the job, and that by using those open solutions, you are actually doing your advocacy. So, as you know, you met me at the Ghana India Kofi Annan Center of Excellence in Technology. And while we were there, we made sure that all our systems, back end, front end, whatever, were exclusively open source. The only time we use closed source is if we had been hired to teach a particular proprietary package. And in this way, we were able to demonstrate that it's entirely possible to run an institution within government that does that. And of course, it did not make certain people happy, because while at the same time, we don't have many open source companies reaching out to Africa, we do have in the corridors of ministries very seasoned marketers for proprietary solutions. And, you know, some people argue, well, you are never going to get that traction. But I think that today, people are recognizing that our technology ecosystem needs some serious rethinking if we are going to build the kind of future we want as humanity, and if we're going to promote the values that we hold dear. So I'm hoping that all of this upheaval as a result of the pandemic this year will get people to start thinking about how we can highlights the value of free software, the value of the collaboration, the human values that are behind the whole idea of free software. And we can build on that to build a better society. And that's the kind of thing that UNESCO is about, that we are trying to build a peaceful and value-driven society. Beth? Hello?
I think Beth's phone probably stopped working. Beth, are you still there?
Well, you can ask me a question while we're waiting for her.
Sure. Living where you are living and the experience that you have, is there any major difference that you have seen from the perspective of developed societies compared to developing societies, and if there's a difference in attitude of people towards open source software and free tools?
You know, frankly, when I talk to people who are not techies, whether it is in the UK, in Europe, I'm very often in Paris because of the UNESCO work. Let me say that what I find is Europeans are far more aware, perhaps, but in the UK, I don't find them very aware. And in the US, when I speak to my, maybe I can call them civilian friends, non-techies, they haven't a clue. So when I'm talking about the privacy issues, everybody followed Cambridge Analytica, but the implications of Cambridge Analytica for how they behave on their devices, they don't get that at all. I mean, I'm using that as an example that has received so much media attention. So free software, it's too, should we say philosophical, esoteric? It doesn't seem to be something that they relate to at all in general. So I'm not seeing that differentiation. When I watched the Senate hearings and interviews with tech leaders, I saw that the same problems that I observe in Africa in terms of an awareness of our leadership, of the technology issues, are also very real in other parts of the world. So we have a huge amount of education to do around these issues. And I think that we have to figure out how we can market the whole thing better and how we can take it out of tech communities. And one of the things that I've noticed that we could do is, and this one is one of the things that LPI, the Linux Professional Institute, will be doing, is to form partnerships with universities, and not just people who are studying computer science in universities. Reach out to the entire younger population who are following courses in universities and give them the opportunity to get certifications, to get to understand which software makes sense for them. I was just talking to an architect, and he was saying how much of a difference open source solutions have made to his work. Good to see you back, Beth. I was worried.
Well, it's great to be back. Whenever I was a part of the deployment, the most requested piece of software that we forgot to bundle into our distribution happened to be a CAD software,
Yes.
which there is free software for computer-aided drafting, as well as planning electricity. So it was something that we were able to patch on the fly, but I definitely agree that you do need to consider free software for all sorts of problems of human endeavor and not just for the computer science students.
Listening to you, it just occurred to me that I could do something about that by maybe crowdsourcing, so that it could be that it already exists somewhere and I just don't know it. But if we go through the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, we could identify the free software that helps you achieve each of those 17 Sustainable Development Goals. We usually refer to them as the SDGs. So whether
that would be amazing.
Yeah, whether it is in health, whether it is in education, whether it is to promote gender equality, we could have all the different softwares that are available for that. And then we would have to link to how you can get yourself trained on that. And I think that could be, very, very useful. Whether it is for somebody who has been looking after kids for 5 years and is looking to enter a different profession, and would like to get trained and certified on the, different packages. I don't know which, but I'm sure she would start with an LPI certification. Or whether it is for a professional who is looking to expand their office and is looking at some very serious costs related to proprietary software. And, we do tend to get tied up in this cost issue. And the fact is that that's not the most important issue. It's the capacity building issue. And at the moment, I've been talking a lot about the introduction of new dependencies as a result of the rapid digitization during this pandemic period. And the thing about open source software is it really gives you the power back. You are no longer tied in and dependent on somebody's solution. So because you can take it apart, build on it, etc., etc. So I think that having something like this would be very good. And I promise I will start working on it. And for me, I'm always happy when I have interaction. I realize we've spent almost half the time already. I don't know if we're going to be taking questions, but this interaction has been very valuable to me because it gave me this idea.
Yeah, well, you heard it first here at Open Libre Free that Dorothy Gordon calls upon all of us hackers to check out the Sustainable Development Goals, which will attack the world's problems, especially ones pertaining to poverty, in a way that is good for the environment and good for free software. We can do this, hackers. Let's get it done. Fantastic. I'm so glad that you could join us, Dorothy. I'm going to turn it back over to Rafiq.
Thank you, Dorothy, and thank you, Beth. This was very enlightening discussion, especially for me because I have been one of the beneficiaries of open source and free software. And when I look back, I have built my career on it, so it has been awesome. And especially tying it with the development goals of United Nations, that is really, really good.
Thank you, Rafiq.
Thank you for joining us.
Great. I enjoyed it. Thank you, Beth. And thank you all. It seems we had no questions.
Yep. Actually, we are going to start with our next session. We are on time. But before I go there, Vance, I believe you had some announcements to make. So let's do that. And then we will go to Andrew and we will start our next session on S3 file systems. Vance?
Yes, just very quickly, I wanted to point out that our Birds of a Feather sessions are going to be coming up in 90 minutes or so. And I plan to close the submission form in about half an hour. So if you are interested in proposing a session, please do so as soon as you can. We have 6 that are listed up there already, and the channels have already been created in the Geek Beacon Discord. So you can go into the text channels now, and then the voice channels will have activity when the scheduled time comes up. So please check it out. It's go to the olfconference.org, and under the program, look for Birds of a Feather. So thank you very much, Rafiq.
Very good. Thank you, Vance. And I see Andrew joining. Welcome, Andrew. Let me introduce Andrew a little bit. He is going to have this discussion about S3 file system. Specifically, many of the Linux users, they use user space file system as a layer on top of S3, which is the Amazon Simple Storage Service. Most of them, they do it because they want to have a scalable storage without rewriting and so on. Andrew is a systems programmer. He is interested in entrepreneurship. And he also is interested in technical leadership opportunities in different areas. He has a background, obviously, in many of the open source technologies, distributed computing systems, storage, free software, and so on. He does sometimes limited consulting on open source software. So Andrew, first of all, before actually you start on your presentation, can you give a little bit idea to our users about where you are and what are you doing these days, and then take it over from there?
Yeah, sure. So I did a bunch of startups and free software in the United States for a number of years. And so I recently moved to Japan to work at Google. And so I do not file systems, but kind of big data related things here.
Very good. So take it from here. Looking forward to having your discussion and how to use Fuse and with S3 and so on. And also looking for how you compare what options are available in the market right now.
Great. Let me just share my screen. And is that good?
Yeah, we can see it.
Great. So I'm going to talk about S3 file systems today and trade-offs. And if the photo here gives you any impression, fitting a square peg into a round hole involves some difficult choices. And I hope I can kind of inform you about how you can choose between the many options available. I did hear that there are some issues with fuzzy slides or low resolution slides. And so these are all available at gall.org/talks. A little bit about me. I contributed to a number of different free software file systems, network-based file systems. So I'm a committer to S3FS, one of the 3 systems we'll talk about today. And I've contributed a little bit to Goofy's kind of a comparison point we'll talk about later. I've done a bunch of cross-cloud things as well. For Apache JClouds, it's a Java-based multi-cloud toolkit. And then I wrote kind of interesting or sometimes useful testing tool called S3 Proxy, which lets you interoperate with any object store via the S3 protocol and do some testing and that sort of thing. I do live in Tokyo, so if you see me swigging on my coffee during this, I'm trying to fight off the early morning here. There's a couple ways to get in touch with me. If you are a civilized person, there's some old school ways on my website. Otherwise, you can talk to me in an uncivilized way on Twitter. Okay, so let's define what we're talking about here. So what is an S3 file system? So usually people want to use these when they need some degree of POSIX or Linux application compatibility. Oftentimes people are actually using a native S3 application, maybe Hadoop or something else, and S3FS or some other S3 file system as well to get multiple views into the same data. People will often do kind of maintenance work or something with a S3 file system, or and their main application is using S3 protocol directly. And the reason you use S3 specifically is it tends to break down into two use cases. Sometimes people are storing lots of data. They think about terabytes or even petabytes of data. And this is one of the cheapest ways to do it while retaining good performance. And the reason it's cheaper is because S3 tends to be a distributed system. There's many different implementations of S3 that we'll talk about in a moment. But some of them, it can just kind of scale out and you keep adding nodes. And so it's easy to expand that and store lots of data. Those workloads tend to be kind of like archival or analytics. Machine learning is kind of a new one. And the second use case that is more relevant to me and maybe many of the audience here is as a kind of a lightweight network file system. So I use it on my laptop to store bulk data that doesn't fit onto my SSD. There's also a wide variety of Raspberry Pi users who have a similar problem with their tiny compact flash, and so they want to store data on a bigger device. So the kind of thesis of this talk is that there are trade-offs involved in the systems I present, and you can't have everything you want. You can't have POSIX or Linux compatibility. You can't have a native object access where other applications that don't use that file system can access it. And you can't have speed. So it's a classic kind of engineering trade-off. Pick two. So just to give some background on what we're talking about, these S3 file systems are written in Fuse, written on top of Fuse rather. And so they're actually not in the kernel like ext4 or XFS or traditional file system. These are user space programs that you can run and kill -9 or whatever you want, debug with GDB, which kind of allows maybe a little more complexity and things that you might not normally do in the kernel. And so the Fuse itself, it takes these system calls, and so the system call, it just takes a buffer and kind of emits it to a file descriptor, is a pretty good example of this. And there's a pretty one-to-one mapping of these system calls to Fuse operations, some extra metadata that's not important here. Fuse is very mature. It's been around for over 10 years. There's a ton of different kinds of file systems, not just S3. There's a BitTorrent file system, which is kind of fun. There's a Dropbox file system to get a view into Dropbox's service. SSHFS is probably the most popular one that people are familiar with, where you can take a remote machine and mount any path of its via SSH. It has some overlapping use cases with some of the S3 file systems. There are literally hundreds of these things. They do almost everything. Hundreds might be a low estimate. So what is S3? So this was introduced by Amazon, coined the simple storage service name. And this is, there's two ways to look at this. There's an implementation that Amazon provides, and there's also kind of the protocol itself that has been re-implemented many times. And it's a pretty simple protocol. I have implemented it in S3 proxy. It's a little bit XML heavy, but it's pretty narrow and it's easy to implement. So again, object storage offers kind of scale out or kind of fast performance while retaining low cost compared to other kind of network, traditional network file systems like NFS. There are many implementations. There's the kind of hosted ones, Amazon, Backblaze, and Google Cloud Storage. But there's also a number of free software ones, Ceph, Minio, and OpenStack Swift. So you really can kind of bring your application to whatever backend that you want. And this is a really mature ecosystem. There's a lot of applications now have native S3 compatibility, and there's a bunch of SDKs for every language. I just want to give an example of what S3 looks like. It's not magic. It's just HTTP underneath. You can put a key into a bucket. This is going to create an object. In this case, it's only 14 bytes saying hello world. Kind of the important thing here is that there's these x-amz-meta. This is where metadata is stored. It's how some of the upcoming file systems store things like mode bits or permissions, owners information, that sort of thing. There is a separate set of permissions, the XAMZ ACL, that is public or private read. Sometimes this gets a little bit confusing having two layers of ACLs that one of the two systems is enforcing. So let's just look at what the difference between POSIX or the Linux APIs and the S3 APIs look like. So there's some similarities here where you can think of the read system call mapping onto get object. Write kind of maps onto put object, and unlink, delete. Readdir we'll explore readdir later, but it's kind of incomplete from, or list object is incomplete from the readdir point of view. But there's a bunch of operations that are different. So you can't rename things in S3. You can copy them and then delete an object, but that's not atomic, and it doesn't work on directories because there's no notion of directories in S3. Similarly, you can't change mod an object, but you can copy an object to itself, which is pretty expensive, but it's a server-side copy, so the user mode programmer doesn't see it. But the important thing is you lack some system calls, specifically open and lseek. This is because POSIX is stateful, where you can open a file and then interact with that file descriptor. But S3 only works on the key or the path. And so there's no notion of like seeking to an offset. You could just read at that particular offset. But let's say if you were to unlink a file, I guess read continues to work. But so there's a tension here between the system calls that exist and the ones that don't, and the ones that are kind of different that we'll explore in the next couple slides. So let me introduce S3FS. This is the one I'm most familiar with. I am not the creator of this. I joined much later. There have been several different maintainers, but it's one of the earliest S3 file systems. It's probably came out in 2007, I want to say. And so it had a focus on native S3 object interoperability. And to define that again, that's, you can access the same objects through S3FS as you could from any other S3 application, including the AWS CLI or rclone or Hadoop or something like that. And the second focus is on POSIX compatibility. So it tries to give the highest fidelity POSIX implementation that it can, given that it wants to access the objects, keep the files in the native S3 object format. So this means that there's no atomic renames. Again, there's no S3 rename API. There's only copy and delete. And you can't really implement hard links either. There's not a concept like that in S3. But most of everything else works. All the C time and read write, everything works the way you'd expect. And this does allow you to mount a bucket with multiple clients can mount simultaneously. Although there's a bunch of caches in S3FS that we'll talk about in a couple slides that may give you unexpected results. This is not like NFS where there's a delegation that there's a strong semantics about what happens when two clients modify something at the same time. S3FS is very complicated. It has tons of configuration knobs, probably too many, that allow you to trade off performance for other considerations. There's a lot of backward compatibility things you can turn on and off as well. We are trying to rationalize that, but it's still really complicated. Chances are you can just apt-get install this on your distribution of choice. It exists almost everywhere. Debian, Red Hat, Ubuntu, FreeBSD, even Mac OS. We're trying to get this on Windows, but there's not a lot of free software Windows hackers for obvious reasons. The usage of S3FS is pretty simple. Again, this is a user mode program, so you just run the S3FS binary, and you take the bucket and give it a mount path. And then you can interact with that path as if it's a local file system. So for example, you can echo foo into mount/foo, and then you can retrieve that file and it says foo. Similarly, all the metadata exists there when you do an ls-l. And you can actually kind of round trip this through the AWS CLI. And so this is just the tool that Amazon provides for interacting with buckets. And here the commands sound similar, but it's really issuing the get object and list objects and that kind of thing. Let me just talk about read. This is where S3FS actually does pretty well. The performance is good. So when an application asks for a data at a given offset, maybe at 128 kilobytes, S3FS will issue a bunch of parallel requests and try to grab as much data as possible and stuff it into a cache. So after it gets all that data, it will return the amount that the user requested, and then it'll cache that data for the future reads. And so performance is actually really good here, mostly because of caching. And so when users are doing read-heavy workloads, they tend to be pretty happy. But as we'll explore in some slides, not everything is so easy. So S3FS writing, when you just create a new file, performance is actually pretty good as well. So when an application calls write, S3FS doesn't write that to S3. It actually writes it to the local disk and kind of spools it there. And then when a couple different conditions happen, when the file is closed or the user f-syncs it, or when more than a configurable amount of data is written, it will actually kick off that process to synchronize that and block the close call, for example. And so we don't need to think about this too much, except that there's a multi-part process to upload data. You say, I want to create an object, I want to create a large object, and then you say, upload these parts of data, and then issue a complete multi-part upload saying this is now complete and expose this object to the system. Performance is pretty good here. Writing to local disk does have its drawbacks. People who create very large files tend to be concerned about how much local space they're using, but performance is good. So writing to an existing file is not so good. And so people who are trying to run some database or something usually, or some other kind of mutating process, are not very happy with S3FS and probably should not be using this because there's just a complicated process here. I don't know how much detail I'm going to get into, but for the data that doesn't exist locally, it has to do kind of a read, modify, write to satisfy a minimum object size condition of S3. Then it can kick off the multi-part process we talked about earlier. The important thing here is that it will use a server-side copy for the unmodified data. And so that's pretty good from S3FS's point of view, but it's actually doing a lot of work on the S3 side. So if you were to write a 1 byte sequence maybe to the end of a file, it turns into at least 3 RPCs, and it will do with 4 RPCs, and will do like big O of file size server-side I/O. So it's pretty expensive and pretty bad. It really can't be helped though, given the conditions that, given the restrictions that S3 imposes on us. And the last example from S3FS is actually even worse. So this is a user's first experience. Oftentimes they try to list a bucket that has many objects in it. S3FS will call the obvious list objects RPC. List objects return some basic information like the file name, the size, the modified time. But to get the full POSIX richness, S3FS needs to issue a bunch of head objects. And so this will get extended information, permissions, owner, some A time, C time. So this is actually really terrible. So if you have 1,000 files in your directory, it will do 1,000 RPCs. This really can't be avoided when we want to give the full compatibility of POSIX. And so there is a solution to this. S3FS does cache many things. This can address a lot of the performance issues that users have. There are 3 caches. The stack cache is probably the most important one. It holds the file metadata that the kind of ls-l information that you're used to. Caches 100,000 entries by default. Holds onto those for 15 minutes. That means that your data can be stale for 15 minutes if someone else, maybe another S3FS process, updates it. There are some other caches that are not on by default. Some for legacy reasons, some for kind of user experience. The no object cache is kind of a negative cache where surprisingly common operation that applications do is they check for the presence of objects that don't exist. And so enabling that will help a lot of like build workloads and that sort of thing. The data cache, S3FS does cache a certain amount of data, but you can instruct it to cache more. It's a configurable amount. What's kind of surprising to users is that the write cache and read cache are separate things. The temporary space is not considered a cache, and when you write a file, it doesn't have It doesn't keep that in the read cache as well. So it's kind of a flaw in the SRFS. Only one of these is enabled by default. So SRFS is a very complicated system. So a colleague of mine wrote something called Goofies, which is similar to SRFS, but has kind of stronger opinions about what a file system should do. So this has a focus on performance, and specifically on large files that are often found in more analytics and kind of machine learning workloads. It's a very simple mapping from POSIX to S3. It doesn't try to do things that are very complicated, these heroic multi-RPC operations. And so it doesn't support even more of POSIX than SRFS. Atomic renames or hard links like SRFS it doesn't support. But it also doesn't support random writes, which tends to be important to some people. Kind of an easy way to think about this is that you can create a tar file with Goofies, but you can't create a zip file because of the way zip files are created. It has a table of contents in the beginning of it that is mutable, and Goofies cannot support that. Similarly, fsync is not supported. If you want to sync the file, you just write and close it. Goofies, it doesn't make the guarantees about fsync that other file systems do. It has to fake some of the metadata to achieve its performance. So it doesn't have some of the things we talked about earlier about UIDs, GIDs, permissions, and some of the timings. It does support mtime because S3 gives you that for free. It doesn't have the aggressive caches that S3FS does. It does have an external companion file system called catfs that you kind of stack on there and provide some amount of caching. But Goofies tends to be a lot easier to use because it doesn't have the legacy that S3FS does. It was created more recently. It doesn't support some of the old school S3 pseudo directories and stuff like that. It doesn't have so many knobs to tune things. Its opinion is that Goofies will make the right choice for you. And oftentimes it does have better defaults out of box. But when it doesn't, you can't tune it as much, which does upset some users. I'd just like to walk through a couple examples of where Goofies shines. So you can just compare these, the smaller bars are better in these graphs, but writing tends to be twice as fast for Goofies. It's avoiding the spooling to disk specifically. And it has twice as good create performance for reasons that are kind of strange within S3FS. It actually, when you create a file in S3FS, it creates a 0-byte object with all the metadata, and then it'll overwrite that. So it's doing twice as much work as Goofies in this case. And so this is unfortunately hard to see because it's only listing 1,000 files. But you can see that to list 1,000 files in S3FS might take 1 second to list 1,000 files, where it takes maybe 200 milliseconds for Goofies. These tests were performed on a LAN, not over like the internet with 100 milliseconds latency. So you you may be more disappointed with the listing performance if you're running remotely. Let's walk through some of the examples here where performance differs. For writing, again, Goofies has a better writing performance. It doesn't spool to disk. It actually just buffers parts in memory. And it's actually a little more clever than that because as soon as it receives a certain amount of data, it immediately flushes that to S3. And so it can asynchronously upload while the user is continuing to append to the file. And when it calls close, it'll issue that last upload part and it'll issue a complete multi-part upload to complete it. But almost all the work was already done before the user called close. Versus in S3FS, it does all the work at close or at fsync. And so performance is actually really great here, especially with larger files, and it's usually just network limited. You're really running at line speed. Similarly, readdir is also a good example. So when the application calls readdir or get durance, Goofies just issues list objects. It gets the basic information and it returns the basic information. It doesn't interrogate each object to get the permissions or that sort of thing. And so this is really good performance. And so the reason that Goofies can kind of get away with this is that S3 has its own permission structure, and so users are usually more interested in that. Not always, but usually. And so some of these extended metadata just aren't important to some users. Modified time tends to be more important than access time, for example. Access time is kind of a troublesome one to implement for users, for file system implementers. But a single system call only issues a single HTTP request. So this is good. And I'd like to talk about the three file systems, S3QL. And this is the most different from the two before. And so this one has a different set of focuses, first on performance and on POSIX compatibility. And it gives up native object access. So objects created via S3QL or files created via S3QL cannot be read by the Amazon CLI or Hadoop or something like that. It has very fast metadata access because it stores the entire file system view in a local SQLite database. And for durability reasons, it syncs back to S3 every day, but it can service all of those locally. And so its philosophy is quite different here, where it treats the object store like a block device, like a traditional hard drive. Its hard drive notion in the sense is ones with 10 megabyte sectors, but it's like an opaque format, just like, let's say, the ext format is opaque to XFS, right? You can't read, you can't use XFS to read ext4 data and vice versa. So because it has made these choices, it actually supports the entire range of POSIX, including atomic renames and hard links. Because it controls the data format, it has kind of what we think of as advanced file system features that you normally would get from like Btrfs, where you can deduplicate data or do snapshots so you can go back in time. Does have some drawbacks. Only one client can mount a bucket at a time, so there's not really a sharing. If you want to share data that's stored in S3QL, you need to run maybe NFS or something on top of S3QL or Samba or something like that. The usage is a little bit different than S3FS or Goofy's because you actually have to make a file system. You can't use existing objects, so you just call it makefs.s3ql. Here I'm not using encryption and turning off all the debug output. But when you mount the bucket and you use an external tool to introspect on the bucket, you see that S3QL is putting its own metadata in there. And so when you create a file via echo and then unmount it so that it flushes, you can look via AWS S3 LS, and you can see that it wrote not just the 4 bytes into a file named foo, it actually stuffed them into an opaque object called S3QL data1. And so your data foo is stored in that thing, but in that object, but it's not accessible to other programs. There are some other metadata in here that aren't particularly relevant, except that the metadata is a SQLite database. Let's look at the two operations from before. So when S3QL writes a file, S3QL writes it to when application writes a file, S3QL alerts it to the local disk. And then when the application closes or fsyncs, S3QL can asynchronously write that to S3. So it can actually write it after the close. And so performance is actually great here, at least for small files where you're not network limited. For very large files, if you're trying to write a couple terabytes, you would actually prefer the Goofy's approach, which is just streaming data. But usually for maybe a lightweight network file system use case, this is really a great way to write data. Reader doesn't require any RPCs. S3QL can satisfy that locally from just from its database. So I want to go back to the trade-offs we talked about earlier. And so we can kind of see how the three systems map onto 2 of the 3 properties, and there's nothing that can sit in the middle of the 3 and satisfy everything. So really, it depends on your use case about which system you should prefer. There's a little more detail about the interoperability and compatibility. So we can kind of compare them here. And the 2 interesting examples here are Goofy's versus S3QL. And you can kind of see the things that one supports are not supported by the other. So native object access and multiple buckets, multiple clients mounting a bucket are supported by Goofy's, not supported by S3QL. And kind of the extended POSIX operations are not supported by Goofy's. And you can see how S3FS kind of straddles that and tries to offer both. And that kind of explains why it has slower performance. Similarly, we can look at the performance here, and we can kind of go from right to left. S3QL doesn't need to do RPCs for most of its operations, or it can delay them until after when it's doing right behind flushing. Goofy's doesn't need as many RPCs and can stream uploads, which is a good feature. But S3FS to support for its trade-offs, it has to do a lot more RPCs, and specifically readdir is pretty bad. Writing to an existing file requires a server-side copy. This tends to be disappointing, especially if you're not local. If let's say your object store is far away. Just to conclude here, so before you choose a file system, just consider the trade-offs that your application can tolerate. Do you want something that's faster, or do you want something that's more compatible, or do you need to interoperate? And so each one of these can address some of the use cases, and hopefully some of yours. And just like a warning here, please use a native S3 application when available. Don't use, for example, S3FS and rsync on top of it. There are replacements like rclone, or even the AWS CLI can do a rsync-like operation. And so don't use a file system if you don't have to, would be my advice. And so I don't know if we have any questions. Don't see anything.
Yeah, we do have a couple of questions, Andrew.
Okay.
In QA window.
Sorry, I don't see them in Zoom.
Not in Zoom, in the Zoom QA window. So if you go on bottom side.
Yeah. Okay, new projects, the best ones to use Phosphorus. I think that's from before. Is there an API ref like Swagger UI or something for these requests? Yes, so there's Amazon has a REST API documentation that is pretty good. The API is relatively small, so I'd recommend just going to Amazon for that. There are some undocumented APIs that I have a GitHub repository that documents that there's some extended operations that maybe Ceph supports that Amazon doesn't support, or sometimes vice versa. Amazon has some undocumented APIs that exist to get some more richness out of the system. And so if you go to github.com/gall, you can find those. And the second question is, are user space file systems like this suitable for production interfaces to S3? Is this more for manual intervention with S3 stores in a local context? People use S3 file systems in production, definitely. I see the bug reports. I think that your mileage may vary with these. Certainly, some LTS distributions have older versions of S3FS, for example. And so there are bugs in Ubuntu 16.04 that are long fixed that people show up with bug reports for. I strongly discourage using very old versions of S3FS. The new versions have fixed a lot of performance and even data loss issues. So if you're using the LTS distribution, I would recommend compiling from source. But the Ubuntu 20.04 is good. All the Red Hat enterprise packages are good. They're the latest packages. And the next question is, are other cloud file system solutions generally using the S3 file system, or is this unique to Amazon? I'm sorry, Jared wants to ask this live. I don't understand that piece of metadata there. So these aren't specific to Amazon. There's many different S3 implementations, including ones from Google and Backblaze. And then there's a bunch of free software implementations like OpenStack Swift or Minio that you can run yourself. So I would not say this is unique to Amazon in any way.
Very good. So I guess that's it as far as QA is concerned. Once again, Andrew, thank you so much for waking up early. What is time in Tokyo, by the way, right now? Is it like 7 a.m. or something?
7 a.m. I did wake up at 5 a.m. Well, thank you. And here's the slides again. And I will be available the rest of the day on chat and hopefully during the game night.
Very good. Well, the good thing is that it's Saturday for you now, so you don't have to go anywhere or do work or something. Awesome. Once again, thank you so much. I think we finished a little bit early, so we have few minutes. Jared, I think we should probably take a break for a few minutes, and then Warner is back and he is going to take over the MC role from here onwards. Jared, back to you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to OLF Conference. I'm glad to be back as your host, and I want to thank Rafiq for his efforts and time with you this afternoon. He did a fine job. I also want to extend a special thanks to all our international speakers who navigated time zones to be with us here today. I'm always sympathetic or empathetic perhaps with people like Andrew who have to get up extra early. So thanks so much again for that. I just want to remind anyone who's tuning in to our program on YouTube, if you'd like to participate in the full conference experience between Zoom and Slack, please register on our website, olfconference.org. When we started today, I was enjoying the sun from my window here, and now I'm under the glow of my monitors and the lighting in my office here. It's been a long and productive day, and I'm pleased to be introducing our next speakers. Our speakers are located literally across the country in the United States. Andrew will be joining us from Oregon, and Nathan is joining us here in Columbus. Nathan is a security strategist at Amazon Web Services and does incident response. Andrew is a technical evangelist at Datadog, and they're both active contributors to the open source community. Nathan and Andrew are going to be talking about how open source security tools and sharing security practices helps us all be better at security. They'll also be sharing practical advice and strategy for how we can embrace open source security life cycles. Please join me in welcoming Andrew and Nathan. I'm excited for their presentation.
Welcome to We Don't Compete on Security. You are at the Ohio, of course, Linux Foundation Conference virtually, because this is 2020 after all. And, you know, we are people, so you might hear a dog bark or a door shut because we are at home. For all I know, there could be a house re-roofing right now. I'm Andrew Krug. I'm a security geek at Datadog, and this is my good friend, Nathan. Do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, Nathan?
Hi, I'm Nathan. I am a security geek at AWS.
We thought it'd be fun today to walk you through the topic of open sourcing your security efforts and challenge some of your base assumptions about whether or not there are some things in your work that might be able to move from your current workflow, perhaps out of a basement somewhere, into the open. We're going to talk through the different business reasons that you might just consider doing this crazy thing we like to call open source. And we'll look at examples of some projects that have worked out well and what the attributes of those are. And at the very end of this call, we will have a call to action, which is a way that you can get involved with an open source initiative that the two of us are working on right now. In a nutshell, that means that you should walk away with an idea of how to start that conversation at your business, an understanding of some of the concerns and issues around open source, and be given a link to a little survey right at the end that you can do for some follow-up after the con. We'll have a white paper, a webinar, etc., because we like takeaways. Right, Nathan?
We love takeaways. It's unfortunate that today we're not going to be able to give you as many takeaways as we normally do.
Which brings us to our fair warning that this is a thought leadery talk. And you may or may not like thought leadery talks, and you may love our fun demos that we generally do in our presentations at reInvent. But we want to see your fun demos as a result of this 30-minute presentation. We want to see those out in the world and your fun security tools. If you've never seen us talk before and you're looking for demos, quite possibly the best place to look is some of the old talks that Nathan and I have collaborated on together. We've been geeking out on security stuff since 2016, all over the place, trying to think of new ways to solve interesting and fun problems with a bunch of folks as well. If you look really closely, you can see us there at Reinforce 2019, doing a workshop on an open source SIM. And that was a great workshop. All these are still available out there on the web. but we've launched a lot of tools. We taught a lot of folks along the way, and we've had some great things that came out of those talks. It wasn't just talks we delivered. There have been another number of white papers, tools, and other work that kind of came out of this collab together, all in the name of this thing we call open source security.
I really like the Fargate IR one, frankly, my personal fave, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, Fargate IR was a good talk. DIY guide to run books, playbooks, and incident response. I look back on that fondly when I think of in-person events. So some people might say that as a result of this, I've been heavily open source influenced, but I actually think that's understated. I'm open source infected, and that might be a bit of a charged term in 2020, but I spent 3 years as a Mozillian. I did a tour at the only place I think you can work in the world that is open by default and open by design. And now when I can't do that kind of work, it just really gets at me. And when I see other people missing opportunities to share their work with others, it really gets to me. So I hope by the end of this talk that we can infect you with a little bit of open source in a good way, and you'll be inspired to open source something of your own. So why would you consider building a strategy on open source to run your security program? It's crazy, right? Like generally when we think of security, we think of things that we hide as a means of kind of evading attacks. But you know, there are advantages to doing this open source thing. But before we can talk about that, we need to think for a minute about like the benefits of open sourcing something and the concerns around that, and also challenge the idea that open source is only code, right? So that brings us to this paper, the Mozilla Framework for Purposeful Open Source. It came out in 2018. Mozilla fellow by the name of Patrick Finch did a study to try and categorize the different considerations around different types of open source projects. It was a very cool study. I suggest that you take some time to give it a read if you were going to kick off an open source effort. But we'll kind of give you the bullet points here. Basically, Patrick went and took the time to identify these buckets on screen here as some of the most common among all the projects that he looked at. And he created an index of considerations around the curation of these projects and why an individual or a company would want to even consider open sourcing. In security, we see a lot of variety across these various archetypical models, and the trade-offs are just something that you need to be aware of when you're evaluating the reason that something is open before trying to use it in your security program. So if you look at these, there's things like B2B, wide open, trusted vendor, specialty library, controlled ecosystem, all of these different motivations. And we all know that we're sort of yearning for the wide open, but the real reasons that companies are involved in open source vary greatly. And we don't need to necessarily preach to this community, of course, because this is, after all, a Linux Foundation conference. But let's look at a few of these motivations. Like these three archetypes here, I think are fairly prominent in security software, mostly because from a business perspective, they're an easy sell in order to get maintainers and community curation. The business to business, of course, we're trying to onboard people to our technology, controlled ecosystem, something like a Kubernetes, or specialty library, something that solves a very specific problem in a very specific way that a large community has, like Rust. Rust solves a significant problem, for example, for a very large community. But we still want this wide open archetype. We want this kind of the perfect future, which is the dream, right? We have large scale collaboration, a self-sustaining community, and it scales via users helping users instead of a large corporate structure kind of coming in and curating these projects.
Now, you know, Andrew and I do a lot of incident response. We've talked a lot about incident response in the past. And because of that, when we look at wide open things, sometimes it can get a little awkward for folks, especially in the large enterprises or in large businesses where you have maybe a CISO that isn't necessarily accustomed to looking at an open source project. But specifically when we get into security libraries to wide open, I would urge you to think about the concepts of encryption. And the reality is that when you look at an encryption algorithm, it's really not tested until you've made it open and everybody gets to take a look at it and evaluate whether you made any mistakes. So in this scenario, we're going to talk about some strategies that help you understand where that open source product fits or can fit inside of your strategy, and also why it makes it better.
Yeah, and the assertion would be here that this community really needs more wide open projects in the ecosystem, and not just software. Once again, like, we're not just talking about software, we're talking about anything that you can curate that solves a problem, fills a need, and you can build a community around. You can start small. You can start in one of these archetypes and you can move to another. But the point is, you need to do a good job engaging with that community in order to kind of leverage this thing that we call open source. And you might be asking why you should do this. Why would you open source a specific tool or framework, etc.? In 2016, I had the pleasure of watching Dan Kaminsky keynote at Black Hat, and he told this story about a bunch of banks sitting down and sharing their security strategies in the open with one another because it was mutually beneficial. The answer is, it is mutually beneficial for you to share your security secrets with other people in your industry, because then you just get to compete on features. You get to build customer confidence in your fellow technology partners and in your industry, and security is a lever to encourage clients to move over to you. And that one statement, it stuck with me over the years, which is, we don't compete on security. And honestly, if you think you don't have anything that you can open source from your security program, I assure you that you do. Even if you don't have an army of security engineers writing code all day long, you can open source all kinds of things: frameworks, runbooks, job family architectures. Heck, you can even open source a doc template, and that's going to bring somebody some value on it. Like, quite honestly, the Mozilla incident response template, I still refer people back to all the time because it's one of the only publicly available IR templates that's out there.
Well, and right now, for instance, I'm actually working on an organizational structure that's going to be open sourced. And so as that organizational structure gets out there and people actually start using it, we intend to increase an organization's security by helping them respond and deal with security in a different way, because they're structured a different way. How does that change the way you do your processes? How does that change the way you respond to incidents? How does that change the way you build your runbooks and playbooks? Andrew and I have done a number of talks around building good runbooks and playbooks, but what does that mean specifically to you? And I got news for you. There are still a lot of people out there that don't do that. It would be really helpful for everybody else if you have a good runbook or playbook, or you think it's really solid and you're really happy with it, open source it. Take a look at it.
And this, at the end of the day, it's an acknowledgement that we all have a common set of problems to solve, right? Like, regardless of your size or scale, if you're a new startup company that's just walking in today, like you just get started, you're going to have the same problems as a startup 2 years ago, plus a few others, but everybody's starting from scratch, right? Like, how many times we made a cloud security organization chart or created a cloud security roadmap for a brand new piece of software from scratch, like totally from scratch. How many times have those very, very similar words been written down?
Or a chat client.
Or a messaging service, yeah, messaging services. And that's a great segue into our next point, which is that there is one more, slightly more dangerous archetype, right? And that is this one that my good friend Patrick Finch likes to call the bathwater open source archetype from that 2018 study. And it's the idea that you just dump something on GitHub just to distribute it, and then you never check back in on it. You don't curate the issues, you don't respond to people, you never improve it. Well, we had a phrase for that before it was called open source. It was just called publishing. And publishing has a value, don't get me wrong, but the value of open source is in the evolution of your contribution, not specifically the act of publishing all by itself. So Nathan, as a security expert, how do we start building an awesome security program using open source? What do you think are some of the key pieces and parts we might consider if I were, say, a CISO kicking off a new program at a new startup or an existing company, more terrifyingly? And let's say that company is running cloud in 2020, which I would think would be an advantage, right? Because we can do things so much faster with cloud.
So I would tell you that I think that it is and it isn't. When we look at security strategies in general, the one thing that I, as the advisor, when I walk in and talk to a CISO, don't want to see is a product list. The goal for a strategy isn't to have a list of open source projects that you're going to contribute to or work on. That's great. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy that you're doing that. We are all happy that you're doing that. The intent is, though, that you get something out of it. So when we look at things, we want to make sure that you have both things that we can quantify, things that will actually add up, that you can say, hey, look, we've made this many changes to the code and it's gotten this much better, or we have this many features we wanted to implement and they've gotten better. When we talk about risk compliance and governance, near and dear to my heart as an incident responder, how many of those governance policies have you actually open sourced? Have you open sourced any of those things? And could those policies actually then incorporate into another open source project and make that project better? Now, as we look at your strategy, right, you're going to say something like, I would very much like to have all of my compliance checked on a daily basis and evaluate whether or not my governance standards have been followed all year long. And I want to be able to know that when something happens, it will be remediated. And that's a great statement. I'm really happy with that action statement. That makes me feel good. I know there's a business case behind it. Not going to get into building business cases. Obviously, everything ends in money. But the reality here is that we have to make the world a better place. So one of the things we also need to think about as we contribute to an open source project is, how are we training our people? What kind of things do we get out of that? What are the things that are maybe non-quantifiable or non-tactile? Well, the nice part about open source is we have a lot of code. We have a lot of things that people need to write and change and do. So now we have the things like governance and strategy. We have feature sets. We have things that you need specifically to do, user stories, business cases. Then we have your team actually working on the training and the awareness of those pieces. So it's kind of a holistic thing. And here's the great part. When my company does that and Andrew's company does that, the world gets to be a better place.
And, we don't have time to dive deep into those business cases today in this 30-minute presentation, but let's just talk a little bit about this idea of open by design, right? So you kind of talked a little bit about this at the beginning of your advice here, which was that maybe there is some policies or governance or papers that people aren't open sourcing. Oftentimes, I don't know about you, but I just have this opinion that when somebody starts with this idea that a thing is open by design, it's higher quality because they know that they're preparing to share it.
It's different when you know everybody's going to take a look at it, isn't it?
Yeah, so when you start with this at the outset, the building things in a way that has a common language that you can really level set with your community on, that you know that you're going to put out in front of additional eyes, you inherently make that more accessible, and by virtue of that, it's higher quality.
I agree. And I think as we look at the strategy and begin to include those pieces into our strategy, things begin to solid up. So if we look at the next slide, we see things like, well, how am I going to do this? Well, I need to consider things like my sunk cost. I need to understand what my people need to be trained on. So as we start looking at the actual physical things that go into that business case that help us define which open source project we're going to invest in as our enterprise. Now let's pretend that Andrew and I are in an enterprise together. I need to make sure that our enterprise contributes to this thing and makes a difference. We want to make it better, absolutely. I need to understand how it's going to make me better too. So as I don't know, as onerous as I suppose it is, we have to deal with the fact that it really is all about the money in some cases to an enterprise. We have to make sure that we understand where the money's going. And in this case, we're actually making kind of that cool moment where we've injected something into a community. We've helped that community get better. We've gone ahead and trained our people so that we are better, and things are good. The things we need to avoid, however, are things like a developer coming up and saying, hey, let's do this cool new thing. It's going to be really hard for you as the CISO to defend your choice to include Rust into your strategy this year if the best argument you have for it is it's cool. Or, hey, by the way, it fits in this framework. Totally cool that it fits in your framework, but as the business owner, I need to know what your business case is for it. And there are plenty of ways to do that. So make sure that you've put the numbers to the problem.
Yeah, I think this is an area where open source can really help. Like if we just go back to the Rust example, like how many things, if you have a brand new startup company, can you take out of your sec pipeline because you're building on something like Rust, where Rust is built to be inherently safe from the ground up. The compiler literally just can't build things that aren't operationally safe from a memory perspective, from a type safety perspective. They make it very, very, very hard to pursue anti-patterns. And so
how quantifiable is I can prove to you it's safe? That's awesome.
Yes, provable with math. And that saves time, it saves money, and it makes your users safer, right? So this is like a great example of where open source is kind of coming in and being the hero, because I don't know about you, I've never worked at a place that just said, boy, we just have so much money to spend on security stuff this year. We're just looking for ways to spend money.
And I guarantee you the CFO will look at you as the CISO if you come in with a business plan that includes those numbers and say, hey, by the way, we're going to save X amounts of millions this year because we've done open source the right way. That's a beautiful day.
Speaking of doing it the right way, there is some good prior work here. One of my former bosses actually did this study in 2018, Jeff Briner, on open source security solutions and how prominent they were in security, and if they were actually really solving problems. So he put out a little survey for Security B-Sides Portland, which is a great B-Sides, by the way. If you've never been to Security B-Sides Portland, happens every October. And the video is available here, but just to kind of run through the highlights, most people were actually using open source software in their security program. And I would even challenge the people that said that they weren't, that maybe they just didn't know that they're using an OSS product in their security program. Like, have you ever used Nmap? Or do you use a vulnerability scanner? Or do you use something like OS Query, which are all great projects that are at the heart of some commercial solutions? So two significant numbers from that survey really stood out to me, which is the 52% number and the 66% number, where at least 52% of people admitted openly that they were using open source in their security effort, which is totally great. Slightly over half of respondents. And like I said, I think that's probably skewed a little bit low based on knowledge of underlying products. But 66% of those folks cited a lack of curation and good support as the most major barrier to adoption and usage. And this is the thing that's preventing us from getting to that ideal, wide open kind of future. So if curation and support are a challenge, let's take a peek at 3 projects that are doing an excellent job of community curation and also have a great product market fit. And of course, we're going to pick on cloud projects because that's kind of mine and Nathan's bread and butter.
And I think primarily we're going to, well, first anyway, we'll pick on Prowler. So Tony's a friend, I'll be very honest. Wonderful person, like to work with him. And Prowler is a great way for us to go ahead and evaluate environments to decide whether or not those environments are actually appropriate and where we expect them to be with some really nice baselines. Tony, myself, and a friend of ours actually wrote a really nice blog about this earlier this year. We walked through how to do it in AWS and actually even gave you some demonstration code as to how you need to get it done and how to even inject that into Security Hub if that's what you want to do, or frankly, to inject it into whatever SIEM you want to.
And this is a great example of the specialty library case, right? Because it's totally it's a purpose-built tool that really solves a problem. Like somebody saw a problem in the community and they just said, I'm going to solve that with automation and tooling that doesn't exist. And that is very cool. And then there's this project Scout Suite. Like tell us a bit more about Scout Suite. I think it's one of the older cloud auditing tools out there.
Yeah. Well, I can't say that I know a red team that doesn't use Scout Suite at some point in their red team review or their pen testing review. So, I mean, it's kind of one of those bread and butter items, again, that we will use for an audit or a review of an account that we frankly may not know anything about. So if Andrew paid me to come and pen test his stuff, I'm probably running Prowler, I'm probably running Scout Suite against it to evaluate how that whole system sits together and whether there's some basic stuff that needs to be corrected.
And then that brings us to one of my personal favorites, Cloud Mapper. So when I go out and I do an audit, I love to use this tool, Cloud Mapper, which came out of Duo Labs. And this is one of the cases where a corporation kind of is curating the project, right? but there's a huge community of people who are active maintainers kind of around this. And when I say huge, I generally mean greater than one, because it's very hard to find folks who are willing to step up and do this level of maintenance. But oftentimes, as a user of this tool, I receive better support than I receive for many commercial projects.
Well, weren't you telling me he responded to you in like 2 hours at one point?
Yeah, the support for the pull requests and GitHub issues is actually quite nice, merging issues. Just doing this generally good job of kind of engaging with the community and getting their feedback, I think, is one of the things that makes this tool really, really successful. Just in addition to this idea that it's kind of leaning into the idea that the only kind of auditing is continuous auditing, right? Yeah. This your environment's changing in the cloud at the speed of light, you know, and you need something that's kind of always out there, always watching, looking for misconfigurations, which is a different talk in and of itself, but misconfigurations are a trend that continues to tick up over the last 2 or 3 years.
And I have to be honest, the fact that, I mean, I know he's kind of pivoted away from this, but the fact that it does give you that visual output, I mean, for my time, it was well worth being able to utilize it for some of that, where we would walk into an environment, not have any background on the environment, be able to kick this off and know, oh, I get it. So this connects to that. That's important.
Yeah, it's a very active project, very cool tool. Take a look at it if you have some time. But the point here with all three of these, right, is that they receive a lot of attention from their creators and the communities around them. They have excellent curation, and there is a incentive for the businesses in the case where there is a business involved to kind of support the work, and that helps make these 3 projects really successful. So we have a call to action for you, which is that we are trying to refresh that 2018 data with new 2020 data, which we hope will trend a certain way, or we have theories about the way it may trend, but we'd like to hear from you. So if you have time, please fill out the survey. Jeff Briner is going to refresh that data, and you'll have the ability, if you choose to, it's not a required question, you can opt into a mailing with the results, or a later webinar where we'll kind of do a readout and talk about the trends, whether they're up or down, and kind of make some predictions based on that. Cool. With that, we thank you. I'm Andrew, and this is Nathan, and that's our contact information there. You can follow me on Twitter. I'll tweet about the security survey, the white paper coming out, and you can follow up with us at those email addresses.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Andrew and Nathan. That was great. So I see that we have some questions here. You two seem to be spot on working with the Q&A field here on Zoom. So if you want to run with it, go for it.
You want to go first, Andrew, or you want me to?
Yeah, I think we just got 2 questions in here. Some of them got wiped out when we transferred into this version of moderation. The first one, which I think is the most important, is that a lot of people have been asking where they can get the slide deck. And I'm going to tweet that slide deck out right after the session's over. So that'll be on my Twitter.
And just so folks know, the question that Andrew answered before with the link to the slide deck does show under the answered questions button at the top of the Q&A box. So it is there too, but look for the tweet as well.
Okay, great. And then the second question I think that we have here is, do you have product recommendations for infrastructure as code scanners like CloudMapper, etc.?
Well, I think we kind of talked a little bit about that from the Prowler and Scout discussion. Was there a specific thing that you wanted to talk about, or you want to throw in another response to the question or another question to the first one, I guess, maybe? If you're looking for something around security, I think Scout Suite is pretty solid. Obviously, I'm partial to Prowler, so I'm trying to kind of recuse myself of that one.
When I think about this question, I think about static analysis of things like Terraform and CloudFormation, right? So scanning in CI. And I think AWS actually just had a really good blog post about this. There was a blog that just came out about a tool called CFN-NAG, which was an example of funneling findings from CloudFormation anti-patterns back into Security Hub, which was very cool. But there is a number of other tools for Terraform and whatnot.
Oh, I read it wrong, didn't I? He's talking about actually doing the static review, isn't he?
Yeah, so I think that's the way I read it. And the follow-ups seem to agree that, yeah, we're looking for scanners for Terraform, Ansible, etc., CloudFormation. I think one of the ones that gets missed here sometimes too are the tools that generate CloudFormation, like the serverless framework, where it can be sometimes hard to put a static analysis tool in the pipeline for the intermediate state.
And you have to remember get secrets too, Andrew. I mean, I think we would both be, remiss if we forgot something like that. I know it's horribly simple, but Henrik would be sad if we didn't mention get secrets, I think.
Yeah, basics first, and then in pipeline. I think we're seeing this ecosystem kind of start to really take off, right? Because people are starting to funnel more and more of their risk into the early parts of the deploy process. Shift left, they keep saying. Shift left.
So next question from Chris is, how do you protect your organization from social engineering threats if the structure is open sourced? Did I misunderstand? Social engineering is always an issue, and I don't know that there's any way to either approach that from an open or closed source of organizational structure. When we look at how we do it at Amazon, one of the things that I actually do with my teams here is to make them validate that I actually am who I say I am. So even when it's an internal request and we're doing a security pull for whatever reason, even if it's just me fooling around on Friday night trying to figure out if we're doing things the right way, and that is kind of one of the things that you talked about a while ago, Andrew, was, what did you call them? The Friday are we pwned thing that you used to pitch in for at Mozilla?
Yeah, we have a rotation internally that was called Are We Pwned Yet? Which was a who was on deck to triage inbound alerts or anything that looks suspicious.
Right. So
it was a great way to meet people across the company, because you get to talk to lots of folks on the phone, do some investigating. It wasn't. It was actually kind of a fun job if you made it fun.
Yeah. And I would say the same thing, where we actually try to go ahead and make sure that people validate you are who you say you are, even on the phone, even when it's 7 o'clock and you happen to be on call on a Friday night.
And I think really that the ultimate answer to these kind of like social engineering things is awareness, like security awareness training, and trying to scale out your security effort. So a lot of people have security champions programs or scale out efforts to raise awareness around specific issues. And I think that is a really effective way to combat things like social engineering.
And it looks like we're back to the URL for the survey.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make sure we get that in here right at the end. That's also already on Twitter. We haven't had a ton of responses, so it's a very short survey. If you have some time, it's just like 3 or 4 questions long. Go ahead and take the time to just fill that out.
Yeah, definitely fill out their survey. Always good to help open source initiatives. Looks like we have a new question.
Oh, this is a good one. So the question was, how do you validate that someone is who they say they are? So this gets interesting at scale, right? So even at a company the size of Mozilla, which was at the time like a little over 1,000 folks, I could honestly say that I knew most of the faces. So one of the best ways was like, let's get on video. Like, let's get on a video chat, or like we would actually call people quite frequently on the phone to see what was up. There wasn't a good way though in like a fully distributed org.
And for me on my team, we actually will do a video chat. We'll do back and forth on the phone. I'll make them call my cell, different things like that to evaluate that I am indeed who I say I am. Yes, I suppose we could go to the crazy extreme if you wanted to break down my door and steal my cell. But as it is, it's a pretty good way to do it. And there are a number of different other validations that we'll do that I won't let you social engineer out of me for answers on the Q&A panel. Sorry.
In theory, though, like this should only happen if every other facility in like your zero trust strategy kind of falls apart, right? And somebody is able to get either somebody's full session from the identity provider, or is able to have knowledge of every factor that's used in the sign-on. So these cases generally tend to revolve around lockouts. So like somebody's lost every single one of their second factor credentials, you know, because maybe they can enroll a phone and a U2F device. And hopefully they don't lose both of those in the same boating accident, but it does happen. And you do need a strategy for that out of band kind of verification.
Well, thanks for presenting and taking time to answer everyone's questions. We do have a few more minutes if you'd like to share any closing thoughts before we wrap up your session.
Well, just remember, you know, we don't compete on security. That's the premise for the talk, and I hope that is ultimately the real takeaway here, is that we all do better when we share with one another.
Well, great. Thanks so much, Andrew and Nathan. I love that philosophy. Looking into your abstract before the presentation started, I was really pleased to see that. Reminds me of the early days of computer security. It truly came out of open source. Most of our flagship, or at least well-known, security tools came out of open source, between the network intrusion detection system Snort, one of the earliest file integrity monitors, Tripwire. And that was how we approached security in the early days. And it's a difficult thing to do well, consistently. And if we're going to do better about security as a whole, being open and collaborating and not looking at it as something to be competitive with is insightful and a great way to look at it. Well, this concludes our first day of presentations at OLF Conference. I hope everyone today has enjoyed it as much as I have. Now we're going to be moving to the Birds of Feathers sessions, as well as a game night in partnership with Geek Beacon. Now I'd like to welcome Nixie Pixel. She is a tech media personality and founded a Geek Beacon, which is a geek community that values open source. She founded Geek Beacon in 2017. Nixie is going to be sharing Master of Ceremonies duties with us and the OLF team tomorrow. But tonight, Nixie is going to be sharing more about game night as we wrap up today. Something I'll note, that it's game night here in Eastern time, maybe game afternoon for those of you in Pacific time, and hopefully those of you where it's game morning or game evening, you'll be able to enjoy it with us as well. Maybe a misnomer for some of you, poorly named. Well, here's Nixie. Tell us about game night.
Thanks, Warner. Yeah, that's some of the main challenges that we have going digital, is getting the time zones right, having everybody overseas be able to also enjoy everything we're doing. Yeah, thanks for the intro. For those who don't know me, I'm Nixie. 10 years ago, I worked for the likes of Tech TV, if you remember. This is like calling out my age, but Screensavers, Call for Help. I used to hang out with Chris Pirillo and Leo Laporte and Patrick Norton a lot. And I was basically the first and the last person probably to bring Linux to and open source to the Discovery Channel. Maybe the last, actually, because open source was cool, but maybe not cool enough for broadcast television for long. Can't compete with reality TV. So I hung around my YouTube channel for a couple years, and then I spun off Geek Beacon. And we're an open source community, but now we have around 6,000 people, coders, gamers, techie lovers, and we'd love for you to be one of those people and hang out with us. And we're kicking off the BOFs. Birds of a feather. I think everybody here that knows about OLF knows what a BOF is, right, Warner?
Yeah, for the most part, BOFs are known in other communities as, well, open spaces. So there's different names for it. But I think Kira, the OLF crew, knows BOFs pretty well.
Yeah, I remember at some of the like far east, well, not that far east, but East Coast conferences that we did, we had fishbowl conversations. Have you ever heard of that before? That's like completely foreign to people, I guess. It's essentially like most people are quiet, and then they're outside of the fishbowl, and the people who are inside of the fishbowl talk. And then if you want to speak about things, you kind of like politely poke the people in the fishbowl, and then you switch seats. And that's kind of like the atmosphere that we'll have in our Discord. So I'm not sure where the Discord link is located in this conference. Maybe you wouldn't mind directing them to it.
We do have the Discord. So game night or day or morning is going to be happening in Discord, the Geek Beacon Discord. And it is linked on the OLF Conference website, olfconference.org. If you are registered for the program, you will have received email with that information as well. But know that you're able to participate even if you're not registered. So our friends and participants on YouTube are welcome as well.
Yeah, and so just to speak on that too, so we have like kind of a gaming circuit. So we're kicking off 4 games at once. Is screen sharing working out? I could screen share a little bit. I just wanted to show a cool little image. Let's see here. Don't yell at me. I'm using OBS on Windows. Oh no. We just following up the security talk. Here's our, so we're going to be doing a Pokemon and Digimon Minecraft spinoff. We have Among Us is ever so popular hidden identity game. We have Halo. Hopefully you can see this image. And then there should be a link hopefully to kind of like where you go to install all that. But if you drop on our main Facebook Discord, you'll be able to see all of that jazz. And then as far as the Birds of a Feather discussion, we're going to be hamming it up with ham radio, talking about ham radio stuff, mental health and being neurodiverse in this world of geekiness. We even actually have like Geeks Gotta Eat. I just love that like title of our BOFs. So look forward to seeing you guys here soon.
Well, thanks so much, Nixie, and for the partnership with Geek Beacon. I'm super excited for not only the BOFs, but for game night. I think it's one of the neat things about being virtual. Often we have all sorts of different games going on in the hallways of the venue that we're hosted, but today we get to have games on the internet, and I think that's fun, just as fun, or at least different fun.
Yeah.
So big thanks to the team, our speakers, our sponsors, Oracle and Red Hat, and more importantly, or at least as important, all of you for participating in our program today. Be sure to enjoy our BOFs, Birds of Feathers, as well as game night. And we'll resume our speaking program tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Thanks so much, everyone. Thanks, Nixie.
Thanks, Warner. Thanks, everybody. See you soon. I removed myself.